Good morning, good morning.
Your time. Things are firing up.
I'm going to chew up my cough drop, my throat lozenge before I get ready. So am I going to read?
You're going to read a little bit.
Okay, and then,
Dr. New
oops. Hi everyone, good morning, good morning. We are almost 18 hours in, let's fucking go. Okay, let me get to my page. But am I going to do a reset? Okay. Sounds good. 6 more hours. Can you hear me okay? Can someone tell me if you can hear me okay? I'm on Instagram Live because we haven't been able to do a stream key, so I'm not asking you guys. Good morning. I need to leave this somewhere. How's that? Can you give me a thumbs up? Can you hear me?
I did. Yep. I'm actually switching it over to a different live station.
Hello. Good morning.
It takes me a minute to do this.
Are we live?
Everybody's still good, almost.
Nope. I think we're frozen. Feels frozen.
Just about there.
Oh, yep. We are here.
Okay.
Oh, I meant to put a
I'm gonna.
title. But we are reading the Epstein files live for 24 hours. It has been Thanks for being here. I'm ready.
All right, stand by. Three, two, one.
Mitch, you are amazing. Thank you so much for joining and for reading. It is officially our 6 a.m. check-in. We are 18 hours into our 24-hour live stream event, reading the Epstein files out loud, 1,400 minutes for 1,400 victims contained in the Epstein files. As a reminder, we are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which is the country's largest national coalition dedicated to ending the commercial sexual exploitation of children and adults offline and online. So before we have our next guest, I'm going to go back to reading. I know that you were hearing from Mitch some grand jury testimony, but I think, I wonder where he ended. I think he was not exactly all the way through the document that we were reading earlier. But now I realize I should have been paying a little bit closer attention, but I don't think he was reading from this one. This is from an anonymous FBI agent, and I do think he was reading about the grooming. Do you know how far he got, actually? Sorry to break the fourth wall, guys. Here. I know. We've been doing this for 18 hours, so I'm going to just break the fourth wall for 1 second just to see. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe our viewers can tell us. Can you hear me? 35? 35. Oh, okay, we got way past that. Yes, I see. So he was talking about. So this was, this is the grand jury transcript from June of 2020 in the case of the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. The testimony is that of a anonymous FBI agent who is testifying about their investigation and talking about a number of different victims who all had interactions with Ghislaine Maxwell over the time period in the early to mid 90s. And so, this is the person that I was up to, which I think is not who Mitch was just talking about, is a young girl who actually was from London. And it's obviously hard with the redactions, but I'm pretty sure that these are all different people. And the one that we were up to was the London. This is in London. So I'm going to go back to reading this as we wait for our next guest reader. So, question, did she tell you that they began spending time in London? Yes. Just to be clear, was Maxwell in her 30s while this was happening? Yes. Did blank ever remember Maxwell ever talk about having a boyfriend named Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, yes. What did she tell blank about that? Maxwell told her that Epstein was going to like her. Did there come a time when she was 17 that blank described that Maxwell introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, yes. How did she describe that occurring? Answer, Epstein had flown to London. He was at Maxwell's residence in London, and Maxwell called blank over. So blank went over, and when she got there, Maxwell was saying to Epstein, the words blank was used was giving him a resume of her attributes, saying she's so pretty, she's so strong, and then Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage. Now, you testified a moment ago that blank described to you that Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage during this first meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Did she say to her in sum and substance, you're so strong, I'd appreciate it if you give Jeffrey a massage because I have to every day or I get in trouble? Yes. When that happened, did blank remember Maxwell leading her to a room in the house? Answer, yes. Question, what happened? Answer, when blank went in the room, Epstein was in a robe. He took his robe off and she started massaging him. And then he touched blank and pulled her hand to his penis. Question, what does blank remember Epstein saying when he did this? Answer, don't be frigid. Question, what was her reaction to this happening from what she told you? Answer, she was taken aback by it. Question, when this episode ended and blank left the room, did she tell you that she remembered Maxwell being just outside the room when she left? Answer, yes. Question, did she remember Maxwell saying to her, did you have fun? Did he like it? Answer, yes. Does she remember Maxwell calling her several days afterward or some short period of time afterward? Answer, yes, she did. Did blank remember Maxwell saying to her on the phone call in sum and substance, well, aren't you a clever girl? Jeffrey was very impressed. Answer, yes. Question, shortly after this incident, does she remember Maxwell asking her to come back over to the house? Answer, yes. Question, when she got there, did she tell you she remembered Maxwell saying to her in substance, thank God you're here. If it's not you or someone, it falls to me. Answer, yes. Does she remember Maxwell bringing her up the stairs to the house on that occasion? Answer, yes, she did. Question, what does she remember happening when Maxwell opened the door to the room? Answer, Epstein was standing there nude. Question, does she remember Maxwell then saying, I'll leave you guys to it? Answer, yes. Question, after these first two encounters, did Epstein and Maxwell invite blank to travel with them to Palm Beach, U.S. Virgin Islands, Paris, and New York for the next several years? Answer, yes, they did. Question, does she remember whether these trips began before her 18th birthday? Answer, she couldn't remember specifically. Question, before these trips started, you were describing earlier when blank told you about the time she spent with Maxwell when they first met when she was 17. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, during these conversations when she would spend time with Maxwell, did blank remember talking with her about her life and her family and her personal circumstances with Maxwell? Answer, yes. Question, now, you testified a moment ago that blank told you at some point she began traveling with Maxwell and Epstein, and she wasn't sure whether or not these trips started before she was 18. Is that right? Yes. Did blank describe to you that Epstein sexually abused her during these trips, typically in the context of a sexualized massage? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did Epstein give her any money? Answer, yes. Sorry, this is working. Question, did she tell you that he would give her cash? Answer, yes. Question, did she describe to you that the abuse included, among other things, Epstein groping her and using a massager device on her genitals? Answer, yes. Question, and was the massager device like a vibrator? Answer, yes, it was. Question, from what blank told you, was Maxwell in the room during these encounters? Answer, Maxwell wasn't in the room. Question, what did she tell you would typically happen when blank left the room after these episodes? Was Maxwell typically nearby? Answer, yes. She was usually right near the room. Question, does she remember Maxwell asking her, after she'd leave the room from one of these sessions, how was it? Is he happy? Yes. Did she also tell you that she remembers Maxwell telling her at some point, in sum and substance, you know how he is when he's not happy, and you know what makes him happy. He has to have sex all the time, like he's a superhero. Answer, yes, she said that. Question, did blank tell you about an incident that occurred after she turned 18 in Palm Beach when she was staying at the Palm Beach house? Answer, yes. Did the incident she described to you involve a schoolgirl outfit? Yes, it did. Could you please describe for the grand jury what blank told you about that incident? Answer. Blank said that Maxwell had shown her to a bedroom, and on the bed was a schoolgirl outfit, and Maxwell told her when blank confronted her about it, and Maxwell said, well, I thought this would be adorable if you gave Jeffrey his tea in this. So blank felt like she had to put it on, took Epstein his tea, and Epstein then slapped her on the buttocks and reached under the skirt and touched her. Question, what was her demeanor like when she described this incident to you? Answer, she was crying. She was very upset. When blank described seeing the schoolgirl outfit and talking to Maxwell about it, did she remember Maxwell telling her, don't be so frigid? Answer, yes. Question, does she remember that later in the day, after she had delivered Epstein his tea and he assaulted her, does she remember Maxwell telling her, quote, I heard you did well? Answer, yes. Question, during the years that blank was in contact with Maxwell and Epstein, did she remember whether Maxwell would ever ask her if she knew any other girls who could massage Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, does she remember Maxwell saying, in sum and substance, do you know anyone who can give him a blowjob today? I don't feel like it. Answer, yes. Question, does she remember Maxwell saying, when she asked her to bring other girls, they have to look young at least? Answer, yes. Question, from your conversations with blank, did she tell you whether or not she ever brought any other girls? Answer, blank didn't bring any girls. Question, did she tell you why not? Answer, she didn't want anyone else to go through that. Question, from your answers with blank, did she tell you that there came a time when she was in her early 20s when she stopped traveling with Maxwell and Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, was she struggling with substance abuse at that point? Answer, yes, she was. Question, did she tell you that she got sober in her 20s? Answer, yes, she did. Question, what is her current profession? Answer, she runs a nonprofit. Those emails very friendly in tone? Answer, yes, they were. Question, what did she say to you when you talked to her about those emails? Answer, she said she didn't at the time want to acknowledge what was going on to her, that looking back on it, it's different. Question, did your squad at the FBI execute a search warrant at Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse in Manhattan in July 2019? Answer, yes. Question, did you personally participate in the search of Epstein's residence? Answer, yes, I did. Question, did the townhouse include a massage room? Answer, yes. Question, have you yourself been in that massage room? Answer, yes, I have. Question, could you please describe for the grand jury what the massage room looked like? Answer, it was dark. It had dark draperies covering the windows. There was a massage table. There were oils. There was a handheld massager in there with handcuffs, a whip, and along the walls were nude photographs of young females. Question, I believe you testified a moment ago that blank told you that there was a time when Maxwell asked her to wear a schoolgirl outfit for Epstein when they were in Palm Beach. Did you find a schoolgirl outfit in Epstein's New York townhouse? Answer, yes, we did. Question, where did you find it? Answer, it was found in a room next to the massage room. Question, and to be clear, did the FBI find sex toys during the search? Answer, yes. Question, what was found? Answer, butt plugs, dildos, vibrators. Question, we've talked about 3 minor girls today, blank, blank, and blank. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the proposed indictment marked Grand Jury Exhibit 1? Answer, yes, I have. Is blank the individual referred to as victim 1 in the proposed indictment? Yes. Is the individual referred to as victim 2 in the proposed indictment? Yes. Is blank the individual referred to as victim 3 in the indictment? Yes. During all of Maxwell's interactions with the victims when they were underage girls, based on the time frame and your knowledge of Maxwell's birth date, was she in her 30s? Answer, yes, she was. Just one moment. All right, switching gears. Have you become aware that in or about 2016, Maxwell gave sworn testimony in a civil deposition in connection with a lawsuit? Answer, yes. Question, could you please explain for the grand jury what is a deposition? Answer, it is a statement made under oath. Question, and in the course of civil litigation, is it common for witnesses or the parties to the lawsuit to give a deposition under oath where they testify about the substance of the case? Answer, yes. Question, and is deposition testimony live and in person under oath? Yes. Question, is a court reporter present when a deposition takes place? Answer, yes. Question, now, before we talk about Maxwell's deposition testimony, I want to talk with you about the lawsuit the testimony was about. Have you become aware that in or about 2015, an individual named blank blank filed a lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell here in the Southern District of New York? Yes. And was blank suing Maxwell for defamation? Yes, she was. Was the lawsuit captioned blank blank against Ghislaine Maxwell with docket number whatever here in the Southern District of New York? Yes. Generally speaking, in broad strokes, what was the lawsuit about? What was the claim? Oops. That blank was bringing against Maxwell. Answer, blank had stated that she had been sexually abused by Epstein and Maxwell as a minor. Maxwell came forward publicly and called her a liar. So blank sued her for defamation. Miss blank. So just a small legal instruction on this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I instruct you that the allegations in the lawsuit are not being presented to you as evidence that those incidents occurred. I instruct that you should not consider those allegations for their truth. Instead, the circumstances of the lawsuit are being presented to you so you can consider the context of the case and the circumstances under which Maxwell made statements under oath. Turning back to the deposition, did Maxwell's deposition take place over 2 different days? Yes. On both days, did she give testimony in Manhattan? Yes, she did. Is that where the deposition took place? Yes. And on both days, was Maxwell sworn under oath? Yes. If you could flip through the remaining slides in the presentation, do those slides contain true and accurate excerpts of the transcript of that deposition? Yes. Turning to the next slide, is this the cover page of the transcript of the first deposition that took place on April 22nd, 2016? Answer, yes. And does it have a case caption on it? Yes, it does. Turning to the next slide, is this an excerpt from the transcript? Yes. I imagine grand juries can't read from their seats, so if you could read it with me, I'll read the questions, and if you could read the answers. Question, did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls for underage massages? And it appears there was an objection from a lawyer. Question, if you know. Answer, I don't know what you're talking about. Just to be clear with the question and answer, is the answer here Maxwell's testimony? Answer, yes. Question, just to be clear, you testified earlier that blank participated in sexualized massages with Epstein and Maxwell, is that right? Yes. And blank was a minor when that occurred? Yes. And you also testified earlier that that blank blank told you that Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage when she was a minor. Answer, yes. If you could turn to the next slide, please. Is this another excerpt from the same deposition? Yes, it is. All right, I'll read the question and you can read the answer. Question, list all the people under the age of 18 that you've interacted with at any of Jeffrey Epstein's properties. Answer, Maxwell's answer, I'm not aware of anybody who I interacted with other than obviously blank, who was 17 at this point. Just to be clear, you testified earlier about 2 girls under the age of 18 who interacted with Maxwell at Epstein's properties. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and those individuals were blank blank and blank blank who told you that, correct? Answer, yes, that's correct. Do we have our next guest speaker? Okay, great. So I will keep going. We have someone here. Great. I didn't. And again, was this Maxwell giving testimony as part of testimony under oath here in Manhattan? Yes. If you could please turn to the next slide. Is that an excerpt? Are these 2 excerpts from that deposition? Yes. Again, I'll read the questions. If you could read the answers, please. Question. Were you aware of the presence of sex toys or devices used in sexual activities in Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach house? There's an objection from the lawyer. Maxwell's answer, no, not that I recall. Question, do you know whether Mr. Epstein possessed sex toys or devices used in sexual activities? There's an objection for the lawyer. Maxwell's answer, no. Just to be clear, you testified earlier that blank blank told you he found sex toys in the massage room in Palm Beach, and also that he had seen Maxwell had a basket of sex toys in her closet there. Is that correct? Answer, yes, that's correct. And is it correct that you testified earlier that Epstein had used a vibrator on blank blank? Is that correct? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, and did you also testify earlier that blank blank told you he did that as well? Answer, yes, that's correct. Okay. And did you also testify earlier that sex toys were found by the police in the Palm Beach house in 2005? Is that right? Answer, yes. And did you also testify earlier that the FBI found sex toys in Epstein's New York City townhouse in 2019? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, if you could please turn to the next slide. This is on page 27. Are these also excerpts from that same deposition? Answer, yes. We good? Questions, other than yourself and the blonde and brunette that you've identified as having been involved in 3-way sexual activities, with whom did Mr. Epstein have sexual activities? There's an objection from the lawyer. Maxwell's answer, I wasn't aware that he was... Okay. Having sexual activities with anyone when I was with him other than myself. Question, I want to be sure that I'm clear. Okay, so sorry. So this is, again, they're reading from the deposition. So the question, I should actually say question. So question. I want to be sure that I'm clear. Is it your testimony that in the 1990s and 2000s, you were not aware that Mr. Epstein was having sexual activities with anyone other than yourself and the blonde and brunette on those few occasions when they were involved with you? Maxwell's answer, that is my testimony. That is correct. Question, have you reviewed the full deposition transcript? Answer, yes. Now, the excerpt we just read has a reference to a blonde and a brunette. Are those individuals completely different from the individuals we've been talking about today? Answer, yes. Just to be clear, is it correct that you testified earlier that blank and blank told you Epstein sexually abused them repeatedly? Is that correct? Answer, yes. And did you also testify earlier that Maxwell was occasionally present when Epstein was abusing blank based on what she told you? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, turning to the next slide, is this also an excerpt from the same deposition? Answer, I'm sorry. Question, I'm so sorry. Turning to the next slide on page 28, is this also an excerpt from the same deposition? Answer, yes. Are we good? Okay. again, if we could read that together and take the question, I'll take the question, you take the answer. Question, quote, let's just tie that down. Is it your testimony that you've never given anybody a massage? Maxwell's answer, I have not given anyone a massage. Question, quote, you never gave Mr. Epstein a massage. Is that your testimony? Maxwell's answer, that is my testimony. Question, quote, you never gave blank blank a massage. Is that your testimony? Maxwell's answer, I never gave blank blank a massage. Question, just to be clear, as you testified earlier, is it correct that blank blank told you that Maxwell gave her a massage when they were in New Mexico? That is correct. Question, have you told the grand jury everything you know about this case, or have you just answered the questions that I've asked? Answer, I've just answered the questions that you've asked. Question, and when you testified about the documents you reviewed or the conversations you had with others, were you testifying to the exact words used or just the substance of the documents or the conversations? The substance. And are you willing to return to the grand jury if the grand jury has any further questions for you? Answer, yes. Ms. Blank, with the foreperson's permission, I'd ask that the witness be excused at this time. Foreperson, you're excused. Ms. Blank, thank you. Witness excused. Time noted 11:41 a.m. Colloquy follows. And there is a certificate. I hereby certify that the foregoing is true, an accurate transcription to the best of my skill and ability from my electronic notes of this proceeding, signed by an acting grand jury reporter on July 6, 2020. Okay. We're good? Great. All right. Almost 18 and a half hours in, and joining me now is Dr. Anita Patel, a double board-certified pediatrician and pediatric critical care attending at Children's National Medical Center. Dr. Patel, I can't thank you enough. I know how busy you are, and I so appreciate you joining us this morning.
Hi, everybody. I am giving Eliza a little break because I have tuned in for quite a bit of this, and that was a really difficult section that she just read. So let me start. Subject, forward, Epstein search warrant documents. Date, Monday, 18th of May, 2020, 14:29:50. Would one of you be able to please send me a spreadsheet for electronic devices seized from the New York residence with locations, seizure information, like the one you sent me for the USVI search? Thanks. Friday, May 15th, 2020, 7:57 p.m. Subject, Epstein search warrants documents. I can get you better identifiers Monday. I'll be in then. Redacted and redacted have access to better documentation to the search, as in location of findings. I don't have that. We'll get you the outstanding stuff as soon as I get the drives to put it on. Redacted, 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 cell, redacted, desk. On May 15th, 2020, 4:12 p.m., redacted, redacted, wrote, redacted. Thanks for this. It's a helpful start. In terms of being able to write our search warrant, one additional piece of information we need is the serial number or some other specific identifier, ideally for each device, but at least for any device that there is more than one of the same thing. So for example, we need to be able to somehow, we need to be able to somehow differentiate the following devices. The two Dell PowerEdge T310 hard drives, NYC 024323 and NYC 024324. The two Sony Vaio laptop, Fujitsu HDD 91C 024336 and NYC 024337. The following loose storage devices: micro SD card NYC 024339, flash drive generic NYC 024340, thumb drive MTech NYC 024341. Hard drive loose, NYC 024342. Verbatim thumb drive, NYC C024343. The 4 SanDisk cruiser thumb drives, NYC 024344-47. The 3 Seagate IDE hard drives, NYC 024348-50. The camera SD card, NYC 024351. I think the rest of the devices are either specifically distinguishable and or have an S/N listed. By comparison, the USVI spreadsheet we have lists an S/N for about 20 of the 25-ish devices. The other thing we're looking for is a location in the house, an ideally specific location for each device, which the USVI list also has. Is that info available? The list also has 5 devices. It's still pending to be transferred to us. And I think it's right that the plan is to reproduce all the materials so that we can get them in a searchable format. But just want to confirm. Currently, we aren't able to match any of the prior productions to specific devices. So if we're able to match them up by Bates number now, that might work. But otherwise, I think it makes sense for us to get everything. But let us know if any issue with that. Thanks very much. Redacted. From Redacted, Thursday, May 14th, 2020, 15:54 to Redacted, CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Here's the listing of all the evidence gathered in New York that I have. I added some columns to guide you to the unique numbers CART NY uses for their evidence. The template wasn't a slam dunk over, so I did what I could to convey the information. If you are confused by anything, please let me know. In the column for approximate size, it is in gigabytes totaled at the bottom and converted to tetrabytes. In the material contained column, I put what load file group the data was transferred over in: Mac, Windows, loose media, IDE, or Blacklight. If there is no entry in the column, that data has yet to be transferred. There are 2 Macs and a DVR you don't have, as well as an iPhone and an iPad. If the descriptions are a bit light, let me know and I'll do what I can to beef them up. I will get you the island stuff tomorrow. Redacted. From Redacted, sent Wednesday, May 13th, 2020, 12:25 p.m. To Redacted, CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. Respectfully, I think there are some miscommunications here. All we have asked is to receive the materials in a format such that we can view them using a system we have access to. We're not able to get web-enabled access through any FBI tool, so we asked for the materials to be transferred in a loadable format so we could put them on Relativity, which both we and the agents can access. We're required to have the files in a format that we can produce them to defense counsel. I've done that in many other cases, and it hasn't previously been an issue. My understanding from Redacted is that the best way to do it now is just for us, the U.S. Attorney's Office, to get the original files, which our vendor will process, by which I just mean converting it into file formats that are loadable onto Relativity. It doesn't really have anything to do with the taint review. We have to have access to the docs in our systems for discovery purposes. and we were happy to get the materials as they were processed. But when we received the 1.1 million documents earlier this year, they were in a format that wasn't usable for the reasons described in the email I sent on March 9th. Again, I understand from Redacted that the best way forward is to just get copies of the materials in their original formats, which I understand will be segregated and designated by device. That should work for us. I was just trying to understand the approach as well as the timeline. Thanks. Redacted. From Redacted. Sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 1303. To Redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject re Epstein search warrant documents. Just to be clear, the U.S. Attorney's Office or its contractors are not processing anything. You are taking files that I will be extracting from processed evidence and putting them into e-discovery tool, Relativity, to do a taint review. Relativity is not a forensic tool. It is incapable of dealing with many things that are found forensically on a computer, like free space, slack space, and systems files, to name a few. When we started this and you insisted you do the taint review in Relativity, I warned you that it was adding months of work on top of what was already done, and that Relativity was incapable of viewing everything. You insisted we do this way, so now Redacted and I have come up with a way to fit this round peg into this square hole. We will get it done. Sorry it has taken so long, but we are talking about terabytes worth of data over multiple formats of digital evidence. Phones, tablets, loose media, cameras, DVRs, servers, laptops, and desktop computers. We have gotten past encryption on multiple devices. When we review devices on such large cases, we usually do it piece by piece as things are processed. I was unaware that you didn't want to review as things were processed, that you wanted to do it, quote unquote, all at once. So that added to the delay. Sorry for that, just a differentiation of methodology, I suppose. Redacted. And I feel confident that the method we have come up with will be more consistent and preserve the attribution of files to devices and links of emails to attachments that the load file generation that I did a while back was lacking. Redacted, 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 redacted. From Redacted, redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020 at 11:33 a.m. To Redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 subject, re Epstein files search warrant documents. Okay, so just to check, you both think that there's not a need to do a test run. You're both comfortable with just basically sending us copies of everything. I don't totally understand why we couldn't have done that 8 months ago, but regardless of the passage of time, I want to make sure we understand so we can report to our supervisors. I assume that means that we at the U.S. Attorney's Office and through contractors will therefore need to do all the processing ourselves, correct? And thanks again to you both. From Redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 11:30. To Redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, re Epstein search warrant documents. Should I keep reading? I will keep reading. Like Redacted said, should I pause? Should I pause? Okay. Okay. Like Redacted said in his earlier email, it will be the raw data and it will be marked, so it's easy to attribute it to a particular device. Problem now is how to get the data to Redacted since he's teleworking. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 12th, 2020, 11:15 a.m., Redacted wrote, I have no doubt you do, but can you please tell us what the plan is? Thanks. From Redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 11:11. To redacted, CC, redacted, subject Epstein search warrant documents. I will use the spreadsheet, no problem. Redacted and I ironed out all the details. We've got a good plan moving forward that will meet your needs. Redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 12th, 2020, 10:34 a.m., Redacted wrote, Redacted, it would be very helpful for us if you could please use the attached spreadsheet in transmitting that info so we make sure we get all the info we need. I think you had previously sent us a list of certain information that unfortunately wasn't helpful for us. So we want to make sure we are all on the same page. In terms of data transfer, Redacted, are you just sending a literal copy of all the raw data and we'll process and upload it on our end? I ask to make sure we don't lose any searchability. When FBI sent versions over, it had already been processed. I think that we talked about on the phone a month ago was getting, for example, data from one device to make sure it transfers correctly before sending over literally everything. Is that still the plan? Thanks, Redacted. From Redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 10:27. To Redacted, CC Redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Hello. Me and Redacted just finished our phone call regarding the data. Redacted will put together a list of all of the data and where the data was collected. I will work to send some hard drives to Redacted so he can begin to copy the data and send it to us. I will need to figure out a way to get the data off of the hard drives. Please let us know if there are any questions. Thank you. From Redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, 2:15 p.m. To Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, close parentheses, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, subject Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, thanks. Please do let us know if at any point that changes. Otherwise, we'll look forward to being able to review the returns in early June. Thanks again. From Redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, 4:14. To Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, subject Epstein search warrant documents. There has been talk of us returning to normal soon, so I don't think it will affect the timeline I initially gave you. If it does, I will let you know. Redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 8th, 2020, 1:58 p.m., Redacted wrote, understood, thanks. It will be great to get that list on Thursday. As a refresh, the info we are looking for is in an attached spreadsheet template. On the returns themselves, do the changes you mentioned mean that the estimates of a month from now for complete transmission of the search warrant returns is no longer likely? If so, could you please let us know what the current estimate would be so we can factor that in? Thanks very much. From redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, 1350 to redacted, parentheses USANYS, redacted, parentheses USANYS, redacted CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Sorry for the delay. They reduced us to 1 day a week. So things have been stretched out by a factor of 5. I will be back in the office on Thursday and will be able to get you the list then, as I have to access some of our systems to do so. Also redacted, please reach out to me at one of the numbers below so we can brainstorm. Thanks. Redacted, cell, redacted desk. On May 8th, 2020, 12:10 p.m., redacted, wrote, redacted. Following up on the below, I think you had said you expected to be able to get us a list of the devices seized from the search warrants at Epstein's residences in New York and the USVI, as well as from his person upon arrest. In about a month, during our conference call a month ago, so wanted to check if we can still expect that very soon. We're waiting on that list to be able to do an updated search warrant on all of those devices. Please let us know the current timeline and also the current timeline on producing the results from those August and September searches. I think you and Redacted were going to coordinate on that, and you had mentioned you expected we'd have it a couple months from our call, which would be about a month from now. Wanted to make sure we're still on track. Thanks, Redacted. From Redacted, sent. I got you. Sent Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 1527. To redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, let's plan on 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. I am trying to get an FBI line with a larger capacity, but I won't know until tomorrow a.m. I will push it out when confirmed. Thanks. Redacted. From Redacted, mail to Redacted, sent Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 3:15 p.m. To Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Yes, I can do anytime tomorrow, and Redacted can also join anytime tomorrow. So whenever is good on your end. Also, we can host a conference call, but only up to 6 lines at a time. So if FBI has larger capacity than that, let us know. Otherwise, I'd propose to do redacted. From Redacted. Sent Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 1413 to redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, subject, Epstein search warrant document, redacted. Are you available tomorrow for a conference call to discuss this issue? Redacted. On April 7th, 2020, 1:55 p.m., redacted, wrote, redacted. Following up on this from a month ago, I know we're living in a different world than what existed 4 weeks ago, but are you at all able to assist while working remotely? This has been pending for almost 2 months, and we still don't have a very basic list of each device or item that was seized and searched, or for which of those we've received materials. We're happy to have a call if that would be useful, But as a first step, the most basic thing we're looking for is the info in the template spreadsheet we sent earlier that's also attached. Thanks, redacted. Sent. Monday, March 9th, 2020, 1200. 2. Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. CC. Redacted. Subject re, Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. Unfortunately, I don't think this is very helpful to us. Did you take a look at the example spreadsheet I sent on 2/24? The Excel file you sent has descriptions that don't match up to the items listed in the search warrant returns, parentheses, that we sent on 2/23. And we don't have the 1B or cart numbers to be able to cross-reference. We also can't tell what you mean by loose media, quote unquote, without a specific comparison to what was seized. We don't know which items you're referring to as Windows machines, and we can't tell whether the entirety of any particular item has been transferred or just partial. For example, it looks like we have gotten very, very few image files, which is surprising. We also encountered some very significant problems in trying to review the more than 1 million documents we recently received. The data we received has no way to put any emails and attachments together. So if an email says, see attached flight records, for example, we have no way of linking that up with the records themselves. Not only is that a big problem for us in review, it's going to be a huge problem for producing the documents to Defense Counsel. The load file has no link to the native file. So when we load the data to the database, there's no way to have the native files show up in the database. Because many of the files are too large to open in the viewer, it effectively means that there are many files that are completely invisible to us. Related, the control numbers in the load file don't match up to the native files, so we have two sets of numbers and no way to match up anything. That is, even if we were to try to go hunt down every individual large file in the native files, it would be impossible. So the data that we most recently got, we need to get in a form that addresses those issues. And we likely will need to get a similar reproduction of the data we received a couple months ago. Otherwise, we're sifting through more than 1 million documents without much rhyme or reason. I've reattached the spreadsheet we sent last week. I think that's a good place to start in terms of our necessary record keeping. And we need that info at the very least, as well as anything you think would be useful. Also attaching the SW returns for reference. And again, we're happy to meet up anytime and hash all this out in person if that's useful. Thanks. Redacted. From redacted, sent Wednesday, March 4th, 2020, 1636 to redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, USANYS, redacted. CC, redacted. Subject re, Epstein search warrant documents. Here is a listing of what I have already handed over in load files to the U.S. Attorney's Office for taint review. Some points of clarification. There were 9 IDE hard drives found in the Manhattan apartment. They turned out to be 3 copies of 3 drives, 9 drives in total. From a July 2007 search on one of his properties, I only processed 3, as they were all copies. All the loose media from the New York apartment is included. All the Windows machines from the New York apartment are included. Only 2 Macs from NY and 1 from the island are included. I will have to more closely coordinate with whoever is loading up relativity with the remaining Macs, as the tool they have to be processed with does not easily rename the load files. Spreadsheet is attached. redacted, 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 office, redacted, cell. From redacted, mail to redacted, sent Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, 12:25 p.m. to redacted, redacted, USA NYS, redacted, 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 USA NYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 subject re Epstein search warrant documents. I could do Thursday morning, but I think it would be helpful for us to get the accounting in advance of the meeting so we can figure out in advance what, if any, additional steps we need. Is this possible? From redacted, sent Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, 9:59 to redacted, parentheses, USA NYS, redacted, 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 parentheses, USA NYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject re Epstein search warrant documents. Can we do Thursday morning? My network should be back by then and I can give you a good accounting. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On March 2nd, 2020, 11:15 a.m., redacted, redacted wrote, doing the weekly check-in on this. Is there a time this week when everyone can meet on this? Thanks, redacted. From redacted, sent Monday, February 24th, 2020, 17:38 to redacted, redacted, parentheses, USA NYS, redacted, 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 USA NYS, redacted. CC, redacted, 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 subject, re, Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. Totally understand about the network issues, we can relate. I do still think it will be helpful to all sit down together to have an in-person discussion to make sure everybody is on the same page. Are folks available for the next week? And what I think would be most helpful to facilitate that would be a spreadsheet of each separate device referenced in the 2 search warrant returns, with columns for whether we dumped the contents, whether they've been reviewed and are transferred, what portions were transferred, etc. Something roughly like the attached with any other categories you think would be useful. And the info on the attached is mostly hypothetical, obviously just as examples. That will help us fully understand what's been reviewed, transferred, and received so far, and what remains. Parentheses, also just on the pictures, we do want copies of those as well, please including from the disk and devices. I think FBI was going to do an initial screen to make sure no CP. And since I think that the answer was no, we'll need to get those to be able to review them as well. Many thanks, redacted. From redacted, sent Monday, February 24th, 2020, 9:24 to redacted, parentheses, USA NYS, redacted, 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 USA NYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 subject, re Epstein search warrant documents. Sorry for the delayed response. They are tearing out our old network and giving us a new one. They mandated we delete old stuff, about 400 tetrabytes worth. Now that they are working on replacing the network, we can do only local work. I should be able to give you an accounting of what is what. I can say off the top of my head that all Windows-based items from the New York search have been handed over, as well as all loose media. The CDs from NY only contain pictures, no documents. There are still some Apple items from New York that need to be produced. As far as the island stuff goes, the first item on your spreadsheet, the kitchen Mac, has been produced. Still working on the rest. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On February 23rd, 2020, 12:21 a.m., team. Following up on the below from last weekend, I'm still not sure how we're addressing this, so I thought it would make sense for us to all schedule a hopefully relatively brief meeting to all get on the same page. We didn't hear back on which files had been previously been provided, but our tech folks did their best to differentiate. And we got access to the materials yesterday, and it's well over 1 million documents. And we don't have any idea what we're looking at, i.e., which devices the materials came from, whether it's full or partial results, how many devices we have coming, etc. Based on the attached search warrant returns, it looks like from the New York mansion, the PDF, there are approximately 40 devices that would have storage, computers, hard drives, thumb drives, etc. And that's not even counting at least 60 plus CDs. And then from the Virgin Islands, the Excel spreadsheet, at least more than 25 devices, including multiple servers, server racks. So we got to know what we've already received, what remains, anticipated schedule, etc. And I know it's a lot of moving pieces on all sides, so wanted to loop in everybody at once. The case team will be in California this coming week from Tuesday through Friday, but then I think generally around the first week of March, which will hopefully be plenty of time to schedule a productive meeting. Thanks all, redacted. From redacted, sent Saturday, February 15th, 2020, 16:30. Two, redacted, CC, redacted. Subject re, Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. I'm not sure who's the exact right person to ask this, so I wanted to get everyone on one email chain about it. I have the hard drive that redacted dropped off that has new Epstein search warrant materials. But it looks like there are also old materials that I think we had previously received and uploaded, question mark, on the hard drive. And so I'm not sure what's new. Just generally, and Redacted and I talked about this last week too, but it's basically impossible for us to keep track of what we're getting and what has been completed without some kind of identification or labeling system, along with a list of which devices have been extracted and downloaded. So for example, on the hard drive currently, there are 38 labeled quote unquote load files through quote unquote 37 load files with a modified date of 11/14/19, which I think we may have already previously received, but I'm not sure because we haven't gotten any info on which folders match up to which devices, etc. And then there's another folder titled quote unquote NYC 024362, and that has a modified date of 1/27/20. So I think that maybe the materials we hadn't previously received. That folder by itself has more than 600,000 items. I don't want to give redacted anything that we've already previously received and uploaded. I can't tell from the folder or file names whether everything on the drive is new or whether just additional materials were saved onto it, in addition to what we already have. Redacted, are you able to give us some guidance on this? Ultimately, what we really need is a spreadsheet of every device, whether it's been dumped or partially dumped, and then identifying the same info, which device and what materials from it are being given to us with each data transfer. Otherwise, I think organizationally and for review purposes, it will be a total disaster for us. We're happy to have a meeting on this if that's helpful, and thanks everybody for the assistance. Redacted, Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York, redacted. Redacted. Okay. State of New Mexico, Office of the Attorney General, Hector H. Balderas, Attorney General, September 17th. Okay, yeah, I can keep going. You let me know. Okay. September 17th, 2019, redacted. Assistant United Okay, thanks. Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, First Street, Andrews Plaza, New York 10007. Redacted via email and U.S. email. Continued investigation into possible collaborators of Jeffrey Epstein. Dear Miss Redacted, thank you for speaking with myself and others from the New Mexico office of the Attorney General last week. Pursuant to our telephone conversation, this office is providing the enclosed materials related to the criminal investigation and potential prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. The enclosed documents include police reports, recorded witness interviews, correspondence among New Mexico state agencies, and documents related to Epstein's leasing of the New Mexico public lands. As previously discussed, all conduct described in our investigation occurred prior to 2008, the year New Mexico enacted its human trafficking statute. See NMSA 1978, sections 30-52-1 to -2.1. Should you have any questions, require any law enforcement assistance in New Mexico, or become aware of any criminal charges implicating New Mexico law not barred by New Mexico's statute of limitations, NMSA 1978, sections 30-1-8, I ask that you do not hesitate to contact me directly. Should further investigation reveal additional survivors of crimes occurring in New Mexico, know that this office intends to work in union with the United States Attorney for the District of New Mexico to ensure that these brave survivors have the opportunity to see that justice is achieved in a court of law. Again, please contact me personally if your investigation reveals survivors of crimes occurring in New Mexico not mentioned in the provided investigative materials. Redacted, 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 redacted. Lots of redactions. Okay. 49. Plaintiff incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. 50. Epstein and Maxwell coaxed plaintiff, then a teenage girl, into Epstein's home for a period of several years. They worked hard to groom her. Once under their supervision and influence, Epstein and Maxwell proceeded methodically to sexually abuse plaintiff. 51. Epstein and Maxwell's conduct was extreme and outrageous, breached a duty owed directly to plaintiff, endangering her physical safety, and caused severe and lasting emotional distress and serious injuries to plaintiff's mental health. 52. This cause of action is timely under the Child Victims Act, NYCPLR 214-G, McKinney 2019, because it arises out of conduct perpetrated against plaintiff when she was under the age of 18 that constitutes a sexual offense as defined in Article 130 of the New York Penal Law, quote unquote, Article 130, see NYPL 130.52, NYPL 130.55. Fifth cause of action, false imprisonment. 53. Plaintiff incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. 54. Defendants in perpetrating the above described non-consensual sexual assaults did, by use of threat and or physical force, willfully and intentionally confine, detain, imprison, and or restrain plaintiff without lawful authority to do so, against her will and without her consent. 55. Plaintiff was aware of and suffered the extreme effects of the defendant's unlawful confinement. 56. As a consequence of defendant's false imprisonment of plaintiff, she sustained conscious pain and suffering. Plaintiff's health was impaired. Plaintiff suffered great mental distress, shock, fright, and humiliation, and plaintiff's reputation and character were injured. 57. As a consequence of the conduct of defendants, plaintiff has incurred severe psychological trauma and damage, has suffered great humiliation, loss of esteem, mental anguish, and suffering. I think that's my section. So I'm going to hand this back over to the Save America movement. Thank you for having me. And as a pediatrician and pediatric critical care doctor and defender of kids, this showed the pure incompetence and cruelty of Epstein and the sincere attempts by our government to try to make this in a discoverable fashion. So thank you for having me. And Eliza, thank you for doing this and the Save America movement. This is, I don't know what to say, but it's needed, and these children deserve to be heard. Thank you all.
Dr. Anita Patel, you are amazing. Thank you so much. I couldn't be more grateful for you. And this stuff this is really heavy. We are officially 19 hours in. Oh my gosh, 5 more to go. We are exhausted over here, but also this is incredibly important. And so thank you for being here. If folks are just waking up and joining us, you are watching Cover to Cover Up, a public reading of the Epstein files for 24 straight hours from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. I'm Eliza Orlins, and this event is collaborative with the Save America movement and the Institute for Primary Facts. Joining our live stream now is Katie McManus, author of the Stop Being a Weenie Substack. Katie, thank you so much for being here and for joining us today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Katie McManus. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it down to New York City to the library to do the filibuster, but I am joining you virtually from Cape Cod. I have been talking about the Epstein files and the need for justice since this started. So I am really honored to be a part of this filibuster, and I'm going to be reading some of the files along with everyone else. So let's get down to it, shall we? Okay. So first and foremost, all of the to and from is redacted. Subject, return. Call tomorrow, return search warrant documents. This is Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. Yeah, it's sometimes challenging to try to precisely relay redacted info on this. And given the importance, I think it'd be helpful. Thanks. I'll propose tomorrow at 1. And then the response, and it says USA NYS, July 14th. Call tomorrow, search warrant documents. Sure, that would be helpful. 1 is better for me than 12, but I can make it work if need be. Morning, I can do 10 to 11. And July 14th, could you join a call tomorrow? Oh, apologies, this is reverse. Okay, so could you join a call tomorrow? I could do noon or 1 if that works. Or I could also do the morning if I get coverage for a couple of VOSR check-ins with Berman. Okay, from New York and then FBI to USA NYS contractor. CC, NY, FBI, and there's a bunch of redactions. Um, Response, Epstein search warrant documents. I'll fill it out and get back to you ASAP. I'm available tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. till about 3:30 p.m. Just let me know when. And NY CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, cell desk. Oh, okay. Okay. On July 14th, 2020, around 11:58 a.m., we've received and reviewed the hard drive you provided last week. Unfortunately, it's not possible for us to determine which devices have been fully 100% included in that drive. We're not able to tell based on looking at the contents because the devices do not all appear to have their own folders. The attached spreadsheet is the one you included on the drive, but it does not reflect which devices have been fully transferred. Could you please fill in the 2 columns I've added, L and M, indicating which devices have been fully transferred to us? And for the ones that are not fully transferred, that is estimated time for completion. If you could please let us know that today, it will be extremely helpful in figuring out how to proceed. And separately, could you please let me know what times you're available for a call tomorrow? It would be helpful to discuss why a number of the devices were combined together in folders on the drive rather than being provided separately. And also helpful to know how long it would take to correct that. Thanks very much. Okay. Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. Again, everything is redacted. USA, NYS, contractor, New York, FBI, response, Epstein search warrant documents. Respectfully, I think there are some miscommunications here. All we have asked is to receive the materials in a format such that we can view them using a system we have access to. We're not able to get web-enabled access through any FBI tool. So we asked for the materials to be transferred in a loadable format so we could put them on Relativity, which both we and the agents can access. We're required to have the files in a format that we can reproduce them to Defense Counsel. I've done that in many other cases, and it hasn't previously been an issue. My understanding from Redacted is that the best way to do it now is just for us, the U.S. Attorney's Office, to get the original files, which our vendor will process, by which I mean converting into file format that are loadable into Relativity. It doesn't really have to do anything with the taint review. We have to have access to the docs in our system for discovery purposes. And we were happy to get the materials as they were processed. But when we received the 1.1 million documents earlier this year, they were in a format that wasn't usable for the reasons described in the email I sent on March 9th. Again, I understand from Redacted that the best way forward is to just get copies of the materials in their original formats, which I understand will be segregated and designated by device. That should work for us. I was just trying to understand the approach as well as the timeline. Thanks. Redacted. Okay, so we have the U.S. Attorney's Office. Great. All right, and then the email previously from New York to the FBI, or from New York and FBI, I guess. I'm trying to make sense of the redactions. Tuesday, May 12th, 2020. Response to the Epstein search warrant documents. Just to be clear, the U.S. Attorney's Office or its contractors are not processing anything. They are taking files that will be extracting from processed evidence and putting them into an e-discovery tool, Relativity, to do a taint review. Relativity is not a forensic tool. It is incapable of dealing with many things that are found forensically on a computer, like free space, slack space, and system files, to name a few. When we started this, you insisted you do the taint review in Relativity. I warned you that it was adding months worth of work on top of what was already done, and that Relativity was incapable of viewing everything. You insisted we do it this way. So now Redacted and I have come up with a way to fit this round peg into a square hole. We will get it done. Sorry it has taken so long, but we are talking about terabytes worth of data over multiple forms of digital evidence. Phones, tablets, loose media, cameras, DVRs, servers, laptops, and desktop computers. We have gotten past encryption on multiple devices. When we review devices on such large cases, we usually do it piece by piece as things are processed. I was unaware you didn't want to review as things were processed, that you wanted to do it all at once, in quotations. So that added to the delay. Sorry for that. Just a differentiation of methodology, I suppose. Redacted and I feel confident that the method we have come up with will be more consistent and preserve the attribution of files to devices and links of emails to attachments, that the load of file generation that I did a while back was lacking. Redacted, FBI, New York CART coordinator, senior examiner. Tuesday, May 12th, and of course this is from Redacted, to New York FBI, USA, NYS contractor. Subject, response, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, so just to check, you both think that there is not need to do a test run. You're both comfortable with just basically sending us copies of everything. I don't totally understand why we couldn't have done that 8 months ago. But regardless of the passage of time, I want to make sure we understand so we can report to our supervisors. I assume that means that we at the U.S. Attorney's Office and through contractors will therefore need to do all the processing ourselves, correct? And thanks again to you both. From New York FBI, of course, the names are redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 11:30. To USA NYS contractor, and then again, a bunch of redacted names, and a bunch of people are CC'd, they are redacted. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Like Redacted said in his earlier email, I will be the raw data. It will be the raw data, and it will be marked so it is easier to attribute to a particular device. Problem now is how to get the data to Redacted since he is teleworking. This is during the pandemic. Okay. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, and then redacted his cell phone and his desk number. On May 12th, 2020, 11:15, before that, I have no doubt you do, but can you please tell us what the plan is? Thanks. And this is in response to an email that, again, is between all these people. It's all redacted. I will use a spreadsheet, no problem. And I ironed out all the details. We've got a good plan moving forward that will meet your needs. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner. It would be very helpful for us if you could please use the attached spreadsheet in transmitting that info so we make sure we get all the info we need. I think you had previously sent us a list of certain information that unfortunately wasn't helpful for us. So we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. In terms of data transfer, blank or redacted, are you just sending a literal copy of all the raw data and we'll process and upload it on our end? I asked to make sure that we don't lose any searchability. When FBI sent versions before, it had already been processed. I think what we talked about on the phone a month ago was getting, for example, data from one device to make sure it transfers correctly before sending over literally everything. Is that still the plan? Thanks. And then again, redacted, USA NYS contractor. Let me see, Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, about an hour earlier, 10:27. Hello, Redacted. Me and Redacted just finished our phone call regarding the data. Redacted will put together a list of all of the data and where the data was collected. I will, for sure. I will work to send some hard drives to Redacted so he can begin to copy the data and send it to us. I will need to figure out a way to get the data off of the hard drives. Please let us know if there are any questions. From Redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, to New York FBI, USA NYS. And of course, all the names are redacted, CC'd a ton of people. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, thanks. Please do let us know if at any point that changes. Otherwise, we'll look forward to being able to review the returns in early June. Thanks again. From Redacted New York to and FBI Redacted, Friday, May 8th to Redacted USA NYS. Again, this seems to be internal emails. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. There's been talk of us returning to normal soon, so I don't think it will affect the timeline I initially gave you. If it does, I'll let you know. And again, I imagine this is about the pandemic. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, and then his redacted cell phone and desk number, on May 8th, 2020. Understood, thanks. It will be great to get that list on Thursday as a refresh. The info we are looking for is in the attached spreadsheet template. On the returns themselves, do the changes you mentioned mean that the estimate of a month from now for complete transmission of the search warrant returns is no longer likely? If so, could you please let us know what the current estimate would be so we can factor that in? Thanks very much. From redacted New York FBI, sent May 8th, 2020 to a bunch of redacted people who work for USA, NYS, and FBI and contractors. Sorry for the delay. They reduced us to 1 day a week, so things have been stretched out by a factor of 5. I will be back in the office on Thursday and will be able to get you the list then, as I have to access some of our systems to do so. Also, redacted, please reach out to me at one of the numbers below so we can brainstorm. Thanks. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, cell desk, redacted. On May 8th, 2020, following up on the below, I think you had said you expected to be able to get us a list of the devices seized from the search warrants at Epstein's residences in New York and USVI, as well as from his person upon arrest, in about a month during our conference call a month ago. So I wanted to check in if we can still expect that very soon. We're waiting on that list to be able to do an updated search warrant on all of those devices. Please let us know the current timeline and also the current timeline on producing the results from the August and September searches. I think you and Redacted were going to coordinate on that. And you had mentioned you expected we'd have a couple months from our call, which would be about a month from now. Wanted to make sure we're still on track. Thanks, Redacted. From Redacted, New York FBI, Redacted, to Redacted USA, NYS, and other FBI and contractors. All the names are redacted. Response, Epstein search warrants documents. Okay, let's plan on 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm trying to get an FBI line with a larger capacity, but I won't know until tomorrow a.m. I will push it out when confirmed. Thanks. From Redacted and Redacted, sent Tuesday, April 7th. To a bunch of redacted emails, New York FBI, USA, NYS, contractors, etc. Yes, I can do anytime tomorrow, and Redacted Rosler can also join me anytime tomorrow. So whenever is good on your end. Also, we can host a conference call, but only up to 6 lines at a time. So if FBI has larger capacity than that, let us know. Otherwise, I'd propose we do 1, redacted, 2, redacted, 3, redacted, 4, redacted, 5, redacted/redacted, 6, redacted/redacted, if either of you wants to join, and if not, one of redacted/redacted. You know, what strikes me about this is that there are so many people on this thread who are having this conversation, and they've redacted all the names. So I'm just wondering, as I'm reading this, you know, is there a question of whether someone on this list was complicit, was coordinating, was a mole? I don't know. Like, why redact this stuff? If these are people that work in the government who are investigating this, it does not make sense. The previous email, Tuesday, April 7th, 2020. Again, everyone's redacted. Everyone is either New York FBI, USA, NYS, and of course, there's one that's a contractor. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Redacted, are you available tomorrow for a conference call to discuss this issue? SSA, redacted, FBI, New York. On April 7th, 1:55 p.m., following up on this from a month ago, I know we're living in a different world than what existed 4 weeks ago. Oh God, this is giving me flashbacks to 2020. But are you at all able to assist while working remotely? This has been pending for almost 2 months, and we still don't have a very basic list of each device or item that was seized and searched, or for which of those we've received materials. We're happy to have a call if that would be useful. But as a first step, the most basic thing we're looking for is the info in the template sheet, in the template spreadsheet we sent earlier. That's also attached. Thanks. In the previous email, Monday, March 9th, 2020. Oh gosh, so this is before the pandemic. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. And again, all the same people that are redacted. I imagine they're the same people because they have the same departments listed next to them. Unfortunately, I don't think it's very helpful to us. Did you take a look at the example spreadsheet I sent on 2/24? The Excel file you sent has descriptions that don't match up to the items listed in the search warrant returns that we sent on 2/23. And we don't have the 1B or cart numbers to be able to cross-reference. We also can't tell what you mean by loose media without a specific comparison to what was seized. We don't know which items you're referring to as Windows machines, and we can't tell whether the entirety of this particular item has been transferred or just partial. For example, it looks like we've gotten very, very few image files, which is surprising. We have also encountered some very significant problems in trying to review the more than 1 million documents we recently received. The data we've received has no way to put any emails and attachments together. So if an email says, see the attached flight records, for example, we have no way of linking that up to the records themselves. Not only is that a big problem for us in review, it's going to be a huge problem for producing the documents to Defense Counsel. To Defense Counsel. Okay. So of course, like they're going to have to do all this and then in discovery, give it over to defense. Okay. It's interesting that that's their concern and not building the case or finding out more information. Okay, back to this. The load file has no link to the native file. So when we load the data to the database, there's no way to have the native files show up in the database because many of the files are too large to open in the viewer. It effectively means that there are many files that are completely invisible to us. Related, the control numbers in the load file don't match up to the native files. So we have two sets of numbers and no way to match up anything. That is, even if we were to try to go and hunt down every individual large file in the native files, it would be impossible. So the data that we most recently got, we need to get in a form that addresses those issues. And we likely will need to get a similar reproduction of the data we received a couple months ago. Otherwise, we're sifting through more than 1 million documents without much rhyme or reason. I've reattached the spreadsheet we sent last week. I think that's a good place to start in terms of our necessary record keeping. And we need the info that, at the very least, as well as anything else you think would be useful. Also attaching the SW returns for reference. And again, we're happy to meet up anytime and hash all this out in person if that's useful. Little do they know the pandemic is about to hit like 4 days later with a lockdown. So before we continue reading, I just want to note what's going on in my mind is that these are investigative departments. They investigate crimes. They ostensibly have lots and lots of files that they usually need to process as evidence in the crimes that they are investigating. And the fact that it's going so slow. Like this is months worth of interactions back and forth, just trying to figure out how to transfer the information. My mind goes to, was there someone involved who was just being some sand in the gears, who was just trying to slow things down and make it more complicated, right? Because if you're trying to just buy time, that's a way to do it. That is absolutely a way to do it. But like you'd think that, the FBI, who investigates crimes, like that is their job. You'd think that they would have a systematic process that they use to process this kind of information, to break it all down. And here they are. It's like they're just trying to recreate the wheel. It's insane. Okay. From New York FBI, sent Wednesday, March 4th, 2020. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Here's a listing of what I have already handed over in load files to U.S. Attorney's Office for taint review. Some points of clarification. There were 9 IDE hard drives found in the Manhattan apartment. They turned out to be 3 copies of 3 drives, 9 drives in total, from July 2007 search on one of his properties. I only processed 3 as they were all copies. All the loose media from the New York apartment is included. All the Windows machines from the New York apartment are included. Only 2 Macs from New York and 1 from the island are included. I will have to more closely coordinate with whoever is loading up Relativity with the remaining Mac, as the tool they have to be processed with does not easily rename the load files. Spreadsheet is attached. Redacted. NYO CART Coordinator, Senior Forensic Examiner. Redacted. Okay, from redacted and redacted, sent Tuesday, March 3rd to everyone's redacted. Again, USA, NYS. Oh, we actually do have a name here. Christopher Rozier at usdoj.gov. Okay, so we have one person whose name is visible here. Everyone else is redacted. That's exciting after not getting any names. Subject, response, Epstein search warrant documents. I could do Thursday morning, but I think it would be helpful for us to get the accounting in advance of the meeting so we can figure out in advance what, if any, additional steps we need. Is that possible? From redacted New York FBI, sent Tuesday, March 3rd to all the USA NYS, typical redactions. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Can we do Thursday morning? My network should be back by then, and I can give you a good accounting. New York CART Coordinator, Senior Forensic Examiner. Doing on March 2nd, 2020, 11:15 a.m., doing the weekly check-in on this. Is there a time this week when everyone can meet on this? Thanks. Redacted. Why are they redacting these names? If these are the good guys, if these are people who are genuinely trying to seek justice, why are their names redacted? What purpose does that serve? Okay, previous email, Monday, February 24th, 2020, from redacted, you don't see anything, to redacted New York FBI, blah, 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 all redacted. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Redacted, totally understand about the network issues, we can relate. I do still think it will be helpful to all sit down together to have an in-person discussion to make sure everybody is on the same page. Are folks available for that next week? And what I think would be most helpful to facilitate that would be a spreadsheet of each separate device referenced in the 2 search warrants returns, with columns for whether we've dumped the contents, whether they've been reviewed and or transferred, what portions were transferred, etc. Something roughly like the attached with any other categories you think would be useful, and the info on the attached is mostly hypothetical, obviously, just as examples. That will help us fully understand what's been reviewed, transferred, and received so far, and what remains. Also, just on the pictures, we do want copies of those as well. Please including from the disks and the devices. I think FBI was going to do an internal screen to make sure no CP. And since I think the answer is no, we'll need to get those to be able to be reviewed, to be able to review them as well. So people have a very weird way of writing. Like, it's not conversational. Many thanks, redacted. The previous email, redacted New York FBI, sent February 24th, 2020. All redacted to and CC. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Sorry for the delayed response. They're tearing out our old network and giving us a new one. They mandated we delete old stuff, about 400 terabytes worth. Now that they're working on replacing the network, we can do only local work. I should be able to give you an accounting of what is what. I can say off the top of my head that all Windows-based items from the New York search have been handed over, as well as all loose media. The CDs from New York only contain pictures, no documents. There are still some Apple items from New York that need to be produced. As far as the island stuff goes, the first item on your spreadsheet, the kitchen Mac, has been produced. Still working on the rest. New York Heart Coordinator, Senior Forensic Examiner, redacted name. On February 23rd, 2020, team, following up on this, on the below from last weekend, I'm still not sure how we're addressing this, so I thought it would make sense for us all to schedule a hopefully relatively brief meeting to all get on the same page. We didn't hear back on which files had previously been provided, but our tech folks did their best to differentiate, and we got access to the materials yesterday, and it's well over 1 million documents. And we don't have any idea what we're looking at, i.e. which devices the materials came from, whether it's full or partial results, how many more devices we have coming, etc. Based on the attached search warrant returns, it looks like from the New York mansion, the PDF, there were approximately 40 devices that would have storage, computers, hard drives, thumb drives, etc. And that's not even counting at least 60 plus CDs. And then from the Virgin Islands, the Excel spreadsheet, okay, at least more than 25 devices, including multiple servers, server racks. So we got to know what we've already received, what remains, anticipated schedules. And I know it's a lot of moving pieces on all sides, so wanted to loop everyone in at once. The case team will be in California this coming week from Tuesday through Friday, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, as I'm reading through this, it just strikes me how either incompetent this team is in just sorting through evidence. I mean, this literally went from February through for months and months, and they couldn't figure it out this whole time. Or if they were someone on the team was intentionally being incompetent.
That's true. Those are delicious.
And it just strikes me that while all this happening, there are still victims being victimized by this network of predators out there. Anyway, that is my reading, my part of the filibuster. So thank you so much. And I will kick it off to whoever is reading next. Thank you so much.
Katie, thank you so much for joining us. I can't believe it. We are approaching the 20-hour mark. We are so thrilled that everyone has been here with us for the last almost 20 hours now. We are live doing cover to cover up from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan, where we've been reading the Epstein files for almost 20 hours. We are going full 24 hours of live streaming the Epstein files. This event is a collaborative effort, the Save America movement. I have been here hosting the whole time, and we're exhausted, but this is so important. You know, we had the survivors here with us to kick this off, and they will be here with us again this morning to close us out. So it's just been an honor to have them. And as we wait for our next in-person guest reader, I'm going to get back into it. So I'm still reading from volume 11. You know, just for context, like I haven't even read the majority of this. You know, I've read some of it and other folks have read some of it. But, you know, despite the fact that we are reading for 24 straight hours, we're not going to touch a fraction of this. You know, there are over, you know, close to 3.5 million pages of documents here. And even if we read for 24 hours a day without stopping, and we read it like a pretty good clip, didn't take breaks, you know, really sped through it, it probably still would take us about 4.5 years to get through all of these documents. And mind you, there are more documents outstanding than the documents that are even here that the DOJ released. So just to put that in context. Now, I'm going to go back to the United States Grand Jury, Southern District of New York, USA versus Ghislaine Maxwell. This is the case they brought against her And, I read some of the testimony. There were a handful of young girls. I think that we heard testimony about 3 of them today, or I guess in the last 24 hours. I don't know. Today is all relative. But there's a little bit more to this, including some of the exhibits that were referenced. So I want to go through some of this with you now. We heard the testimony from an FBI agent who was redacted, unnamed, where they testified about this stuff. So proceedings. This is dated July 8th, 2020. So we heard the testimony from June, but often the way that it works in a grand jury is the prosecutor will present evidence, and then at the end they will present, they'll kind of go through the law again and then have the grand jury vote on whether to indict. Grand jury proceedings are typically secret proceedings, but then get revealed later on. So let's get back into it. So this is, the prosecutor is saying this. Let the record reflect that there are 17 grand jurors present and that the foreperson is present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is blank blank, and I am an assistant United States attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. I see everybody's heads nodding. Thank you. I am here today to present for your consideration a proposed superseding indictment. Sorry, just to pause quickly. So in an indictment, you can, that's the initial indictment, but sometimes there will be a superseding indictment when there was some error or something else where they want to add charges or change something. Then they'll vote on a superseding indictment, which means it supersedes, it overtakes the existing indictment, and so that's what that means. So this AUSA, Assistant U.S. Attorney, is saying, I'm presenting a proposed superseding indictment charging Ghislaine Maxwell in 6 counts. This indictment is virtually identical to the indictment that you returned last week charging Maxwell in those same 6 counts, except, here we go. It corrects 2 clerical errors, 2 typographical errors that were contained in counts 5 and 6, which are the perjury charges. As a result, I will not be presenting any new evidence or new witnesses today. Instead, I will identify for you those 2 clerical errors in the indictment. I will point out the portion of the exhibits that you saw last week that provide the correct information. Then I will identify the corrected portion of the superseding indictment in the proposed superseding indictment. Before I do that, though, I must ask all of you the same preliminary questions we went over last week. And then this is kind of backgroundy, but because we didn't read the initial charge, it might be interesting to hear. First, do any of you believe that you personally know or have met the proposed defendant, Ghislaine Maxwell? I see no hands. Next, have you heard or read about or learned anything Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, or anyone else related to this case? Have you heard about or read about, etc.? If you could just raise your hand. I see a number of hands. Okay, virtually every hand is in the air. You can all put your hands down. Thank you. As you know, you must make your determination as a grand jury based on the evidence presented before you in the grand jury in this room alone. Accordingly, you must set aside any other knowledge you may have about this case or the people involved in it and base your decision solely on the evidence presented to this grand jury to determine whether there is probable cause to believe that the charges in the proposed indictment were committed. Is there any grand juror here today who cannot follow these instructions? I see no hands. Just to be sure, is there any grand juror here who would have any difficulty setting aside the outside information you may have about the defendant or the facts of this case? I see no hands. Finally, do any of you believe you know me in anything other than a professional capacity? I see no hands. Now, as I mentioned, I will not be calling any witnesses today. Instead, I will present you with the exhibits from last week, the transcript of the testimony you heard from last week, and the proposed superseding indictment. I will then walk you through the error that the superseding indictment seeks to correct. Please keep in mind, though, that what I say is not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses and exhibits are evidence. So as I'm walking you through these exhibits, your understanding of them and your understanding of the evidence controls. I am just trying to provide you with an overview. With that instruction in mind, I'm going to put up on the Elmo. For those who don't know, an Elmo, I forget what it stands for, but it's like a projector, basically. What was previously received and marked as Grand Jury Exhibit 1. This is the proposed 6-count indictment that you voted to return last week. A copy of it will be available for you to review when you deliberate. You also received what has been marked Grand Jury Exhibit 2, which I will not put up on the Elmo. That was a PowerPoint presentation containing photographs and excerpts of certain documents that was shown to you during the testimony last week. And you also heard testimony from FBI Special Agent Blank. That's what we were reading earlier. Today, I am marking as Grand Jury Exhibit 3 a copy of the transcript of that testimony. It is up on the Elmo now, and it will be available for you to review if you would like as you deliberate. I will not read it back to you now, but you could read through it as you deliberate. Finally, I am marking as Grand Jury Exhibit 4 the proposed superseding indictment, which I have now placed up on the Elmo. As I mentioned, this proposed superseding indictment corrects 2 clerical errors and is otherwise identical to the original indictment, Grand Jury Exhibit 1. I'm now going to walk you through the errors that we're going to correct on Grand Jury Exhibit 1. Page 15 contains the beginning of Count 5, which charges Maxwell with perjury. Paragraph 21 on that page refers to the civil case in which Maxwell gave deposition testimony on April 22nd, 2016 as 15 Civ 7344. That is the error we are going to correct. Similarly, page 16 contains the beginning of Count 6, which charges another count of perjury. Paragraph 23 on that page refers to the civil case in which Maxwell gave deposition testimony on July 22nd, 2016 under the same number. Turning now to Grand Jury Exhibit 2. Slide 22 of that exhibit contains the first page of the deposition transcript from the testimony that Maxwell gave on April 22nd, 2016. As you can see here, the docket number for that case is 7433, not 7344. Okay, so that's the first error. Similarly, slide 25 contains the first page of the transcript from July 22nd. The docket number is 7433, not 7344. Finally, I will turn to the proposed indictment. On page 15, again, paragraph 21 corrects the docket number to 7433. Similarly, on page 16, changes it to 7433. There are otherwise no changes to the substance of this indictment. That is my presentation. Before I leave you to deliberate, would anyone like me to read the proposed full superseding indictment out loud? I see no hands. I must advise you that you must independently find probable cause, again, for each count in the superseding indictment. The evidence before you in support of the charges in the superseding indictment is the same evidence that was before you when you considered the indictment last week. Does anyone have any questions about the evidence? I see no hands. The legal instructions that you received before voting on the indictment last week are the same instructions that apply to your consideration of the proposed superseding indictment. Would anyone like me to read those instructions again? I see no hands. Does anyone have questions about the legal instructions? I see no hands. I will leave you now with the exhibits to deliberate. As always, if you have any questions or concerns about the proposed indictment, please let me know before you vote so I may answer any questions you may have on the law or bring any additional evidence before you to consider. Thank you all. Matter concluded. Time noted 10:14 a.m. And then I hereby certify the foregoing is true and accurate transcription to the best of my skill and ability from my electronic notes of this proceeding. Signed, Acting Grand Jury Reporter. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, before I go into the exhibits, I'm actually going to give myself a little marker here because we have an in-person special guest here. And as we are heading into our 20th hour, almost there, so I am joined now by Laura Dunn, civil rights attorney and congressional candidate for New York's 12th District. Laura, so great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me here. What color? Anyone? So I'm a survivor of campus sexual violence, and I wanted to read today for several reasons, one of which is justice is still not the norm after sexual violence, and that's unacceptable in our country. And as someone running for Congress to investigate the Epstein files, I think it's essential that I be present and participate in this event today. I'll be reading from the file, but I just want to emphasize that we are here in New York in the reading room, and you can see behind me all the volumes. There are over 3,000 volumes physically present in this room. And we have so many dedicated survivors, advocates, and others who will be reading today as part of this filibuster. This issue is not going to go away, and I hope all survivors out there stand with the Epstein survivors and demand a full investigation. So I'll be reading from volume 3,113 of 3,437 that are present in this library. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to a redacted subject because they are redacting perpetrators, not just the victims as required by law. I guess organizing hours of singing lessons, TOLF exams, special doctors to get you more time so that you could enroll in school was forgotten. I understand. You appear to no longer remember that you were confident that you no longer wanted. And some of these words are not fully readable, when I met you. I am very sorry you feel this way, but wanted to wish you a happy birthday. No need to respond to me anymore. My mistake. There was a response back. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate things good happened. Thank you. Unfortunately, my impression is that becoming a mistress was the only one job proposition you were really serious about. I refuse, so it means all is over. Thank you for all your advices, but those were mainly related to my personal life, birth control, choosing cars, etc., not professional career I was interested in. My modeling is also completely over. And I'll just note that it seems this is an email exchange that may be with a survivor and not a perpetrator. My modeling is also completely over. The gap when I was rejected to jobs due to traveling to Ireland was too long. Besides, my agency knows where I was going from somewhere. I also had to remove my last year from my, and again, some words are not fully readable. People were asking uncomfortable questions on job interviews, and I never got a job afterwards. Meeting Gates or Woody was great. Thank you. We'll never forget it. Although nobody hired me just because I have a nice picture with them. I wish you well. Epstein replied, why? I always wish you well and have given you my best advice. I thought I provided you with opportunities to see things, meet people, do things, learn things, and grow. Maybe I was wrong. Response, it's a bit hard to believe that, but thanks. Epstein replies, I hope you are living well. And a response, I've stopped dreaming. I'm definitely too old for you. Epstein, does that mean I want to have sex with you? Response, illegible. Hope it's a great birthday, Epstein replies. There's also a note that there is an attorney-client privilege paragraph in this exhibit. There is also a note that says, destroy this communication and all copies thereof as part of that privileged note. David Ross sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh yeah, thanks. Response, lots of fun, playing a lot of music, loving, teaching graduate students, and really loving having a grandson. You can imagine how a sentimental fool like me would be over the moon. Where have you been keeping yourself? What video did you see? And that is an email from David. Response, so good to hear from you, Jeffrey. I've thought of you often. I miss you. How are you? Know us travel till fall, going to Japan to do a talk in Hiroshima in August. Otherwise, just up in Beacon till teaching before Labor Day. Jeffrey replies, I'm in Santa Fe for the month. Are you out west at all? Again, there are paragraphs about attorney-client communication requesting destruction of the emails. From Yabor Y to Jeffrey Epstein. I will let you know if I can do it. Yabor says, for how long will you be there? Jeffrey, come to New Mexico. It's beautiful here. Yabor, no, not really. I'm coming to New York in the 14th. Epstein writes, do you like Washington? Again, there are various paragraphs requesting to keep this attorney-client privileged communication confidential. Jeffrey to Richard Kahn, split. Richard Kahn, confirming that room will be light in cost when he stays at hotel on STT. Jeffrey replies, yes to Joyce. Richard Kahn says, please advise how I should respond. Thank you. Richard Kahn says, if I go to the island for the weekend, will I get reimbursed for my room? Also, if Joyce comes this week, can I show her property and residence or not allowed? Jeffrey messages to Kathy, how about a massage facial at the Peninsula? My treat. Leslie Groff emails Jeffrey Epstein, and the subject is Mark Wilczewski. Mark Wilczewski left a very long message for you, basically all the same, asking if you could please help him with some money. He has great things, and you could get anything you like. Stuart Pavar has helped, and others he mentioned, Woody, but it was hard to understand what he was saying. Mark has moved to redacted and asked you to please make an appointment and come see him and his things. From Jeffrey to Lighton, Ann, and Richard Kahn. Master bed floor, Cabana 1 and 2 showers. Cabana 1 smell, gym roof, roads, rhino seed, all in August. Jeffrey to redacted, asking, is school finished? Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein, sending a link to a Yahoo News article, Twitter shares climb, earnings surprise. Larry Vysotsky to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey, STT Customs wants us inside the building by 5:45 p.m. Should I pick you up on LSJ at 5:15 p.m.? Thanks. Jeffrey sends an email to LV Jet. It's a Lancaster Online article. It says company FAA working on Gulfstream jet fail-safe problem. From Jeffrey to Peter Thiel, Korean currency. From a redacted person to Jeffrey Epstein regarding Jeff Hawkins. I have talked to his second in command, Donna Dubinsky. In fact, she guest lectures for my Neuroventures class about their AI/brain startup, Numenta. She is CEO. Off the record comments. One key issue with their work is that it's a model that attempts to mimic brain maps. But again, as with European Brain Project, we don't have brain maps. So there are a lot of assumptions built into their models. Perhaps as a result, their models haven't done much. I think Numenta finally kind of gave up trying to develop big hits with their AI engine and open sourced everything, hoping others would sign on. A link is provided to numenta.org, but I'm not sure any major outputs have happened yet. Signed, Ed. From Jochi Ito, have you guys talked to Jeff Hawkins? Is his AI brain stuff interesting? Jeff Epstein email to Andrew Farkas, agreed. Andrew writes, does it matter, really? They all lie and never do what they say they're going to do. If you have one, you'll have one you like, I'll be all behind you, but not a single one since Turnbull has proven reliable in any way. Jeffrey writes, spoke to Matt for a while. An unlegible word is in bad health. Who is our candidate? From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, I get there Thursday morning, staying with Elkus. Will you be there? From Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein, subject Larry retest flight, August 3. Larry says he will have the final answer via test flight on Monday, August 3rd. He says it looks good, as the pilot seems to think it should be okay. L. Allen to Jeffrey Epstein, Ann Rodriguez, Richard Kahn. We will take care of this. Have a great weekend. This is in response to Jeffrey's previous email about master bed floor, cabana 1 and 2 showers, cabana 1 smell equals gym roof, roads, hydro seed, all in August. Jeffrey's email to a redacted question, take photos. Jeffrey to Barry Josephson. Subject is relativity files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, Hollywood Reporter. Jeffrey writes the word Burkle. Barry Josephson had asked, I can take this over, restructure, cut staff and costs, and make the most of this asset. Who's going to buy it? Sending a link to HollywoodReporter.com about the relativity Chapter 11 bankruptcy. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Subject, you are next. A link is provided to Pornhub. From Jeffrey to Jeffrey, subject line says White House. Contents simply says, please note. Jeffrey Epstein to Tom Pritzker. Ranch. Tom Pritzker wrote, flying Aspen to Chicago today. New York, end of month, you? Jeffrey asks, Aspen? Jeffrey Epstein to Leighton Allenby, Richard Kahn. Going to Palm Beach before Island might make sense. You have an idea of what is going to happen at the property? Pebbles, seawall, in-house structure? Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Toys always available. There is the Napa dinner on Saturday and the science dinner on Sunday. I will try to go Saturday. Redacted wrote, Dean will most likely only stay Saturday. He is just getting back from Italy tonight. I wasn't planning to fly with him tomorrow, but if toys are involved, I may reconsider. Jeffrey writes, dinner on Sunday or that evening on Saturday. Should I bring you a toy? Redacted said, I think Dean is now planning to make it Brockman's dinner. Are you going? From Daniel Saba to Jeffrey Epstein. Note says classification confidential. Hi, do you have a moment to follow up on this? I am at blank. Redacted. Thank you, says Daniel. From Jeffrey, what is the name of the CO / not? Again, word is illegible. Daniel writes, classification confidential. Hi, Jeffrey. We want to discuss with you a private opportunity in DNA sequencing. Todd, whom I mentioned to you last week, would be on the call. It is a bit time sensitive. Do you have a moment to discuss today? Jeffrey email to Leighton Allenby. We should work on a schedule that minimizes the activity on the island when I am there. Jeffrey to redacted. Skype this weekend. Jeffrey to Michael Wolf. 1 month old, question mark. Jeffrey to redacted. Merely sends question marks. Kathy emailed to Jeffrey, starting to like my haircut now. Redacted to Jeffrey, did you connect with Dean at all? From Jeffrey to Richard Kahn, okay. Redacted wrote, Lighton submitted an expense report for the following. 1 week pay, July 27th through the 31st, $175,000, last 52, $3,365 and 38. Travel expenses, 2 airline tickets, cars, $1,786 and 90 cents. Health insurance, August 2015, $1,660. Relocation expenses, $5,339 and 87 cents. Total, $12,152 and 15 cents. Please advise if okay to send. Thank you. Note this amount will be 50% reimbursed by Russell as a reduction of his fees. Richard Kahn, HBRK Associates in New York. Redacted to Jeffrey, 11 p.m. Lithuanian time. Jeffrey to redacted, what time Wicked Skype? Redacted, okay, today equals we'll do it. From Jeffrey to redacted, go your knees, put your ass towards the mirror, and take a photo. Redacted says something like this. Redacted, check out tomorrow and then send Rich Kahn a note if you do not. Redacted, not yet. I am going to try Wicked Photo. From Jeffrey, did you receive all the money? Jeffrey to redacted, look at the Tomorrow Agency Milan. Jeffrey to redacted, useful to know. What is the idea? What does Dickie think? Redacted, do you want someone based in Florida or New York? Jeffrey, great idea. What do you mean about placed? Redacted, I'm thinking about going to work, but I'm not sure I'm ideally placed. Jeffrey, why? From Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, all construction projects going forward. Richard forwards an email from Lighton Allenby to Danny Vickers and Rodriguez Lighton Allenby. Hello, Anna and Danny. Going forward, illegible word. All of Epstein's buildings, patios, buildings, and pool. Listing 1, all floors, surfaces, lamps, etc. will be covered and protected. 2, dock surfaces to be covered when working on storing tools. 3, use of wonderboard. Illegible word. Blankets and clean tarps must be used to protect all. Illegible word. Please review this and inform all vendors, staff, and contractors that you will be holding them accountable, and I'll be holding you accountable. Please let the house cleaners know that they are to let Anna know if someone isn't complying with this request, and they can ask the vendors to stop and rectify the problem. The attached pictures show what to do. Shovel against wall and tile, tools on bathroom sink, etc. Please clean up areas and put down protection now. Thank you. No heavy equipment will be allowed on the paved roads without putting down plywood and ensuring that no damage is going to take place. Danny, please let's get together a list of items needed to make this happen and review with Anna and I. Anna and I also notice items not organized in Mr. Epstein's bedroom for the demo. Please have the housekeepers organize the clothing and other items. The clothing should be hung up, not laid out. The outside tub should be covered when Mr. Epstein isn't in residence. Do you have a cover? If not, one should be fabricated. Thank you for understanding and cooperating. Please reply back to me with your confirmation that you understand. And this is from Lighton Allenby, Director of Properties. Jeffrey to Ramsey El-Kholi. Subject passport. We'll know tomorrow evening. Ramsey writes, okay, I'm in. Don't want to spoil the trip. Here's my passport information, which is redacted. Thanks, Ramsey. Larry Vizosky to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey, Dave and I arrive at STT tonight at 9:45 p.m. We complete Dave as flight engineer and my PIC ride today. We are scheduled to complete Bill's sim ride tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. What passengers will travel with you for pre-clearance in STT tomorrow? Redacted says to Jeffrey, East Wing is being renovated, so no tours until September. And someone had previously wrote, I forgot to ask East Wing tour. Jeffrey to Kathy. When do you return? I'm so glad you went. Jeffrey to redacted. Subject line, my retirement just got delayed another year. Jeffrey writes, when do you need it? Redactor writes, hi Jeffrey, help. I'm in sticker shock. Please give me a strategy to turn 10,000 into 20,000 over the next few months. I'll do anything, including sacrificing my firstborn, but trade options because I can't do the N word is illegible no matter how hard I try. I just got back from the dentist where I learned that I need 9 crowns. I was aware that I might need to replace the 6 in the front because I saw some gum recession, but I was unaware that the fillings in my molars had cracked and there was not enough tooth left to refill them in a way that would last and not require root canals down the road. I put aside 10,000 prior to my visit and thought I was prepared to take care of this, but the work is going to cost an unbelievable $20,600. Seems like the price of crowns has gone up since the last time I needed them 40 years ago. Be happy and healthy. Love, redacted. Jeffrey to Kathy, is there a final of the doc for Ariane? I'd like to get it done. Kathy writes, true. Beautiful here at last. Jeffrey writes, no lions equals at least. Doesn't feel like home anymore, you know? Jeffrey wrote, how does it feel to be home? Ali Reza Ittihadi to Jeffrey, is Darren sending the LOI? Jeffrey had emailed fly or not. Jeffrey to Kathy, I'm glad. Redacted wrote, starting to like my haircut now. Jeffrey to Larry Vizosky. Ask if there's anything that changes. Feedback with air data computer at latitude. Does it modulate? The spoilers so that banking at altitude is different. We know that illegible word is at 28K feet. What else happens? Jeffrey to G. Sierra. Slow moving bank. Jeffrey to Jonathan Farkas. Go up slightly in October. Oil between 44 to 55. Jeffrey to Sunyi Priven. Do you need anything? How is the house? Larry to Jeffrey. There is an attachment. It's Rockwell Collins audio system. Lawrence Cross to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, possible times, Caribbean. Lawrence Cross writes, this is very generous. We still have to decide on things and we'll let you know. Will you be there at all during the time so we could see you? Of course the answer is, I don't know, won't know, will much sooner, smiley face. Lawrence Cross is a professor at Arizona State University. Jeffrey says, I'll book you Ritz, my treat. Lawrence, hi, managed to get flight reservations for October 9th through 14th for St. Thomas. Don't need to purchase till September 5th. Looking at condos and hotels at the moment, but may hold off till know about island possibilities, smiley face. From redacted to Epstein, subject, funny story, I think so anyways. I called the Roberta Bright Daycare Center on West 36th Street to get proof that I taught there, hoping to apply that towards my retirement. When I told them I worked there in 1973 or 74, they sounded shocked. They said there was no way they could get that information because those records were stored in a warehouse in New Jersey. I wonder why they have a storage facility if they won't retrieve records from it. But anyways, I hung up the phone feeling like a relic. Was it really that long ago? How did the world ever function before computers and the internet? Do you remember what year I lived on Ocean Parkway near the Broadway and worked on the Center Max? My next approach will be asking the IRS for copies of my W-2s. Should be interesting. Jeffrey writes back, you owe me a photo. Jeffrey to Joy Ido, free to speak, question mark. Melanie Spinella to Jeffrey, can you please call Leon in 3 minutes? Then he goes into a meeting. Melanie is writing from Apollo Management on West 57th Street in New York. Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, Deutsche Bank CEO is reportedly on his way out. Richard Kahn sends a New York Post link. Jeffrey Epstein to Nicole, all it contains is question marks. Eric Roth to Jeffrey Epstein, I thought you do not drink or do drugs, only 'cause it's you. Make sure you have Darren write me into your will. You can't leave it all to Harvard and the sciences. See you at 10 p.m. Have a safe flight. P.S. Earlier would be better, but for the moment, I'll figure 10 p.m. Best regards, Eric. Eric Roth is president. He does not list the company other than 2221 Smithtown Avenue, Long Island is listed as an airport. Jeffrey to Eric, I'm thinking of landing at Islip at 10 p.m. tomorrow so you can play with the plane Wednesday, Thursday. Does that work? Jeffrey Epstein to Oliver Colum, stay strong. From Ann Rodriguez to Jeffrey Epstein, subject VI Daily News, Mr. John Woods, link to Virgin Island Daily News, trio charged in pay-to-play scheme. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, reminder, toilet door, resurface pool, army tents. Kathy to Jeffrey, obviously need to see contractual language. Perhaps they were relying on force majeure. Illegible word, but he should sue for breach of contract. Presumably, they are expecting him to do so and will negotiate a resolution. Lawrence Cross to Jeffrey Epstein, possible Times Caribbean. Cross says thank you. Jeffrey says already done. Lawrence, hi Jeffrey, it looks like we will be doing this. Thank you so much. Should I make reservations at Ritz or will your people? Thanks again. Lawrence Cross, this is very generous. We still have to decide on things, and I will let you know. Will you be there at all during the time so we could see you? Of course, the answer is I don't know, and we'll know much closer. And then it's a repeat of the previous email where Jeffrey Epstein offers to book him the Ritz, and they discuss dates. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, my retirement just got delayed another year. This is the same previous email I read about the dental costs. From Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thomas Roth, tracking for shipment to Miami. Originally an email from Marianne Burton to Peter Thomas Roth says, hi Peter, was Jeffrey Epstein able to locate the shipment? Peter wrote to him, being Jeffrey Epstein, did you find it? Jeffrey says it's in Palm Beach and confirms yes. Jeffrey to Michael Wolf asking, how is it? Jeffrey to Joichi Ito, re Jeff Hawkins. I think IBM took Numenta in-house. And this is part of a forward of a previous email I read about Numenta. Ann Rodriguez to Jeffrey Epstein, subject Mr. John Woods. There's a link to viconsortium.com politics / former director of VI Public Finance Authority and others charged with conspiracy and bribery. Joshua Cooper Ramo to Jeffrey Epstein. Probably not. This is in response to Jeffrey's email, want to have lunch with me and Bannon. From Jeffrey Epstein to Naomi Chomsky. August 27th, New York might work with Ehud. You are closer in views than either would imagine. S. Hansen 900 to Jeffrey. Any chance you're in Palm? Question, you coming back to Palm this week? Jeffrey replies, Caribbean. S. Hansen 900 has a blank note simply saying it was sent from an iPhone. Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump widens lead in new poll. thehill.com/blogs ballot box GOP primaries. Trump lead widens in national poll. Thursday, June 23rd. Blank came here and said you are still here and don't feel well. That's from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. It's been my honor to read part of the Epstein files for you this morning. We need a full investigation into these files, and we need Congress to take action. There are men who need to be prosecuted and others involved in this sex trafficking ring, and we need to understand better the influences on our government, its leaders, and all the foreign influences involved. Thank you again. I'm Laura Dunn. I'm running for Congress in NY12.
Laura, thank you so much for joining today. We are, oh my gosh, 20 hours, 22 minutes in. We have been at it. And so we have, I'm like, my math is so bad right now. I'm brain dead, but just over 3 hours left to go, 3.5 hours left to go. Is that right? But thankfully I have people here to join me so I can have help. Look, I really am brain dead. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone watching. We've seen comments from folks, especially in these early morning hours, people watching from Europe. So grateful for everyone who has tuned in, who has donated to World Without Exploitation, which is, if you see the QR code on screen, that's where you can donate. And, they are doing such important work. They're an organization taking on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it, networks that look a lot like what's in these files. So anyhow, I am so excited that joining me now is a dear friend of mine, an advocate, a writer, a mom, and a survivor, Lauren Lehman Carter of the Good Work Collective, whose work is rooted in empathy and truth-telling and using her platform to push people toward action. And she has built a community by saying the hard things, saying them plainly, refusing to look away while people in power want silence. And so, Lauren, thank you so much. I'm going to let you take over from here. You're amazing.
Good morning. As I get settled here, just additional thanks and appreciation to Eliza and the incredible production team putting this together. Sometimes I cry on the internet, so I can't make any promises about what's going to happen here today. I'm just going to pick up where we left off. It is an email sent Thursday, July 23rd, 2015 at 5:17 p.m. to Jeffrey from Redacted. Redacted came here and said that you are still here and don't feel well. Frowning face. Sent from my iPhone. Then from Ann Rodriguez to Jeffrey, Wednesday, July 29th, 2015, 5:14 p.m. Subject is Mr. Epstein. Leighton said that you don't like me to call you boss man and that you're not happy with how things are being done on island. And he said he is here to help me. I guess me calling you boss man is just a comfort for me to you. I am really trying my hardest to keep you happy and comfortable at all times when you come home. I'm sorry. Frowny face. I'll make a note of everything and try much harder. I don't want you to be disappointed in me. From Jeffrey, sent on Friday, August 14th, 2015 at 3:23 p.m. to Ava Dubin. How's it going? And then at the bottom there's a disclaimer. Please note the information contained in this communication is confidential and may be attorney-client privileged, and so forth. From Jeffrey to Redacted, August 2nd, 2015, 2:30 a.m. Now that I understand, try to take some nude photos. Be open, brave, sexy, wild. Dance, jump, have fun, live. From Jeffrey to Redacted, Sunday, August 9th, 2015, 1:17 p.m. No subject. Great. On Sunday, August 9th, 2015 at 6:58 a.m., Redacted wrote, auto portrait for you. So the great was a reply to the auto portrait. From Jeffrey, sent Monday, August 3rd, 2015 at 12:41 p.m. to Kathy Rumler. No subject. I am so happy you are there and away from the real world. And it looks like this was a reply to Kathy, but there is nothing in that email originally. It just says sent from my iPad. To Joy Ito, Tuesday, July 21st, 2015, 9:36 p.m. Oh no, this is from Joy Ito to Jeffrey. And I'm going to read this chronologically so that it makes sense because it's a thread. So I'm going to start with Tuesday, July 21st, 2015. Joy Ito sent to Jeffrey. Yeah, in meetings too, but maybe call briefly around 5 p.m. And the reply is okay at 2:34 p.m. And then another reply, calling you now. Then Jeffrey responds at 5:23 p.m. Still in meeting, let's try 6:30. Okay, I'll call you at 6:30, but do you know whether you're coming to Boston or if you want me to go to NYC? Winky face. My assistant just started booking stuff for tomorrow. Joy. Then on July 21st, he says, I am trying to come. And then Joy responds, that's what she said. And the rest of this document is the disclaimer about confidential information. Okay. August 16th, Sunday, 2015 at 3:51 p.m. from Eva Dubin to Jeffrey Epstein, no subject. Yes, I miss Colorado. And this was a response to an email from Jeffrey. And I believe it says home. HO=E. Context clues tells me that's home. So then we have more emails from Jeffrey to Alireza. I'm going to mispronounce this. Idihadea. I am told the Malaysia BBJ went for 15 M, not 16. Is that not accurate? And this was a response to, is Darren sending the LOI? Fly or not? Tuesday, August 18th, 2015, 1:44 p.m. from Joy Ito to Jeffrey Epstein. It was great, actually. Bill did a good job, too. He had a chance to chat with Bill, which was good. I told him about Kevin Esvelt, and Bill told me he funded the original Mosquito Gene Drive stuff. Smiley face. And that was an email in response to, how was it? Wednesday, August 12th, 2015, 11:02 p.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Ramsey Elkhali. East Wing being renovated, in all caps. No tours until September, and no clearance for at least a week on the West Wing. Sorry. Tuesday, July 28th, 2015 at 10:01 a.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Shahzad Shabazz. Next up? Question mark. Saturday, August 15th, 2015 from Jeffrey Epstein to redacted, no subject. And this is a response to an email I'll read in chronological order. Saturday, August 2015, redacted, sent to Jeffrey. I'm sorry, I was a little bit lost when you asked me about sex and what I want to try with you. As you know, I am a virgin, so I know nothing about sexual life and cannot answer you. What I know, I want to try sex because maybe I will feel more confidence. Sometimes I think I am too shy for modeling. You are attractive for me, and that is why I told you, why not? And Jeffrey Epstein's response to that was, understood. On Saturday, August 1st, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Joy Ito, subject, FYI. And this is a thread, so I will read from the bottom up for chronological purposes. On August 1st, Jeffrey sent to Joy, if you have time, you should consider coming to my ranch this week as my friend is filming a big action Western. I think you might find it amusing. She responds, that sounds cool. Let me see when I'm done with my dive training. Thanks. Also, I'm arranging my pickup in LA. What's the airport and time for our landing? What are you doing after we land? Joy. And Jeffrey responds, Burbank landing at 10, taking a demo ride on a BBJ C2, then free for the day, drive to Bev Hills, leave Burbank around 7 for ranch. July 24th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Ann Rodriguez, Please check master bed air vent. Seems to be failing. From Courtney Gelfond on behalf of Daniel Bloom to Daniel Bloom, Thursday, July 30th, 2015. Subject K1. Dear investor, please note that the K1s you have just received are for Booth Bay Multi-Strategy Fund LP and not Booth Bay Absolute Return Strategy. I apologize for the confusion. Best, Daniel. From Ann Rodriguez, Wednesday, August 12th, 2015, 5:28 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, mechanical building. There is an image attached to this one. Hey, boss man. I was thinking maybe we could sell the mechanical building to the highest bidder. Then the buyer could come over to do the demo by taking it apart like a puzzle, put it on low boy, and go with it. It's still a great building, and I would hate to see it go to waste. We could probably do a trade-off with Andy over our bill with him. 2, we could sell it to Big Sam. 3, we could sell it to Better Roads. 4, we could sell it to Heavy Materials. If we can't find a buyer, then we crush it. What are your thoughts? Please advise. Ann R. From Ann Rodriguez, Monday, August 10th, 2015, 10:07 a.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Carbon copy, Leighton Allenby and Richard Kahn. Subject, updates. Cecile said that we had to get it done while Jean was on vacation and that she had already spoken to you about it. Sorry, I should have double checked with you. Ann R. That was in response to an email from Jeffrey Epstein at 1:40 a.m. that said Jim Roof should have taken priority over office. Who made that decision? And that was in response to an email on Sunday, August 9th, 2015 at 10:39 p.m. from Ann. And it is redacted who it's sent to. Gym roof. The carpenters will start on the gym roof tomorrow. The carpenters were over at ST last week building cabinets, cutting out drywall, and inspecting for mold. Master floor. Pokey had to replace the plywood underneath the old floorboards as well because it's too much moisture. Roads. Crusher run needed to continue project. I'll speak with Leighton, Danny, and Jeffers tomorrow morning. Waterfall. Peter will begin waterfall layers from top to bottom. I will send pictures as soon as he begins. Palms. Chris is planting palms tomorrow, and hydro seeding will begin on Thursday. Barge. Last update for barge completion was on August 10th, but that has changed due to new plans needed under the hill. I'll call Jean tomorrow for a new update. We'll send pictures tomorrow evening of everything. Ann R. From Kathy Remler, sent Monday, August 3rd, 2015 at 5:29 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. She wore a bikini and I wore a wetsuit. Did not want to get stung by jellyfish, and I was freaking out about the sharks the entire time, but I did it. Sent from my iPad. This was in response to an email from Jeffrey that said, sweet, and destroy this communication and all copies thereof, including all attachments. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, Wednesday, July 29th, 2015 at 12:47 a.m. Subject, what do you think? Thanks. Hard to get used to it when I look in the mirror. And this was in response to an email that Jeffrey wrote that said, "Great." From Jeffrey Epstein, Wednesday, July 22nd, 2015 at 3:43 p.m. to Just Staley. Tom Caleris, reputation, Barclay. From Peter Attia, Thursday, August 6th, 2015, 3:40 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. This is another one that is a thread, so I'll read from the bottom up. Thursday, August 6th at 9:23 a.m. Peter wrote, "I use Prescript Assist, but to be honest, I think this entire space is a morass of nonsense. Why?" Oh, I'm sorry. The first email was from Jeffrey to Peter on Thursday, the 6th at 8:22 a.m. And he asks, "Is there a probiotic you prefer?" And then the response about Prescript Assist. And then Jeffrey responds to Peter at 8:26 a.m. and says, "Harvard guys talking about biota." And then from Peter to Jeffrey, "Long discussion, maybe in New Mexico." Who's coming to New Mexico, by the way? Anything I need to do to prepare? From Redacted, on Sunday, July 26th, 2015, 8:54 p.m. to JEE vacation at Gmail. That is Jeffrey's email address. Subject, fun trip. So this is in a response to an email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote on July 26, 2015 at 4:35 p.m. He said, "I think if you girls want, you should all go to China and Hong Kong as soon as Redacted has visa. You can shop for 3 or 4 days, easy." And the response is, "Thank you, Jeffrey." From Jeffrey Epstein, sent on Monday, July 27th, 2015 at 2:28 p.m. to Michael Wolf. No subject. It is part of a thread. So the original email, Jeffrey wrote, "How is it?" And Michael Wolf's response at 10:19 a.m. was, "Well, there's a reason people keep doing this." And Jeffrey's response to Michael was, "Nice." From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Saturday, August 15th, 2015 at 9:25 p.m. to Brad S. Karp. Any news? From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Wednesday, July 29th, 2015 at 5:35 p.m. to Ann Rodriguez. Subject, Mr. Epstein. Okay, and this is an email I read earlier is he's responding to. So she sent an email saying, "I guess me calling you boss man is just a comfort for me to you. I'm really trying my hardest to keep you happy and comfortable at all times when you come home. I'm sorry," frowny face. "I'll make note of everything and try much harder. I don't want you to be disappointed in me. Ann R." And he responded, "I never said that. Boss man is fine." From Gianna Sarazi, sent Wednesday, July 29th, 2015 at 3:21 a.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. It says, "For sure, is she in Milan? Thank you." And this was in response to an email Jeffrey sent to Gianna that says, my friend, redacted, from Lithuania would like to try to model. Can someone see her on Thursday or Friday? And then there is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein, Wednesday, August 12th at 2015 at 1:04 a.m. And there is nothing in that email. From redacted, sent Sunday, August 9th, 2015 at 1:21 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. I am trying to improve in that. I hope you don't mind sharing. It's really important for me to keep connected with you. You teach me when you even don't know it. Big kiss. From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Tuesday, July 21st, 2015 at 9:36 p.m. to redacted, no subject. And this is another thread, so starting from the bottom. I'm seeing here that on this page, they redacted someone earlier in the pages, but have not redacted this person down below. So just for consistency, I'm going to keep that redacted. I don't know who this person is. On Tuesday, July 21st, 2015, the person whose name is otherwise redacted said, just finished with the boss. Got 30 minutes with him one-on-one, which was very nice. Still have Queen-style roots. And then Jeffrey Epstein responded to that email and said, I'll come now. I'll wait. And then Jeffrey responded again at 5:21 p.m. We are all here. And then the person whose name is redacted, it is a woman, I'll say, says, walking faster. And then at 9:36 p.m. he says, okay. From Greg Weiler, sent Wednesday, July 22nd, 2015 at 11:21 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, who painted your plane? And this thread, for consistency, I'll get you the details. FYI, I think you should consider a G4 instead of the Falcon. Better all the way around. That was sent from Jeffrey at 6:12 p.m. on July 22nd. Greg Weiler responds at 6:41 p.m. Was looking at that today. I'm paying $9.5 million for the F900 and another $2 million for more upgrades. F900 cost more than G4, I think, but OPEX is less. I am signing LOI on aircraft next day or two. Appreciate any input. And Jeffrey responds with a link to globalair.com. It looks like this is a Gulfstream. And then Greg Weiler responds, and go. From Paul S. Barrett, sent Tuesday, August 11th, 2015 at 6:09 p.m. to Brad Welsher, carbon copy Jeffrey Epstein, Barrett team, and Rich Jocelyn. Subject, forward, long USD, short KRW. Hi, Brad. Not sure if you saw, but CNH weekend, 3% overnight. KRW down almost 2%. We think this kicks off a currency war in Asia with a race to the bottom. We are still targeting 1250, 6 down from here. Paul. And it looks like that was in response to an email from Barrett Paul, or from Paul Barrett, sent Thursday, July 23rd, 2015 at 5:36 p.m. to Brad Welcher, Carbon Copy Barrett team. Brad, here is our latest piece on KRW, calling for more KRW weakness. And then down below, there is a little code here, and then it says, since MI 2012, JPY has weakened over 35% versus the USD, yet KRW has only depreciated slightly due in large part to a positive current account, chart 1. As a result, KRW has strengthened by approximately 35% versus the JPY over the last 3 years, significantly impairing the affordability of Korean exports. YOY exports fell for a 6th consecutive month in June. As an example, 33% of Korea's GDP is represented by Samsung and Hyundai, both heavy export-oriented companies. Source, Business Korea. In addition to an uncompetitive currency, Korea is suffering from low inflation, high levels of debt, and near zero interest rates. Sound like Japan? To combat these conditions, the BOK has been cutting rates, now at 1.5%, but with rates already low, it's hard for that to have much of an impact. Recently, South Korea's National Pension Fund announced that it would diversify approximately 1% of its holdings into foreign assets, i.e. QE labeled as asset diversification. Source, FT. So, what does an export-driven economy do when its competitors have devalued their currencies? Rate cut impact is limited, and debt levels are already high. They have to weaken their currency, and arguably KRW has far more correct against JPY than the euro does against USD. Additionally, getting short KRW also satisfies several other goals: owning EM, downside protection exposure, owning a position benefiting from USD strength, owning a position that potentially benefits from China rolling over on its currency, the IMF review, and the SDR basket, October 9th through 11th. How does the trade go wrong? South Korean 8217's current account balance is +7 of GDP, representing one key element against KRW depreciation. However, the won is a controlled currency, trades through NDFs, and appreciation from trade flow is managed and arguably can be reversed in the event of the government 8217's desire to weaken the currency. Significant reversal in USD strength and or JPY weakness, the need for strength in South Korean government to step in. Sources: Bloomberg, as of July 15th, JP Morgan, Financial Times, Business Korea. The views and strategies described herein may not be suitable for all investors. Certain strategies may expose investors to potential risks and losses. So that whole thread was from Paul Barrett to Brad Welcher and the Barrett team. Moving to Wednesday, July 29th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein. No subject, and it is sent to A. de Rothschild. Free now. From Zorro to J. Epstein, sent Thursday, August 6th, 2015 at 8:39 p.m. Subject: call. Darren called, responding to your email. No need to call. From Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, Sunday, July 26th, 2015 at 9:30 p.m. From Jeremy, you're a sex goddess. You were sent to the planet Earth to change people's opinions of what sexy is. From Column Olivier, sent Friday, July 24th, 2015, 9:27 a.m. to Jeffrey Epstein, no subject. This is a thread. The original email was from Jeffrey Epstein to Olivier, and it says, stay strong. And his response is, thanks, I will. From Joy Ito, Thursday, August 6th, 2015, 3:41 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, Jeff Hawkins. This is a thread, a forwarded message, so I will read it in chronological order. There are several redactions. Let's see. So it looks like this starts on Thursday, August 6th, 2015 at 9:30 a.m. Joy wrote, have you guys talked to Jeff Hawkins? Is his AI brain stuff interesting? Joy. And from Ed Boyden, subject Jeff Hawkins, to Joy, and another redacted email. Ed says, I have talked to his second in command, Donna Dubinsky. In fact, she guest lectured for my NeuroVentures class about their AI brain startup, Numenta. She is CEO. Off the record comments. One key issue with their work is that it's a model that attempts to mimic brain maps. But again, as with the European Human Brain Project, we don't yet have brain maps. So there are a lot of assumptions built into their models. Perhaps as a result, their models haven't done much. I think, I don't know what this word is because there are some characters. I think Umenta finally gave up on trying to develop big hits with their AI engine and open sourced everything, hoping others would sign in. Oh, that word I was struggling with is Numenta here. There's a website, numenta.org. But I'm not sure any major outputs have happened yet. Best, Ed. And then this exchange was forwarded to Jeffrey Epstein, and he says, I think IBM took Numenta in-house. And Joy's response to Jeffrey on that email is, BTW, do you know Jeff Jonas? He's smart about data stuff. I'm using his boat for the next 3 days. He's an investor in my fund. He is the guy who busted the MIT blackjack team. He is at IBM, but he lives in Vegas and busts bad guys using data. Decoding Jeff Jonas, wizard of big data. And there is a link to a National Geographic article. Might be fun for you to meet. Joy. Moving to Wednesday, August 12th, 2015 at 3:04 a.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Svet. Subject is just forward. There is no content in this email that was forwarded, but it is from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein, no subject, Tuesday, August 11th at 9:03 p.m., so the day before. from Jeffrey Epstein, sent Sunday, August 2nd, 2015 at 3:45 p.m. to Alireza Etihadea. I apologize, I'm probably mispronouncing that. You told me yesterday that the chopping guys bought it. I don't care. I care about Burbank tomorrow. Aircraft is not old and still available for sale as far as we know. I'm going to wrap up after this. Further down in this thread, it says, I'm told the Malaysia BBJ went for 15 million, not 16. Is that not accurate? That was from Jeffrey to Ali Reza. And prior to that, Ali Reza said, is Darren sending? And Jeffrey said, fly or not. So I am stopping here. Thank you, friend. A lot of planes and
No kidding. Yeah. No kidding. Okay, we have officially just hit the 21-hour mark. 3 hours to go. We have been at it for 21 hours. We are reading the Epstein files live here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, and we will be at it for the next 3 hours for a total of 24 hours. Oh my gosh. And while we read, we are asking you to do one thing. There is a QR code on your screen. Scan it. At that link, you can support World Without Exploitation, an organization that takes on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it. And so give what you can and stay with us because we are continuing for the next 3 hours. I am joined now by writer and labor activist Talia Jane with Prism Reports. Talia, thank you so much for being here with us today. And would you mind introducing yourself and telling us why you're here? And then we'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is, can I adjust this at all or should I leave it? Okay. My name is Talia. I'm an independent reporter. Sure, yeah. I'm going to get a box. Thank you. Oh, a Pelican case, too. Wow. Is it the pink one? Yeah. There we go. This is Talia on the box. Oh, my God. Holy cow. I see a lot of dust up here. All right. We're good? Thank you. Oh, my God, I'm so tall now. This is amazing. My name is Talia Jane. I'm an independent reporter. I cover protests and social movements. I've reported for a number of outlets, including Prism Reports. And I have been doing that since 2020. And prior to that, I made some waves advocating for fair wages at Yelp in 2016. That was kind of where things started. And over the years, I've just been drawn towards spaces and voices that are speaking out against injustice. And so I'm very glad to be here. I reported on this space before it opened, and seeing the response to it has been pretty astonishing, because I feel like a lot of times when you are witnessing injustice, it feels like you're yelling into the wind during a hurricane. And seeing people respond and understand that this is a huge injustice is happening. Even just the way that the files have been redacted has been so sloppy and harmful. And for people who are rising up and speaking out collectively and, using what they can to advocate however they can, I think is important. And so I'm very glad to be here today reading somewhere from here. I'm not actually sure because the book got closed. Do we know? I'll just buy some time. Do you know where she was at? The white? Okay. Cool. All right. 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, and we are reading some really depressing stuff. So these are emails that were sent to and from Jeffrey Epstein. This one is from someone named John Brockman. I will come for SAT if okay with you. Certainly, here's some info below. Let's discuss in the AM. JB. Saturday, August 1st, 7 a.m. breakfast at Harvest Inn, 8:30 a.m. to 10:15 a.m. Class 1 at Spring Mountain, 8:30 a.m. to noon, Class 2 at Spring Mountain, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. lunch, tour of Vineyard, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Class 3 at Spring Mountain, 3:45 p.m. to unknown, it's something p.m., 15 p.m. Class 4 at Spring Mountain, break, 6:30 p.m. dinner at Meadowland Grill, at Meadowwood Grill at Meadowwood Inn. Oakland Bay Bridge to Harvest Inn, and then there's a map link, 1 hour 15 minutes. Golden Gate Bridge to Harvest Inn map, 1 hour 13 minutes. Harvest Inn to Spring Mountain Valley Yard, map link, 7 minutes, 2.7 miles. 6:30 p.m. dinner, the grill at Meadowwood, Napa Valley, 900 Meadowwood Lane, St. Helena, California. And then there's a link to the restaurant, which is apparently just slightly over an hour outside San Francisco. So that's good to know if you are ever in San Francisco and you want to visit a very niche tourist attraction. No. This is from Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Almost there. This is at 9:37 p.m., July 21st, 2015. Response from Jeffrey Epstein at 5:30 p.m., July 21st. I assume different time zones. Okay. On Tuesday, July 20-something, 2015, either talking or walking, ... faster. Sent from my iPhone, which you can disable in settings, by the way. It's really annoying, I know, to have that pop up. But you just go to your settings in your iPhone mail account and just delete the signature. And then you don't have 2015 era emails. July 21st, 2015 at 5:21 p.m., Jeffrey Epstein wrote, "We are all here." Same time, or same day. "Come now, I'll wait." This guy's desperate. Tuesday, July 21st, 2015. "Just finished with the boss. Got 30 minutes with him one-on-one, which was very nice. Still have Queens-style roots. ... I don't know who the boss is or why they would have Queens-style roots, but you can, I think, guess who that might be about. Please note, the information contained in this communication is confidential and may be attorney-client privileged. Yada, yada." And then that repeats 3 times. From Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein's August 2nd, 2015 at 2:47 a.m. "I fly from Santa Rosa to Seattle tomorrow. You with Joy and Reed? Just saw both. XX. Co-authored with iPhone autocorrect." Now, that's almost even worse than sent from my iPhone, because that's someone who did that deliberately, that signature. That's heinous. Why we should unredact that name to find out who has that signature, because that's disgusting. August 1st, 2015, 7:15 p.m., Jeffrey Epstein wrote, "No, on the ranch. We'll be in Palo Alto tomorrow." August 1st, 2015, 9:38 p.m., and it has the name redacted but not the email address, so mail to Linda Stone. "I get there Thursday afternoon, staying with the Elkises. Will you be there? Co-author with iPhone autocorrect." Okay, so we know who did this terrible signature, and it's someone named Linda, which honestly, unfortunately, tracks. Sorry to the Lindas out there. And that is, again, it has the copy paste of the notice for confidentiality. From Michael Wolf to Jeffrey Epstein, August 9th, 2015 at 1:21 p.m. Indeed, and already my old life forgotten. Where are you? NYC this week? Chat? Response from Jeffrey Epstein at same day. 1 month old? Question mark. Another email, August 6th at 8:49 p.m. to Jeffrey. Alex is coming to Miami, August 21st for a week. All the best, comma, redacted name. Then there is a link to a Slate article from Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, this is getting juicy. August 2nd, 2015 to Noam Chomsky. It's a Slate article, and he's saying, here is a different form of matching to see if it is a song that you have already heard. Only 15 points of match with a hash function, quite insensitive to noise. Once laid down, a grammar could be established, leaving room for some hard wiring, i.e. alarm calls, etc., and mapped, a sentence might be seen to be grammatical or not. So this is apparently some linguistic nerd chatter. August 10th, 2015, 11:27 a.m. from Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein and Leighton Allenby. Re-updates. Not sure how long Jim Roof will take, but Jan out of office July 31st to August 17th. August 10th at 6:06 a.m. Anne Rodriguez says, Cecile said that we have to get it done while Jan was on vacation and that she had already spoken to you about it. Sorry, I should have double checked with you. Anne R. And then Jeffrey Epstein responds, August 10th. Jim Roof should have taken priority over office. Who made that decision? And then August 9th, Anne Rodriguez wrote, Jim Roof, : the carpenters will start on the gym roof tomorrow morning. The carpenters were over at STC last week building cabinets, cutting out drywall, and inspecting for mold. Master floor, : Pokey had to replace the plywood underneath the old floorboards as well because of too much moisture. Roads. Crusher Road needed to continue project. I'll speak with Leighton, Danny, and Jeffers tomorrow morning. Jeffers, okay. Waterfall. Peter will begin the waterfall layers from top to bottom. I will send pictures as soon as he begin. Palms. Chris is planting palms tomorrow and hydro seeding will begin on Thursday. Barge. Last update for barge completion was August something, but that has changed due to new plates needed under the hull. I'll call Gene tomorrow for a new update. So there's some renovations going on at a place that has a barge, a waterfall, a gym, and a master floor that Pokey had to replace the plywood underneath. And whatever a crusher run is needed. I don't know what that is, but... Oh, and then she continues, I will send pictures tomorrow evening of everything, which I assume at the state of affairs, it was pictures of a lot of stuff very chaotically strewn about. Jeffrey Epstein, earlier on this email thread, said, Leighton, Anna, please send me updates of gym roof, master floor, road, landscape, waterfall, trees, barge, etc. So she's responding point by point to his very poorly typed out request for updates on different areas of this property that is being renovated. And then we'll go backwards on this email thread that I don't fully understand. So this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Attia, August 6, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein writes, is there a probiotic that you prefer? And Peter Attia says, I use Prescript Assist, but to be honest, I think this entire space is a morass of nonsense. Why? Jeffrey Epstein responds, Harvard guys asking about biota. Peter Attia replies, long discussion, maybe an NM? I think New Mexico. Who's coming to New Mexico, by the way? Anything I need to do to prepare? Epstein responds, not sure yet, always flexible. So it started out as a conversation about probiotics and then became a trip to New Mexico. What a weird set of people. This is I don't know. Should I try and I'm gonna try and go backwards so these email threads make a little bit more sense. So February 26, 2014, 4:18 p.m. Gianni says thank you. And then Epstein says, what would you like to do and why not take a new position at least for a while? No downside. Otherwise, present me a business plan. Someone else, no, it's the same person. Gianni says, I agree. Oh, wait. This is goofy. This is nonsense. I don't know. This is so poorly formatted that it's really hard to figure out where this starts and ends. Also, sorry if I'm really sweaty. It's a little hot outside. It's like 90 degrees here. All right. I'm just going to do it straightforward instead of trying to be clever about this. Gianni Sarazi from Jeffrey Epstein. Can you please call me when you can? And Epstein, that's the subject line. And Epstein says, Golden Gate paid less than 30. And Gianni wrote, sure, here is the bridge. And then 1, the Excel is the budget, as you can see, from 18 months ago. 2, the data communicated to you yesterday is the actual of 2015 up to today. The 2014 budget was forecasting 45.90 tomorrow, 03.53 today, and 49.43 million, or sales without expenses, or invoicing, or re-invoicing to create a profit of 878,865, all in euros. For the actual for 2015 shows total invoicing without expenses of 37.03 million and about 4.4 million with expenses reinvoiced. The profit is 438K. I am attaching the file that I do every month as usual. So this guy, I guess, is doing accountant stuff. The underperformance is why I have to restructure Italy, as mentioned, to bring it to its full potential, and why I bought back and removed Giancarlo from leadership role that I will take. How convenient. I'm going to fire this guy and then take his job. And he says, I know what to do and the root cause of it. We lost 2 of our biggest clients as they decided to move production abroad and internalize modeling. Then Giancarlo fired last year our #1 director for personal reasons against my advice, but promised to still deliver on the budget. Clearly, these results did not materialize, and that's why he agreed to step down without any fight and to become just an employee. Oh, just an employee. This is the type of rhetoric that bosses use that tell you that you need to unionize. Third, the directors did not have responsibility to deliver, and Giancarlo's mother problems did not allow him to be present in the company more than just a couple of days per week this year. So a guy had to work a normal amount of time due to his mother problems, and he got fired and turned into just an employee. And then this guy took his job and is apparently explaining why he had to do that. Despite all of this, the company was not delivering the budget, but holding on. Since July, I have changed 2 directors out of 4, and now need to invest for a stronger director for the third table. The 4th director is perfect, he says in parentheses. And I'm going to wrap it up here, but leave it on this note midway through an email that is about the Italian markets. And thank you guys so much for your time, and please be sure to donate to RAIN and World Without Exploitation. Thank you. All right. Look at that. That's crazy. The difference there.
I know, right? Thank you so much. You are going to take it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Talia, for joining. Okay, almost 21 and a half hours down. Just to remind everyone, we are here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, live streaming for 24 straight hours. We are in the home stretch, but if you see the QR code on screen, make sure you scan it because you'll be supporting World Without Exploitation, an organization taking on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it. I am so excited that I am joined now by a political analyst and commentator and someone I'm always excited to see pop up online, my friend Charlie Goldenson, who is also better known as Shay Chuck. If you follow him online, he has the rare ability to talk about serious things, and he does it in a way that actually makes people want to listen. So I'm really grateful. Charlie, thank you for being here with us today and doing some reading.
Hello. My name is Charlie Goldenson. As Eliza said, people online know me as Shay Chuck. I am a political strategist, political consultant, activist, but also, as of recently, a public-facing commentator. I try to break down political stories, political issues in ways that everyday people, everyday audiences can understand them. I want to make politics, social issues, economic issues more accessible to everyday people, which is one of the reasons I'm here, one of the reasons that I'm so thrilled about this exhibit. When we hear a number like 2 million, 3 million, it's exceptionally hard to have our brains to actually process what that looks like, what that means. In this space, we are able to see the actual physical layout of some sort of representation of the scale of the size of these files, which I think does an incredible job of getting folks like me to actually understand the size and scale and the impact of what we're talking about when we talk about the Epstein files. So I'm honored to be here, to be a part of this activation, and I am going to start reading now. Thank you. That's nice to hear. All right, here we go. From Jeffrey, sent on Friday, August 7th, to Noam Chomsky. It is not too late to form a new domestic currency that exists alongside the euro. When I say currency, I mean accounting for exchanges. Food stamps are an example in the U.S. It's $80 billion, complementary currency. Much less comfortable on the subject than ants. Noam Chomsky then responds, there are plenty of warnings about currency, not heeded, unfortunately. Appreciate the invitation, but leisure time? Is that an English phrase? Okay for ants. But I hope it helps. Noam. Jeffrey responds, bad for them, good for you. No need to have only one currency. It's old-fashioned. You, of course, are welcome to use the apartment in New York with your leisure time, or to visit Mexico again. Ants find the shortest route to food by trying many and discarding what doesn't work. No algorithm, no input or output, only a goal. Sounds closer to our problems. Noam Chomsky responds on August 16th at 8:15 a.m. Bad news. We decided to go. I was invited to talk to the parliament, but what can one say? That aside, they've got plenty of people giving them bad advice. Jeffrey, August 5th, 2015. Only go to Greece if you feel well. I just had to send my plane to bring another lefty friend back from Athens to see a Jew doctor in New York. Tuesday, July 28th, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein to Steven Sinofsky. You should run his R&D. Thursday, July 30th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein to Cynthia Tobiano. 1, I would like to get an agreement, though I know the logistics are complex, before the DOJ meeting, which is now set for August 27th. Ariane suggested it would be you and Emmanuel go to Luxembourg for a review. Is there anyone else you can bring? Kathy is going to Africa. Sat and bring documents. Sunday, August 2nd, Jeffrey Epstein sends to Misha Gromov. In category theory, is there a useful deviation of power laws, Pareto, Zip, etc.? August 17th, 2015. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Will be delivered tomorrow. Wednesday, August 12th, Jeffrey Epstein sends to Lallamby. Thanks, 3 feet and more gracious. Anna showed us this area as transition from asphalt to dirt. Is this correct? That we're starting crushed runs now? Kite House? Jeffrey Epstein, on August 7th, 2015, sends to Cecile. Okay. July 29th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein. Subject line, Daniel Saba. This is being sent from a redacted source to Jeffrey Epstein. Daniel Saba has called for you again. He also called the island looking for you, ... Please, give him a call. Thursday, July 30th, 2015, the day before my birthday. Faith Kate sends to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Her name is redacted. Okay, to ask for redacted. He is the head scout for Europe. I work fast, faster than you. Can you say Harvard 2019? She's not that interesting, but she's the sister of a great friend. Let me see if someone is there, close to tomorrow, for the month. What time? July 30th, 2015. Faith sends to Jeffrey Epstein. My friend is looking for an agency in Milan. Is there someone to see? July 30th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein sends to Kathy Rumler. Completely redacted. The entire thing. August 13th, from Jeffrey Epstein to Catherine Rumler. Redacted. Welcome to come, of course, if you want to visit. The only issue is that redacted is flying out with me and meeting redacted, and the boys there on Sunday morning. I had a long talk with Ted about you, us, your behavior, ... He asked. Can you delay Seattle a day and fly Friday night and then Sunday morning to Seattle? No urgency, but the weather here is amazing. Redacted. I would love to, but I meet a client in D.C. tomorrow. So boring. Railroad company. God. There is no plane nonstop tonight to Albuquerque. Why don't you take it? Spend the day on the ranch. See a Western being filmed. And then go to Seattle from there. Sunday, August 2nd, 2015. From Jeffrey Epstein to Rupert Sheldrake. Hope you are getting some rest. So far, I have not found any satisfactory derivation of the power laws, networks, and no's. I've come close, but no cigar. Sunday, August 16th, Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. ? Are you sure? Monday, July 20th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Valdson will return boots tomorrow. Should I dispute the purchase of the belts in the amount of €6,850 with AMX's fraud? Please advise. Thank you, Bella. Have Valdson take them back to store. Say that a girl took my card, and that is not my signature. From Jeffrey Epstein. Back to Jeffrey Epstein, from redacted. As per your request, receipts of the Hermes purchase on July 2nd for boots and belts attached. It was provided by the store per request. From Jeffrey Epstein. Get the details from Hermes, please. It was 2 pairs of ladies' boots, currently in a Paris apartment. Thank you, Bella. Thursday, August 13th, 2015, from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Estancia Fair tomorrow and Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., possibly later. Steer riding tomorrow from 5:30 p.m. to whenever they finish, approximately 1 hour from the ranch. Rodeo tomorrow, 7 p.m. to whenever they finish. Bull riding, approximately 15 to 20 riders, would need to be there by at least 6:30. approximately 45 minutes from Estancia Fair, approximately 1 hour from the ranch. Let me know how you wish to proceed, and we will go from there. Regards, Karen. August 4th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Sierra. Subject line, camp next year. Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey can go to Guadalupe and I can go back next year with a friend. Please and thank you. Smiley face emoji. Jeffrey, you have to work to get it. We will talk. August 12th, from Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. For clarification, three more feet of asphalt towards Kite House or away? August 18th, 2015, from Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Please advise where Marin shall place attached items that will be delivered today. Thank you. Tuesday, March 27th, 2018. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. When? Should I text her? Will you text her? Thanks so much. Monday, August 3rd, 2015. From Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Please advise how I should respond. Thank you. From Redacted to Redacted. If I go to the island for the weekend, will I get reimbursed for my room? If I go to the island for the weekend, will I get reimbursed for my room? Also, if Joyce comes this week, can I show her property and residences or not allowed? Wow. Friday, August 7th, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein sends to Redacted. Stay in my guest house, Parc Monceau. Take the car. Talk to Joe. Get the keys. Stay as long as you'd like. Monday, August 10th. God. Monday, August 10th. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. Bend over more. Spread your legs. Lay your elbows. To Redacted. From Redacted. Where is my ass photo? From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. Get on your knees. Put your ass towards the mirror and take a photo. From Redacted. Something like that. From Redacted to Redacted. Did you receive all the money? Faith Cates. Thursday, July 30th, 2015, to Jeffrey Epstein. Let me see if someone is there. Let me see if someone is there. Are they closed tomorrow for the month? What time? Jeffrey Epstein responds, she's not that interesting, but she's the sister of a great friend. Faith Cates respond, okay to ask for Redacted. He is the head scout for Europe. I work fast. Jeffrey responds, okay. Monday, July 27th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Boris Nikolic. Redacted, 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 redacted. It is the only good hotel here. And it also has a nice spa and a gym and a great pool. I'm not aware of any good or even decent beach hotels nearby. Jeffrey Epstein, July 29th, 2015, sends to Shahad. Shahad says, can you detail me for the book of the value? I can't get your 1.2 billion with public information. My mistake. This is about the E1B. Jeffrey responds, is that before the sale or after? What about the insurance entry? August 2nd, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. Would you like to curate a conference on the island? Power, money, financial, political, intellectual, physical. Money, what is it? Has it undergone a phase transition? Mystery of money, etc.? Redacted sends, too many great people I know here. Haven't found anyone new that I'll be keeping in touch with. I love Neri Oxman from the Media Lad, but you've never met her. I'm still looking at technologies for automatic regulation. Also super interested in circadian rhythms and how tech, lack of natural light, etc. throw off circadian rhythms. Still following alternative currency. Have you spoken to Marvy and Redacted? Or Redacted is dating Redacted? You've met Mark. Jeffrey responds, yes, did you find anyone new? Are you okay? What is your recent focus? I have become friends with Chomsky. Having fun. August 3rd, 2015. From Leighton Allenby to Jeffrey Epstein. Hello, Mr. Epstein. Joyce will be traveling to LSJ to visit me on the 7th to the 16th of August, as we discussed. Can I stay off of LSJ on weekends and get reimbursed for room? Nothing fancy for hotel. Can I show Joyce the island and buildings? She knows confidentially, and with a master's in fine art would appreciate your taste as I do. Can she use the kite pool while she is here? Except while you were in residence, of course. She'll clean up after herself, as I do. Besides, the gym, can I use the kite pool? Where are you on the island? And finally, last one from me. Monday, August 17th, from Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. What time exactly is your flight? My time here is wrapped. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I would encourage you to see this exhibit. It is beyond powerful. Thank you, Eliza.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We're rapidly approaching our 22-hour mark, which is very exciting. But we are here live streaming for 24 straight hours from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. We are raising money for World Without Exploitation, and you can scan the QR code on screen in order to donate. We appreciate you being here. Again, I'm Eliza Orlins, and I'm working with the Save America movement, and we are putting this on, and really it has been a labor of, really a group project here. We are so grateful for everyone who has come in and been a guest reader, and so grateful for the folks at home who've been watching and sharing and commenting and donating. We are truly so grateful for all of you. I am so excited to introduce our next speaker, our next guest reader, the one and only Kate Justice, a dear friend of mine and author of The Epstein Report. Kate is an extraordinary reporter, investigative reporter. I mean, her work is just amazing. You have to check it out. Kate, would love for you to introduce yourself and then explain why you're participating and do a reading for us. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, I'm Kate Justice. That's kind of a name that my husband coined for me. And I began really looking into the Epstein files last fall. And what I originally started with was just a piece of the puzzle that I thought was kind of confusing. And so I started to look into it. And along the way, I have learned more than I ever imagined I would learn. And I've been fortunate enough to meet a couple of the survivors and a lot of incredible people who have been doing very important work, like Eliza and a lot of the other people who have been reading the files today. And from what I do mostly, I have been focused a lot on the corruption side of things and more of the political alliances and trying to help people make sense of these really complicated things in a way where hopefully they feel empowered to go ask more questions. Because I feel like the more of us that feel like we can show up and demand accountability, the better off we are going to be in general. So with that, I'm going to read, and it looks like I have an interview of some sort between, I believe it was an agent of some kind who was interviewed. So I'm just going to read and we are going to listen. It starts out with 2 redactions, and the date is 6/29/20. And this seems to be page 36. So it starts with an answer. A, yes, it did. Next question. What happened at the end of her senior year of high school? Answer. She moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. Question. Did she get a job as an actress when she was 18? Answer. She did. Question. Has redacted lived in Los Angeles and worked as an actress on television ever since then? Answer. Yes. Question. After she moved to Los Angeles, did she continue being in touch with Epstein? Answer. For a short period of time. Question. Did she ultimately break contact with him? Answer. Yes, she did. Question. Is redacted currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer. Yes. Question. Have you talked with redacted about whether she was a teenage girl when all of this was happening, whether she told anyone that she was being sexually abused? Answer. Yes. She said she didn't tell anyone. She felt like she couldn't. Noting, or nothing was talked about outside of that room. So it made it so that she couldn't talk about it. And then she also, her mother is Middle Eastern, and her mother raised her that women are supposed to do what they're told, even if someone is beating you. And when she was 13 and her father passed, she was to a guidance counselor at school to talk about it, or she went to a guidance counselor at school to talk about it. And her mother found out about it and smacked her. She felt like she couldn't talk to anyone about it. Question. Did Redacted's mother encourage her to accept Epstein's financial assistance? Answer. Yes, she did. Question. Have you become aware that in 2005, police officers from the Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at Epstein's house at the El Brio Way address in Palm Beach? Answer. Yes. Question. Have you reviewed some of the materials seized during the search? Answer. Yes. Question. Did they find massage tables and sex toys? Answer. Yes, they did. Question. Did they find any photographs of redacted? It's 2 bars redacted. So I'm not sure if it's a different person at this point, because originally they were just redacting one name. So this makes me think it might be a second person that they're talking about. Answer. Yes. Question. Was one of the photographs signed by redacted? Answer. Yes, it was. Question. Did it say, and then it's completely redacted, whatever they were asking, if it said the whole rest of that sentence. The other thing that I wanted to note about it is this particular file has reference numbers from the Epstein release, but then it also has reference numbers that it was also part of another case. So clearly this particular file seems to be important. Answer, yes. So whatever that photograph or whatever they asked was, if the photograph said this, yes, it did. Question. During your interviews with redacted, Did Redacted tell you how she felt about Epstein and Maxwell in the 90s when she was a young girl? Answer: she did. She expressed that she felt like they loved her. She felt like they were her family, that they supported her, and that she felt she was made to feel like that, that she needed to be grateful to them. Question: okay, did she tell you that she felt like they were trying to help her? Answer: yes. Question: have you talked with Redacted about how she feels about this now? Answer: yes. Question: what was Redacted's demeanor like when she described to you what Epstein and Maxwell had done to her? Answer: she was upset. She recognized that now it's affected her life to a great degree. She's struggled in relationships with opening up to people and trusting people, both personal and professional relationships. Question: did she tell you that she struggled to tell anyone what had happened to her for most of her adulthood? Answer: yes. Question: when was the first time that you interviewed Redacted? Answer: last fall. Question: was that the first time she'd ever reported this to law enforcement? Answer: yes, it was. Question: now, you testified earlier about your interviews with Redacted. Now, again, there's two names Redacted, so I imagine it's a first and last name. Now, you testified earlier about your interviews with Redacted, who worked with Epstein's Palm Beach house. Did he remember a girl named Redacted coming to the house during that time? Answer: yes, he did. Question: did he recall Redacted, Maxwell, and Epstein being in the Palm Beach house together? Answer: yes. Question: what was his understanding of why Redacted was there? Answer: he thought that Epstein was helping her. That's what Epstein had told him. And Redacted had told him that Epstein was helping her. Question: did he ever observe Epstein interacting with Redacted physically? Answer: yes. Question: what did he see? Answer: he saw Epstein kissing Redacted's cheek and pat her on the bottom. Question: did he have any knowledge about what was happening with Epstein or Maxwell when he wasn't present? Answer: he didn't. Question: did Redacted ever recall picking up Redacted from her house? Answer: yes. Question: and when he would pick her up from her house, would he then bring her back to the Palm Beach house? Answer: yes. Question: did he remember who in general would tell him to pick up Redacted from her house? Answer: Maxwell would be the one to tell him to pick her up. Question: did he recall ever driving Redacted to the movies? Answer: yes. Question: what did he tell you about that? Answer: that it would usually be Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted. They'd go to the movies and it would usually be late at night. Question: did he tell you about what his memory was about how old Redacted was? Answer: he said she was young and that he knew that because he had picked her up from school and that he knew she was too young to drive. I mean, just sit with that for a second. I picked her up from school. Moving on. Question: switching gears. I want to talk to you about a different aspect of your interviews with Redacted. Based on what he told you about his job duties, Were there ever times when he would have to clean Epstein's massage room? Answer: yes. Question: what did he tell you about that? Just let it sit. Excuse me. Answer: he said that he found sex toys in the massage room and he had to wash them afterwards. Question: aside from those experiences, was he aware of there being sex toys in the house? Answer: yes. There was a basket of sex toys that were kept in Maxwell's closet. Did Redacted stop working for Epstein in approximately 2002? Answer: yes. Question: was he told that he was being replaced? Answer: yes. Question: and was he generally aware that the person who replaced him was much younger? Answer: yes. Question: did Redacted tell you that a few months after he left working for Epstein, he became suicidal because of issues in his marriage? Answer: yes. Question: did he tell you that he went to Epstein's house and tried to take Epstein's gun? Answer: yes, he did. Question: did he tell you he took several $1,000s? Answer: yes. Question: did Epstein discover this and confront him about it? Answer: yes, he did. Question: did Redacted admit to Epstein and the police what he'd done? Answer: yes. Question: did Epstein also tell the police his gun was missing? Answer: yes. Question: were there any charges filed? Answer: no. Question: was he ever arrested? Answer: I don't believe so. Question: and did Epstein pursue any charges after this, or did Epstein pursue any charges about this incident? Answer: no, he didn't pursue anything. Question: have you ever interviewed one of Epstein's former pilots? Answer: yes. Question: is that pilot's named Redacted? Answer: yes. Question: was he one of the pilots for Epstein's private jet in the 1990s? Answer: yes. Question: did he remember Redacted traveling on the JE in the 90s? The JE, I imagine, is Jeffrey Epstein's flight or his private jet. Answer: he remembered her traveling, but he didn't remember specifics. Question: so just to be clear, is your testimony that he didn't remember the specific dates of the flights, but he remembered her traveling on the jet during the 1990s? Answer: yes. Question: and did he remember Redacted specifically as a person who traveled? Answer: yes. Question: did you discuss with him the flight records that we talked about earlier that lists a person named Redacted as a passenger? Answer: yes. Question: did he have a specific memory of those exact flights? Answer: no. Question: but was he aware of any other Redacted flying on the jets besides Redacted in the 1990s? Let me read that one again. Question: but was he aware of any other Redacted flying on the jets besides Redacted in the 1990s? Answer: no. No other redacted at that time. Question. Earlier, when we were looking at Interlaken attendance records for the summer of 1994, you noted that redacted was one of the names on the records. Is that right? Answer, yes. That Interlaken was a school, and I believe it was a school camp, maybe. And that is a very prominent piece of the Epstein puzzle. I'm just gonna finish up with one or two more questions here and then wrap this up with me today. Question, is that redacted? Answer, yes. Question, have you interviewed redacted? Answer, yes, I have. Thank you. Answer, yes, I have. Thank you.
Kate, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who has been able to participate in the last almost 22 hours. We have 2 hours left to go. So we are officially almost 2 hours left of our 24-hour live stream to cover up a public reading of the Epstein files from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Reading Room in Lower Manhattan. This event is a collaborative effort from Save America Movement and the Institute for Primary Facts. Joining me now is former New York City Controller and congressional candidate Brad Lander. Brad is currently running for New York's 10th Congressional District. Brad, I will let you take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
and
Eliza.
fellow Warren Democrat, you know?
Here,
Brad,
here.
Brad and I got to know
That's
each
when we
other
met.
as Elizabeth Warren surrogates in 2019. So,
Wow.
you know.
Eliza, this is remarkable what you are doing here. This filibuster to demand attention is extraordinary, but also to kind of share the mic with survivors, with lots of other
It
folks.
has been a blessing to have them and you.
So powerful, and I'm so impressed you're still on your feet. I don't know how you're doing
Barely.
that, but
Barely.
thank you. Really,
Thank
we
you.
owe you guys a big debt of
Thank
gratitude.
you so much.
Thank you.
I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. It really is a very humbling honor to be here. I want to say thank you to the Institute for Primary Facts and the Save America Movement for organizing the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Reading Room, and I would urge people to come. This remarkable 24-hour filibuster is almost over, but the room will be here for a while more, and you can make an appointment and come yourself and look at the 3,734 volumes. There's a timeline of the Epstein horrors, and one remarkable thing about this moment is, in addition to the printed timeline, some of the survivors who have come and read over the last day or have seen the volumes have added handwritten notes, putting themselves onto that timeline. And the fact that folks are insisting on demanding accountability here is just what we need right now. And to me, that accountability is a few things. First, it's, of course, specific justice and accountability for the individuals who were harmed here. And that's what's in these volumes, and that is what the Justice Department needs to release the rest of the volumes and do the investigation to hold people accountable. Transparency is one step, justice is another, and you can feel the urgency when you're in this room and reading the notes on the walls. But it goes much bigger than that. There's systemic accountability that's needed of the Epstein class more broadly and the elite rot at the top of this society, and of course for systemic sexism and misogyny all throughout the society, not just with the elite rot at the top. And lo and behold, the survivors here are demanding justice not only for themselves, and I would urge you to check out World Without Exploitation and the other organizations that they have set up, but they are also demanding accountability and justice more broadly. And it's an honor, thank you, Eliza, for organizing this, to demand attention to it, to demand the release of the rest of the files, to demand accountability and justice for the survivors and the perpetrators of the crimes contained in these volumes, but also to fight for the kind of thoroughgoing reform that's needed to address both the corruption of the Epstein class and to confront violence and harm and misogyny in so many of the parts of our lives where we cannot let it become normalized. So thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this remarkable filibuster. I think of this as a people's filibuster. Props to Senator Cory Booker, who did it himself in the well of Congress, but even bigger props, honestly, to Eliza Orlins for organizing this, for staying on her feet for 24 hours, and for making it a people's filibuster that demands justice. Okay, so I am reading emails, and the first one is sent Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, from redacted, sent Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, 8:29 a.m. to redacted, CC, redacted, USA, NYS, redacted, subject, RE, follow-up call. Thanks for the advance notice. We should definitely discuss, particularly since there are rules about press contacts in our pending case that we're mindful of. 2:15 p.m. works for us. On timing, do you have a sense when you anticipate this happening? ? From redacted, sent Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, 10:21 a.m., 2 hours later. To redacted, CC, redacted, USA, NYS, redacted, subject, RE, follow-up call. As an FYI, I am really calling to get the contact information for your PIO, since there will be reporting in our local news and my USA wants to make a statement. But we want to run this by you all and your PIO first. As for time, does 2:15 p.m. ET work for you all? If so, I can get a conference line set up for that time. H. From redacted, sent Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, 8:13 a.m. Subject, RE, follow-up call. H. Since our whole team will join to keep everyone looped in, it would be helpful to schedule a call at a particular time. If possible, could we pick a time on Friday afternoon and use a conference line? Oh, this is what came before that 10:21 a.m. email. Thanks, redacted. From redacted, sent Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, 10:03 a.m. to redacted, CC, redacted, subject, RE, follow-up call. Redacted, I will reach out on Friday shortly before 2 p.m. ET. What number should I call? Best, redacted. Sent Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, so the prior day, 7:11 p.m. to redacted, CC, redacted, USA, NYS, redacted, subject, RE, follow-up call. Hi, redacted, hope you're doing well. We're free for a call on Friday anytime after 2 p.m. ET. Thanks, redacted. On May 4, 2021 at 5 p.m., redacted, all, please let me know when you have a moment to chat briefly about this matter. Thanks, redacted. From redacted, sent Monday, July 20th, 2020, so 10 months earlier at 4:55 p.m., to redacted, CC, redacted, subject, RE, follow-up call. That's perfect. Thanks very much. You can call my cell phone at redacted, as I will likely be working remotely. July 20th, 2020, we understand why they were working remotely. That's not in the files. From redacted, Monday, July 20th, 2020, 6:54 p.m. to redacted, CC, redacted, subject, RE, follow-up call. No worries about the delay. I know that it is especially difficult to keep all the balls in the air right now. I am fairly sure I am dropping some as I type this email. I can do a call on Thursday at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Should I call the office number listed in your signature block below? From this whole email is redacted. Subject, RE, follow-up call. Apologies for the delay, and thank you for following up. I am available for a call anytime after 1 p.m. Eastern or Thursday, 7:23. Please let me know if there's a convenient time for a call that afternoon. Thanks, redacted. But the individual is redacted. The signature block is here for the first time. Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, 1 St. Andrews Plaza, New York, 10007. So now we at least understand where these are coming from. From redacted, sent Monday, July 20th, 2020, 6:40 p.m. C2 redacted, CC redacted, subject RE follow-up call, all. I am just following up on the below email request for a brief phone call. Please let me know when you have availability. Okay, now we're getting to what's actually here. From redacted, sent Wednesday, July 15th, 2020, 8:41 a.m. to redacted, CC redacted, subject RE follow-up call. Greetings from DNM. Well done on the new indictment against Ms. Maxwell. We were pleased to see that conduct in New Mexico formed the basis of one of your overt acts. I know you are all very busy, but if you have a moment for a brief call to discuss the impact, if any, of the new indictment on seizure forfeiture of Epstein's NM New Mexico property, I would appreciate it. As you are aware, this is an issue my U.S. Attorney, redacted, has asked me to track. Thanks, redacted. From redacted, sent Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. So now another 8 months earlier. Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, 1:59 p.m. to redacted, CC redacted, subject RE follow-up call. That works, thanks. You can reach me at my desk, 212-637-2324. Someone could try that number and see who you get there today and ask them what they've done to follow up. Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, 1 St. Andrews Plaza, New York, New York, 10007. Sent Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, 3:58 p.m. to redacted, CC, redacted, redacted, and now one not redacted, and it's a public email. So Fife, F-Y-F-F-E, Brandon, USANM, bfife@usa.doj.gov. So after you try that phone number, you could try this email as well and ask Brandon Fife what we're doing to complete this investigation. Could you do a call in 30 minutes, 2:30 p.m. at Mountain Time, 4:30 ET? From redacted, sent Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, 12:03 p.m. to redacted, CC redacted, subject RE follow-up call. Hi, redacted. I'm happy to chat today if you're available in the next few hours. Otherwise, I could do later on Thursday. Thanks, redacted. Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, 1 St. Andrews Plaza, New York, New York, 10007. And I guess it does just bear worth saying that's one example of just erratic redaction and non-redaction, and the privacy of a U.S. attorney's email and their phone number, not important. The privacy of survivors, important, but not, as you've heard, handled in a way that is consistent. From redacted, sent Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, 10:33 a.m. Subject RE follow-up call. When you have a moment, can you let me know when we can conduct a call to discuss the reporting concerning Jane Doe 15? Subject, Jane Doe 15, in quotes, alleges Jeffrey Epstein raped her as a teen, referenced good friend Bill Clinton, CBS Los Angeles, and then there's a URL link to an article on CBS News, https://losangeles.cbslocal.com /2019/11/18 Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, Gloria Allred, with hyphens between each of those names. Thanks, redacted. So now we start to have more clarity about what we're seeing here. From redacted, sent, now going back in time further, Friday, October 11th, 2019, 2:46 p.m., subject follow-up call. Received, thanks very much, redacted. You're correct that we cover these topics during interviews, but it is helpful to keep in mind the information you are interested in as well. Best, redacted. Redacted, Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, 1 St. Andrews Plaza, New York, New York, 10007. From redacted, send Friday, October 11th, 2019, 1:25 p.m. to redacted, subject RE follow-up call. When we last spoke, you expressed a willingness to review New Mexico-specific questions that we would like to be included in future interviews of Epstein victims. While I am certain that you already cover the pertinent questions, we did not want to turn down the invitation to submit a set of proposed questions, which I have attached. Right, then there's a whole bunch of blank pages. Unless I have a bad connection, and that's what's causing the blank pages. No. Maybe I have a bad connection. All right. I'm going to switch to the book because I don't see any more text on the pages I have here. Okay. So now I am returning to this volume, which has been, I think, read a few times by folks here. This is volume 3,113 out of 3,437 of the partially redacted Epstein files at the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room, as released by the Department of Justice of the United States of America, January 31st, 2026. Published by the Trumpsonian. Thank you to the Institute for Primary Facts and the Save America movement. And I will start reading on page 642 of this volume. From Jeffrey E., J-E-E, vacation at gmail.com. Sent Monday, August 17th, 2015, 3:58 p.m. to redacted subject, R.E., shipment from Paris. What time exactly is your flight? ? On Monday, August 17th, 2015 at 11:46 a.m., redacted, mailed to Svetlana Po 314 equals gmail.com, wrote, will be delivered equals tomorrow. All the best. Redacted, envoyé de mon iPhone. All right. This information, and then below that email is a confidentiality message. This information contained in this communication is confidential, may be attorney-client privileged, may constitute inside information, and is intended only for the use of the addressee. It is the property of JEE. Unauthorized use, disclosure, or copying of this communication, or any part thereof, is strictly prohibited, and may be... the word it comes across here, instead of what I think is supposed to be unlawful, is unawful. And it is most certainly awful. If you have received this communication in error, please notify us immediately by return email or by email to jeevacation@gmail.com and destroy this communication and all copies thereof, including all attachments. So worth noting, there was an effort to destroy and protect these communications because they knew it was a hideous criminal conspiracy, which is just one reason that it is important for us all to see. Page 643. From Jeffrey E., J-E-E, vacation@gmail.com, sent Sunday, August 16th, 2015, 1:30 a.m. Up to about 28,000 feet, the aircraft is limited by indicated airspeed, VNE. So say you can do 350 Kias at ground level. You can do that all the way up to 28,002. Above that, the limit is by Mach number, MMO. As you continue to climb, your indicated airspeed and your ground speed now decline as your Mach number remains constant. However, even though you are slowing down your engines are burning less and less fuel. Part of this is from the decreased IAS, but part is from the cold air. Colder air gives greater charge weight. It can be compressed more, and the engines get greater thermodynamic efficiency. Eventually, you reach the lowest clean IAS for your current weight, and that's as high as you are going. It doesn't make any difference how much power you could add. You still can't climb because to do so you would need to slow down or break up. And to slow down, you'd have to start deploying high lift devices, which increase drag and reduce efficiency. This is what's called the coffin corner. I think other things here could be called the coffin corner. Your engines are probably running near max power. You are near or at max speed, and you are just above the stall. And then the same note as below. From Jeffrey E., J-E-E, vacation@gmail.com, sent Thursday, July 28th, 2015, 5:27 p.m., To Leighton Allenby. Subject, RE. Does your iPhone have a case on it or bear? Question mark. Need for ATV protective case. If a case, I will need to measure. On Tuesday, July 18th, 2015, Leighton Allenby, redacted email, wrote, redacted, with the same privacy noting as I read before. From Jeffrey E. JEEvacation@gmail.com, sent Tuesday, August 4th, 2015, 5:55 p.m. to Peter Attia. Subject, RE, are you in Burbank today? Yesterday, comma, now on ranch watching filming of Western. On Tuesday, August 4th, 2015 at 1:27 p.m., redacted, a confidentiality notice, and the same privacy notice as below. From redacted, sent Friday, July 24th, 2015, 7:27 p.m. to Jeffrey E., subject, Justin Nelson. Please call Justin Nelson. He would like to speak with you. He also says he would like to see you the next time you are in New York. Justin says you can call him on his cell over the weekend as well. And then below that, a set of HTML gobbledygook. From Jeffrey E., JEEvacation@gmail.com, sent Friday, August 7th, 2015, 6:28 p.m. to Kathy Rumeyer. Subject, RE, : Can't wait to hear all the details. Travel safe. Go to spa on Tuesday or Wednesday before you decide when to come to the ranch. Wild animals, but jacuzzi, pools, massage facials, the truly rough life. On Friday, August 7th at 2:56 p.m., Kathy Rumeyer wrote, tried you on the bat phone. We killed something today, an old sick antelope called a sable, and it was merciful to kill her, but it was still sad. Leave here Monday and arrive in New York on Tuesday a.m. More concern with animals than with humans. The same privacy and confidentiality notices. From Jeffrey E., JEEvacation, sent Wednesday, July 29th, 2015, 7:28 p.m. to Brad S. Karp. Is it possible for your contacts to, 1, get her current visa status, ? 2, is there a way for us to file something that would revoke a tourist visa? Okay, so this is the first one with a person that I have met in the files about getting visas and revoking them. Both grounds for exploiting human beings in all likelihood, or certainly in some likelihood. Okay, the privacy, same privacy and confidentiality notes before. From Jeffrey E., JEEvacation@gmail.com, sent Sunday, August 2nd, 2015. Flight time to San Fran. I want to arrive around 12 to 12:30. Same confidentiality notice. From redacted, send Sunday, August 9th, 2015, 2:35 p.m. to Jeffrey E., subject RE. 1, no, because I was still working on it when I left. 2, no, he stayed in Geneva. 3, no work talk at all. 4, yes, of course, need dates, sent from my iPhone. On August 9th, 2015 at 3:02 p.m., Jeffrey E., JEEvacation@gmail.com, mail to, and the questions that were being answered in that email. Did the agreement get signed? Is Ben there? Any discussion or REU as next trustee? Without any special effort, is there a way for 3 friends to get on the ordinary list for a White House guided tour? They are giving the public tours again. How does it work? Be happy they don't speak English. You can rest your mind. On Sunday, August 9, 2015 at 12:21 a.m., redacted, wrote, looking forward to English speakers too. Sent from my iPad on August 8th, 2015, Jeffrey E. wrote, seriously want to put your clothes straight to the cleaners and laundry. Drink plenty of water on the way west. I hope you have lots of photos to accompany your stories. On Friday, August 7th, 2015 at 11:37 p.m., Redacted wrote, "You think I need to be sanitized after Africa? ? So this is where they were coming from. So grateful to get back to a place where you could speak English and go to the White House and joke about whether you'd need to be sanitized after a trip that evidently a rich person chose to take to Africa. The casual dehumanization and sexism and racism coming through on many a page. Can't wait to hear all the details. Travel safe. Go to spa on Tuesday or Wednesday before you decide when to come to the ranch. Wild animals, but jacuzzi, pools, massage, facials. The truly rough life." Then a repeat of what I read before. "We killed something today. An old, sick antelope called a sable, and it was merciful to kill her, but it was still sad. I leave here Monday and arrive in New York on Tuesday." Sent from my iPad. And then the same confidentiality findings 5 times repeated. From Larry Visosky, lvjet@aol.com, sent Tuesday, March 27th, 2018, 5:27 p.m., sent to Jeffrey E., subject R.E. Heli, I assume helicopter. Okay, great. 5 p.m. confirmed. Sent from my iPhone on March 27th, 2018 at 1:23 p.m. Jeffrey E., jeevacation@gmail.com, wrote 5. On March 27th, 2018 at 1:18 p.m., Larry Visosky wrote, "Jeffrey, STT Customs wants us inside the building by 5:45 p.m. Should I pick you up on LSJ at 5:15 p.m.? Thanks, Larry." Just a casual arranging of what time the helicopter will come pick you up. Same confidentiality notice as below. Page 656, from Redacted. Sent Wednesday, March 28th, 2018, 7:05 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein, subject Dr. Watson. Doesn't say I presume, but. Dr. Watson wants to make sure you know you were invited to his 90th birthday party on April 6th. Pianist Emmanuel Axe will play, and then everyone will go into a large tent for supper. He says he invited Barnaby Walsh as well. Dr. Watson would be very pleased if you could attend. He says he needs good-hearted people, and you are one of them, in parentheses. He is also celebrating his 50th wedding anniversary and says he is playing tennis again. Please advise how I should respond to the invitation to Dr. Watson's 90th birthday party on April 6th. You will be in Paris. All right. This is actually more emotional than I expected to read these and to be in this room where there are survivors who are also grappling with this material. And to read those emails, which include U.S. attorneys, staff across the country asking questions about that make clear there wasn't that much coordination between the folks that were interviewing survivors, even as they were uncovering abuse, sexual abuse, assault, corruption at the highest levels of society, the very highest levels. And then just a set of casual rich people on safari, but joking about how they would need to be sanitized when they got back from their safari on Africa, even while talking about how sad they were about the sable that was killed. Casual conversations about getting picked up in helicopters, and casual conversations about procuring visas and revoking tourist visas, something that the Trump administration is doing right now on the regular to deport people who have done nothing wrong, and something Epstein and his cronies did in order to traffic women and hold them in fear that those visas could be revoked and they could be sent back to wherever they came from. That's just in a small handful of the emails, but I know some things I want investigated out of these emails that I don't believe have been investigated. I know some things I want changed in our society that have not been pushed for change. So Thank you again to the Institute for Primary Facts, to the Save America movement, to Eliza Orlins, to the survivors, to everybody who is reading in this 24 hours, to everybody who is listening, to everyone who is paying attention. What they are counting on is that you'll stop paying attention, because horrors are happening all over the place right now. But sometimes when we pay attention, change can happen. Last night, actually, a federal district court judge stayed immigration courthouse arrests here in New York because people fought back and demanded it. And a lie that ICE told a year ago got exposed and change got made. And what's happening here today is to insist on accountability and justice. Thank you to Eliza and to everybody who's making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck. Next. How long you got to go now?
We've got about 90 minutes left.
Oh my God. All right. You're almost there.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
And fuck ICE.
Fuck ICE.
Yeah.
Here,
Fuck
here.
ICE. Sorry. I mean, listen,
No,
we've been at this for 22 and a half hours. I have no filter left.
No.
And I would say that anyhow.
No, I mean, they've known for a year.
Yeah.
This only got ordered yesterday. They've known for a year they do not have the authority for courthouse detention.
Exactly.
But they have detained tens of thousands of people, kept them for months, deported some of them, tortured some
Exactly.
of them. Some of them died.
Exactly.
Fuck ICE.
Fuck ICE.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So we are entering the final 90 minutes of our 24-hour live stream. I can't believe it. We are 22 and a half hours in. I want to pause for a second and just say what that means. For almost an entire day, I started here yesterday at noon, kicking this off with the survivors. But for almost an entire full day, people have been reading these files out loud, in public, on the record, because these documents should not be buried in a database, dumped into the world in random order, as you've seen, and ignored. This has been exhausting. It has been heavy. It has been upsetting. You've seen multiple people break down in tears on this stream if you've been watching the whole time, but it has been unbelievably necessary. And even after this 24 hours is up, we are still not going to look away, and we're not going to let anyone else stop paying attention. So if you are watching this right now, this is the moment to help bring us home. Share the stream, text the link to someone, post it, tell people we are in the final stretch. We are going until noon, maybe a few minutes after, but we have 90 minutes left. We are still here, we are still reading, and we are not looking away. I am rejoined now by the wonderful executive director of the Save America movement, with whom I have been collaborating on this entire thing. This would not have been possible without them. Mary, you are unbelievable. Thank you for everything you have done, and thank you for getting back on here and, helping bring this home.
Thank you, Eliza. 24 hours.
Oh my God.
I mean,
It's nuts.
we're making it happen.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to start off by reading and then close out with a couple of remarks. Okay. Oops. Oh, where'd it go? Sorry. Okay. Oh, thank you. Apologies. Where'd it go? Okay. Unclassified Federal Bureau of Investigation Crisis Intake, Case ID, regarding Epstein Jeffrey child sex trafficking, drafted by Redacted. Date received 8/8/2019. Details. On Redacted, at Redacted EST. Date of birth, Redacted. Cellular telephone number, Redacted. Called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to report being sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein and other powerful men in New York. Redacted provided the following information. Redacted was modeling in 2015 at the age of Redacted when she met Epstein. She attended parties at Epstein's residence in New York. During one of the parties, Epstein asked Redacted to take a tour of Redacted. Once Redacted, Epstein asked to take off her panties. When she didn't comply, he said, quote, "It's fine. I'll pay you $500, end quote. Redacted complied because she thought he was a very important person. In 2016, Epstein, quote, slid his fingers up her dress and, quote, fingered her. At one of the parties, two twin brothers, Redacted and Redacted, who were involved in real estate, lured Redacted and her friend, Redacted, upstairs and locked the door. Redacted, quote, knocked the door back open, and the two men ran back downstairs. Redacted stated Redacted raped Redacted, and Redacted raped a 14-year-old girl named Redacted and tried to slit her wrist after the incident. Redacted also met three women in the, quote, parlor room of Epstein's home. One woman she recognized as Epstein's, quote, British socialite. The woman would find young girls to have sex with Epstein. Epstein liked younger girls that were clean-shaven with small breasts. Redacted also went to his St. Thomas Island, which he referred to as St. Jeffrey. Epstein and other powerful men, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, would have, quote, big orgy parties with her, other young girls, and older Victoria's Secret models. Redacted was offered to be paid off by a lawyer associated with the Epstein case. Redacted is friends with Redacted. That's when the lawyer offered to pay, quote, a couple grand to, quote, silence her. Redacted is terrified they might, quote, put out a hit on her, and they know where she lives. Redacted had contact with Epstein from 2015 to 2019. Last contact was Redacted ago. Redacted was also contacted by one of Epstein's clientels, Redacted before his arrest, asking her to meet up with Epstein. Redacted can be contacted on her cellular telephone for questioning. Please see below with criminal history and deposition. I am reaching out to get clarification on the responses. Redacted. Name. Redacted. Complaint summary. Redacted reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Redacted that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this happened, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. Response: spoke with caller who identified Redacted as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in, and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vulva and vaginas. The guests were older men. We were taken into rooms. I was 13 years old when Donald J. Trump raped me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. Response: no contact information provided. Criminal history: no DOB. Complaint summary. Complainant reported her neighbor sought modeling gigs at the Trump Modeling Agency in NYC between the years of 1998 and 2000. Complainant reported neighbor allegedly went on cruises set up by a recruiter or head of the agency and once showed complainant a photo of the recruiter whom complainant recalled looking like Epstein. Complainant reported neighbor was allegedly raped several times during this time period. Response. Contact was made, but no contact information provided for actual victim. Criminal history, none. Complainant history. Complainant following up after a call with NYPD officer regarding her previous tip, reporting that she was forced to perform sex acts when she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Complainant also reported there were high-profile individuals involved in her sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him, and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Response. No contact made. Criminal history. None. Just for clarity, these are summaries of complaints that were provided to various authorities and then what the response was in terms of investigating them, just to be clear. Let's see. When complainant was 14 years old, Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly approached her about modeling, international travel, and massages. Complainant never reached out to Maxwell because the offer sounded as if it was mostly based around modeling, and complainant was unable to do it because of redacted. Complainant reported meeting a Lisa at a hospital where they were roommates in 2000 who now goes by redacted. Complainant was invited by redacted to a party on Palm Beach Island, Florida, to a residence she believes to have belonged to Epstein. There she met a model scout named Redacted, who Redacted allegedly referred to as a pimp. Complainant stated Redacted spoke with a hostess at the residence, whom complainant believed to be Ghislaine Maxwell. While at this party, complainant stated they had all been invited by Donald Trump to a party at Mar-a-Lago. Complainant told Redacted she wanted to go to that party and was allegedly told by Redacted that it was for prostitutes. The response, spoken with twice. First time she was a Pilates instructor and went to Epstein's once. Claimed she would send email to corroborate. No email was received. And then the response, the criminal history is redacted. Caller, the complainant, name redacted. Caller reported that in 1987, a friend, Victim 1, was out drinking and ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim 1 saw Donald Trump and wanted to meet him. An unknown man approached her and offered to introduce her to Trump. The unknown man gave Victim 1 a drink, and Victim 1 woke up naked and sore with $300 on the bed. Victim 1 didn't remember how she got to the room. She remembered seeing a flash of Trump's face. Victim 1 called the caller and told her she thought she had been raped. Victim 1 did not go to a hospital to have a rape kit performed because she didn't think anyone would believe her, especially because she was drunk. Victim 1's husband's business had problems with suppliers. Victim one's husband's business had problems with suppliers, and victim one believed Trump was behind it. Victim one also started dating a lawyer, identifiers unknown, who was married. Victim one had a fight with her lawyer boyfriend and went to a bar. Victim one left a bar with a man with no one who in the bar recognized but seemed familiar with victim one. Victim one was never seen again. A few years ago, remains were discovered that matched the description of what victim one was wearing when she went missing. DNA tests at the time were inconclusive. The response was no contact made. Victim identified as deceased. From redacted, date Wednesday, June 24th, 2015 at 1:25 p.m. To Jeffrey E. Oh my God, I cannot believe that what you said now. Thank you so much. I will try to imitate positions in the photos you sent also. After a few tries, I feel much more comfortable than before. Now it's really easier for me. My bank account details are redacted. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Send your bank account details. I will send you €1,000 to help with the cost of the photos. My gift. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. If your friend is listening or watching, I want the truth. It's the only thing I care about. You are not telling me the truth. If you are not telling me the truth, we cannot be friends. It's very important. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Still have stars in my eyes from what we saw at Leon's house. I'll text you as soon as you finish. From Jeffrey Epstein. You are welcome to come back after your interview. Email me. Let's see. From Jeffrey Epstein. Only go to Greece if you feel well. I just had to send my plane to bring another lefty friend back from Athens to see a doctor in New York. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. I would like to get an agreement, though I know the logistics are complex, before the DOJ meeting, which is now set for August 27th. Ariane suggested it. Would you and redacted go to Luxembourg for a review? Is there anyone else you would bring? From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, From Jeffrey Epstein. Her name is redacted. From redacted. Okay. To ask for redacted. He is the head scout for Europe. I work fast. Faster than you. Can you say Harvard 2019? From Jeffrey Epstein. She's not that interesting, but she is the sister of a great friend. Some of these are quite out of context. From Jeffrey Epstein. You're welcome to come, of course, if you want to visit. Only issue is that Redacted is flying out with me, and I'm reading Redacted and the boy there on Sunday morning. I had a long talk with Ted about your boy's behavior, he asked. Okay. I think I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. That's what I'm going to do. Okay? I'm going to get this other book. Okay. Couple more minutes? Okay. Okay. So, and I just wanted to say a quick something before I finish up. Should I do that now? Okay. I just wanted to wrap up. This is Mary. I'm the ED of the Save America movement, and I just want to say a couple words before we go to the last chapter of this 24-hour Epstein files filibuster. Just a couple words. So the last 24 hours have been hard. We have given voice literally to graphic scenes of child rape, extortion, trafficking, and the extraordinary efforts taken to cover up these crimes against humanity by the most powerful men in the world. Survivors, several of which will close us out in a moment, gave their testimony, and in doing so, delivered radically brave truth to power. Every person owes every single one of them a significant debt of gratitude. Your willingness to speak is an extraordinary generosity to all of us and for all of us and for our daughters, that they may never face these horrors. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. There have been a lot of tears in the last 24 hours, but also streaks of joy, hope, laughter, strength, community, and fierce, fierce resolve that these heinous enterprise-level crimes will not go unaddressed. The moral imperative to release the Epstein files in full and ensure justice is served wherever investigations lead is not a political issue. It is something every person with any resemblance of a moral compass can agree on. The only people who want to keep these files hidden are those that have something to hide. Why is this so difficult to understand and act on? That's what the last 24 hours have been about. A filibuster stops time. It holds space for focus, reflection, and renewed resolve. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you, and also thank you, Eliza, for this idea and doing it for 24 hours, and that's all.
We really are nearing the end of this 24-hour live stream reading of the Epstein files. If you're just joining, I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan. And we started this stream with survivors, and we will end it with survivors because this story isn't over until the folks in the files say that it is. For 15 years as a public defender, in Manhattan, I sat in courtrooms watching the system work exactly as designed for people with money and power, and exactly the opposite for everyone else. I watched teenagers get years in prison for things rich men in this city did on weekends. I watched prosecutors fight to keep my clients locked up over $20 and then walk into a different courtroom and ask a judge to downgrade Jeffrey Epstein's sex offender status. That is not an aberration or a glitch. That is the way the system is designed. This story isn't over until every single abuser who used money, power, and privilege to avoid accountability faces justice, and every survivor who's been silenced has their voice heard. And we're not just talking about Jeffrey Epstein, not just Ghislaine Maxwell, but every name in these files, every enabler, every lawyer who buried these complaints, who gave sweetheart deals to people, every prosecutor who looked the other way, every powerful friend who flew on that plane and pretended they didn't see what we all knew they saw. The women you're about to hear from did not have to come forward. They owe us nothing. They are doing this because they refuse to let these files become another sealed box in a basement. They are doing this so that the girls who come after them don't have to do it alone. We are ending this 24-hour live stream with these voices now. Liz Stein, Lisa Phillips, Andrea Sterling, Marina Lacerda, and Alva Johnson. Listen to them, believe them, carry what they say with you when you leave. Liz, we're going to begin with you.
My name is Liz Stein. I met Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell when I was a senior in college, just 21 years old, in 1994. I want to read two things that are really important to me. One is two different copies of my FBI intake form, both with improper redactions, and the second is my victim impact statement that I read at the sentencing of Ghislaine Maxwell, because I don't think that people really understand what the impact of this has been on our lives, and they need to. Unclassified, Federal Bureau of Investigation intake, drafted by Alkier Bethany. Time, date received, 9/23/2021, 9:58 a.m. Details. On 9/23/2021 at 9:58 Eastern Time, redacted, cell phone number redacted, called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to report additional information concerning possible victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in New York, New York. Stein provided the following information. Stein was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in New York in the mid-1990s. Redacted, met Maxwell and Epstein in approximately 1994. Redacted was a student at the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York City. Redacted also worked at Henry Bendel at Fifth Avenue, which is owned by the CEO of The Limited. Stein met Maxwell as a client working there. They say Redacted met Maxwell. The two became friends, and Redacted delivered Maxwell's packages to the St. Regis Hotel. Redacted was introduced to Epstein there and was assaulted there. Maxwell said her boss was friendly with Mr. Wexner, and she wanted Redacted to meet him. When Redacted arrived at the hotel, the concierge told Redacted to go to the bar because Maxwell wanted her to meet someone. Maxwell used the terms boyfriend and boss sometimes like they were separate people and sometimes like they were the same person. Redacted had a drink and the concierge said her room was ready. Redacted was confused. That night, Redacted brought packages in the room and was assaulted. At some point, Epstein went into the bathroom and put on a bathrobe. Maxwell and Epstein made out and tried to get Redacted to join. Redacted felt pressure to join in. Redacted got freaked out by the situation and exited the hotel to meet her boyfriend without being raped. After that night, weird things happened at work. Redacted was offered a position created out of thin air. At the time, Redacted wanted to go to law school, and taking that job would mean that she had to leave school 1 semester short of getting her degree. Redacted said no. Maxwell had something to do with the position and was upset that Redacted did not take it. Redacted quit her job at Henry Bendel after graduation and worked for a clothing manufacturer at Bloomingdale's. Maxwell showed up looking for Redacted and found her. Maxwell pushed a friendship with Redacted, who was first assaulted in 1995. Redacted was assaulted a second time at a New Year's Eve party at a hotel. Redacted did not know the date or time of the third assault. Redacted directly called 3 main assaults. After the second or third assault, Redacted completely dissociated. Epstein and Maxwell convinced Redacted to dump her boyfriend, go to a New Year's Eve party, and got raped by Epstein, Maxwell, and her date. Redacted ran out of the hotel in just her evening gown to get away from them. Maxwell and Epstein found Redacted again a couple weeks later. In January 1996, Redacted went to Florida with Maxwell and Epstein at their request and was raped by them and several of their friends. When Redacted got back from Florida, Maxwell and Epstein trafficked her to their friends under the guise of setting her up with their friends. Redacted involvement with Maxwell and Epstein ended in late 1996 or 1997 when she had a nervous breakdown. Redacted moved 3 times to get away from Maxwell and Epstein. So I think that this file in particular points out not only what we're seeing as far as improper things that have been improperly redacted, but also when we hear the DOJ say that there are no investigative leads. This is an investigative lead. This was an FBI intake form that they never followed up on, in which my information is included in a sentence that said Stein was a victim of Epstein and Maxwell. There's a second copy of that document in the files, and I won't reread the entire thing. But in the details, although my name has been redacted, my zip code at the time was unredacted. So part of my identifying information was unredacted in a second copy of that intake form. The next thing that I want to read for you is something that I have not read in several years. It was my victim impact statement from Ghislaine Maxwell's sentencing, and it's difficult for me to read, but important for me to read. Victim impact statement of redacted to be read at the sentencing of Ghislaine Maxwell. I came to New York in 1991 at the age of 18 to attend FIT and immediately began to excel academically. While at FIT, I took advantage of different volunteer opportunities and internships in the fashion industry to provide a foundation for my career. In my sophomore year, I accepted a Christmas-time internship at Henry Bendel, New York. I performed well and was asked to stay on as a part-time employee. I worked at Henry Bendel until graduation. In the fall semester of my senior year at FIT, Ghislaine Maxwell came into the store where she was a frequent customer. Her usual salesperson wasn't there, so I helped her. Ghislaine was electrifying, and we hit it off immediately. In this first meeting, we spoke of our mutual love of fashion, of difficult fathers and formal upbringings, of boyfriends, and how we both saw New York as a chance to start over. She told me that her boss, who I later came to understand was Jeffrey Epstein, was close friends with Les Wexner, the CEO and founder of The Limited, which owned Henry Bendel at the time. When she completed her purchases, I offered to deliver them to her so she didn't have to carry them around all day. This was a courtesy I frequently extended to high-end clients. Later that day, I called her office for delivery instructions and was told to bring them to the St. Regis Hotel. When I arrived, the concierge told me Ms. Maxwell was in the bar and wanted me to meet someone. It was Jeffrey Epstein. That night in the hotel was the first of many times they sexually assaulted me. Afterwards, I tried to pretend like everything was normal. I returned to my classes at FIT and continued to work at Henry Bendel, but I started to crack. I failed a course that was necessary for my degree and had to retake it to get my diploma. Shortly after my first meeting with Epstein and Maxwell, I was offered a full-time position at Henry Bendel. It was a newly created position at the store, and it would have required me to leave FIT a semester short of completing my degree. I had aspirations of going to law school, and I knew I could not do so without my undergraduate degree, so I declined it. When Ghislaine found out, she flew into a rage. I didn't really understand why until she told me that she and Epstein were responsible for giving me that opportunity and that in turning it down, I was being ungrateful to them. I now know this was their modus operandi, to give a gift or a favor and then demand sex in return. Nevertheless, I completed my coursework, got my degree, at which point I left Henry Bendel and took a position at Bloomingdale's. I wanted to leave Epstein and Maxwell and the abuse they perpetrated against me behind as I started my professional life. I never wanted or expected to see them again. One day in the fall of 1995, Maxwell showed up at Bloomingdale's looking for me. When I asked her how she knew where I was, she said my colleagues at Henry Bendel had told her. She immediately began befriending me once again, asking me to go out socially. I tried to resist, but eventually she wore me down, and I began spending time with them again. They made me feel like they were my friends, my contemporaries. In one instance, they took me to Florida, insisted that I stay longer than planned, which caused me to miss work and led to me being fired. Seizing on this new vulnerability, they trafficked me to their friends. By that time, I was trapped. I was assaulted, raped, and trafficked countless times in New York and Florida during a 3-year period. At one point, I became pregnant, by whom I am unsure. Things happened that were so traumatizing that to this day I'm unable to speak about them. I don't even have the vocabulary to describe them. In the most literal sense of the word, Epstein and Maxwell terrified me. They told me that if I told anyone that nobody would believe me, and if they did, they would kill me and the people closest to me. I believed them. I was once bright, fun, outgoing, and kind. I loved life, and people genuinely enjoyed being around me. After meeting Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, it felt like someone shut off the lights to my soul. My secrets became too much for me to handle, and I began doing whatever I could to try to get away from them. I changed jobs, apartments, cities, and even states to try to get away. Everywhere I went, they found me. In 1997, I moved to Philadelphia with the hopes of finally starting law school. They found me again, and it was more than I could take. I was hospitalized with a nervous breakdown. It would be the first of over 24 hospitalizations in the decades following my involvement with Epstein and Maxwell. In addition to my escalating mental health problems, I began to experience physical symptoms that doctors could never quite put their finger on. I received dozens of diagnoses, but nothing ever quite fit. I could no longer even pretend to be able to hold down a job or take care of myself in any meaningful way, and I had to move home once again. I had cracked, and nobody thought I would ever get better, but I did not give up. I was determined to do whatever I had to prove everyone wrong. I wasn't crazy, I was hurt. For over a decade and a half, I went to all kinds of medical specialists and was in and out of medical and psychiatric hospitals, having tests and procedures, even submitting to clinical trials and an experimental implantable medical device. Nothing helped. In 2007, I moved back to Philadelphia to try to start my life once again. I began working as a paralegal and started prepping for the LSATs. I found a psychiatrist, physician, and therapist who were willing to help me to get to the bottom of things. I had tried almost every psychological intervention in my efforts to get better, but my new psychiatrist suggested I'd try something I had not before, dialectical behavioral therapy. Just as I began to repair the emotional damage, I was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome and was primarily bedbound for over a year. CRPS is a rare neuroinflammatory disorder characterized by intense, relentless physical pain. Both CRPS and PTSD are psychophysical states in which the sympathetic nervous system is engaged and remains inappropriately hyper-aroused. There is no cure. The mind and body are interconnected. But despite all this, I immersed myself in DBT and repaired my emotional health. I began physical therapy and regained my physical mobility, and I started to rebuild my life. The arrests of Epstein and Maxwell in 2019 and 2020, respectively, helped me immensely. For the first time, I was finally able to disclose their abuse to close friends and medical providers. 25 years after meeting them, my experience was validated. I could finally see the possibility of closure. This past November and December, this was during the Maxwell trial, I commuted almost every day from my home in Philadelphia to attend Ghislaine Maxwell's trial in Manhattan. For weeks, I sat in the courtroom anonymously, only revealing my identity the day before the verdict. I had to see justice for myself. At the age of 48, I feel as if I'm just starting my life. All of those things I assumed I would have in life, the things that my siblings and friends have achieved, a career, success, a partner, a family, a home, and a legacy to be proud of leaving behind, were jeopardized for more than 2.5 decades. The only pronounced difference between my life experience and theirs is that one day, while I was doing my job, I met Ghislaine Maxwell, who fed me to Jeffrey Epstein. In more ways than one, they almost killed me, but I wasn't going to let them. Overcoming what happened to me became my decades-long full-time career. In that, I have been successful. For the past 25 years, Ghislaine Maxwell has been free to live a life of wealth and privilege that is almost incomprehensible. Meanwhile, I have had virtually none of the life experiences I might have had we never met. For over 2.5 decades, I felt like I was in prison. She had her life. It's time to have mine. She needs to be in prison so her victims can all finally be free.
Whew. I have never heard my survivor sister Liz's story before, and it's just bear with me if I'm a little emotional. When I was a little girl, like so many others, I dreamed of one day meeting a prince. I imagined a prince as someone who rescues you from danger and darkness, someone who protects you and keeps you safe. We are taught to believe that those given titles, power, and positions of importance will rise to the responsibility that comes with them. But we know now that titles do not create character, and power does not create goodness, and a crown does not guarantee honor. As a young fashion model, I was taken by a boat to Little St. James, the private island owned by Jeffrey Epstein. There, I met Prince Andrew. Later that evening, I was sexually assaulted by Epstein. Needless to say, no prince protected me that day. I am now going to read a file about Andrew and Epstein discussing private time at Buckingham Palace. Sorry, this is Jeffrey's writing.
I am just departing Scotland, should be down by 1800. I'll ring you when I get down if you can give me a number to ring. Alternatively, we could have dinner at Buckingham Palace and lots of privacy. Other powerful men, including Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador to the U.S., were elevated to positions of enormous influence, even while maintaining close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Mandelson reportedly stayed at Epstein's home after Epstein had already been jailed for pedophilia. Yet, this relationship was treated as acceptable with elite political circles. That normalization of proximity to Epstein is part of the reason so many girls and young women were trafficked and abused. Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein operated for years under the protection, influence, and silence of some of the most powerful political and social figures in the world. Warning: disgusting correspondence between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey was asked, "How is Freedom feeling?" Jeffrey says, "She feels fresh, firm, and creamy." And Mandelson says, "Naughty boy." To every survivor in the UK, across Europe, and around the world, do not be afraid to come forward. You are not alone anymore. We now have support. We now have strength. And together our voices are far more powerful than the people who tried to silence us. Today I stand inside the Epstein Reading Room exhibit, surrounded by hundreds of books, files, testimonies, records, and documents, an overwhelming archive of evidence that demands investigation. Everywhere around me are the receipts of what happened, the names, the connections, the patterns, the silence, the protection that allowed these crimes to continue for years. That is why women no longer need to be afraid. The evidence exists. The truth exists. And the world is finally beginning to look directly at it. This is a turning point, a moment where ordinary people must educate themselves, ask difficult questions, refuse to look away simply because powerful names are involved. Justice becomes possible when the public is informed, courageous, and unwilling to accept silence as normal. I will now read the correspondence between Maxwell and Epstein regarding the contact in Scotland Yard Police. That's the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police Service. Any news from Scotland Yard? Ghislaine asks. Jeffrey says, "This is a perfect opportunity for you to clear your name. I have asked Scotland Yard for info on your numbers. I have asked Scotland Yard for info on your numbers." Future generations will look back on this period of history and see it as one of the most barbaric and inhumane moral failures of our time. The protection and normalization of powerful men connected to the abuse and trafficking of children and young women. No matter your religion, where you come from, the color of your skin, your nationality, your beliefs, your background, there is something greater than all the things that divide us. We love our families. We love our children. And when the people who we love are in danger, we protect them. This is what unites humanity, not politics and not borders, not wealth and not power. Because every child matters, every boy matters, and every human being deserves protection and dignity. And if a child were being harmed in your neighborhood, your communities, they would come together to stop it immediately. We also call on every witness, victim, survivor, with knowledge of these crimes to do the right thing. May you find the courage to come forward and stand on the right side of history. This is going on for far too long. Powerful men believed they were untouchable. Now I'm going to read a file regarding Julian, a former Prince Andrew's protection officer. Jeffrey says to his secretary, "The Duke's protection officer, Julian, is hoping the Duke and his officers could have a temporary code to get in and out of the house. That is why I'm asking communities everywhere, together, speak out, educate themselves, and help bring an end to this culture of silence and protection surrounding abuse. Ghislaine Maxwell lives in a comfortable prison after helping Jeffrey Epstein prey on and traffic vulnerable young girls, teenagers, and young women. This is a woman who reportedly dismissed the victims as trash, my survivor sisters as trash. This person should never be spoken about in the same sentence as compassion, redemption, or a pardon. These were not scandals. These were human lives, childhood stolen, and trauma carried for decades. The idea that someone convicted in one of the most horrific trafficking operations in modern history could be considered for mercy, while hundreds of my survivor sisters and brothers are still fighting to heal, is beyond disturbing. Accountability should never become negotiable when it comes to crimes against children. Now I'll read an email correspondence from former Prince Andrew to Epstein called Playtime. And we're in this together. Jeffrey says to the Duke, "I'm just as concerned as you. Don't worry about me. I would see we are in this together, and we'll have to rise above it. Let me know if you want to deal with J wages. Otherwise, keep in close touch, and we'll play some more soon." Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. The despicable suggestion that Ghislaine Maxwell may be pardoned by the United States would have a devastating impact on survivors. Maxwell is a UK citizen. Maxwell is a UK citizen. And despite the vast amount of documented evidence connected to her and Epstein's child trafficking network, no criminal charges have ever been brought to her in the UK. I'm going to read a correspondence between the United Kingdom Metropolitan Police and United States Department of Justice. Hi, I just received the information below and wanted to forward it on to you. The female complainant, redacted, contacted the Metropolitan Police regarding Epstein and Maxwell. It is unclear whether or not she is located in redacted, but the Met concurs with you reaching out to her directly. Below, she references a complaint she made to HSI, which is the Homeland Security Investigations in England, on the 6th of July, 2020. I have not queried HSI here about any report, but let me know if you need me to, or if you will handle on your end. Please let me know if you run into any issues or need any assistance. Thank you. So let this be the moment we stop asking why accountability has not happened and start demanding it. If millions of pages of evidence exists, then the UK and Europe must use that evidence to investigate not only Maxwell, but any affiliated co-conspirators who enabled, protected, or participated in these crimes. Warning. Now I'm going to read a deeply disturbing and heartbreaking testimony written by a young schoolgirl who had just given birth. A testimony so harrowing it resembles a horror scene from The Handmaid's Tale, starring Ghislaine Maxwell. Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. Don't speak. She doesn't talk. I cannot stop shaking, and it's been a week. A decision was made, but I can tell Jeffrey. A decision was made, but I can't tell Jeffrey. These things happen. Why didn't I close my eyes fast enough? The doctor was different again. I think from Israel. He had kind eyes, but didn't speak directly to me. This was different. A shot, and those rod-like things like a hook, and so much pain. Ghislaine said to push all the pain away. I don't understand. Blood and water all over the bed, and she was right. Like a feeling when your tummy hurts and you have to push. She said to close my eyes and put her hand over my eyes, but I didn't close them because of these tiny cries. I am so lost. I saw between her fingers this tiny head and body in the doctor's hands. It reached its tiny arm up and it had a tiny foot. I closed my eyes and no more. Cries. I close my eyes and no more cries. I don't understand. Just say these things happen, but he doesn't believe that. They yelled and screamed when he said it will be the same in a couple months, and she said she was fed up with it all. I don't understand what is going on and no one will tell me. I can't go to school like this. I can't stop shaking. Why won't anyone make it stop? I know Ghislaine is trying, but nothing changes. Why didn't I close my eyes? In the hall, Ghislaine said she was beautiful. She was, not is. She was a beautiful girl. I heard her. What is she? Why did she stop whimpering? She was born, and I heard the tiny cries. I can't do this anymore. History will not remember what divided us. It will remember that people across the world came together and finally said no more. And finally, I'm going to quote King Charles' official statement when former Prince Andrew was arrested. What now follows is the full, fair, and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. The King of England said, "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course."
Hi, my name is Alva Johnson, and I stand here today representing the 27 other women who, my sisters, survivors of Donald J. Trump. In 2019, I publicly accused Donald J. Trump of sexual assault from an incident that happened in 2016. To my survivor sisters, we may be bruised, but we are not broken. Each of you are some of the most courageous, beautifully brilliant, and insanely brave women. We share triggers, we share fears, but we share an incredible amount of love. I'm going to read from a file. It's unclassified 31E. Sorry. I don't want to snot all on the live stream. 31E-NY-302-7571, serial 252. I'll read a little of the beginning, and I'm going to start towards the end. This is dated from August 22nd, 2019. Redacted. Date of birth, redacted. Advised the redacted high school yearbooks for redacted. She was a freshman. And redacted, she was a sophomore. Would have photographs of blank redacted at Epstein's at approximately 15 to 16 years old, closer to the time frame of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of redacted. I'm going to go right to a story that is described in this document. Redacted detailed a separate and possibly the sixth incident involving Epstein. When Redacted was approximately 15 years old, she went to a Rick James concert with her friend Redacted and Redacted's mother in Savannah, Georgia. Epstein was at the concert and surprised her. When Redacted saw Epstein, she knew she had to go with him. She recalled Epstein had a flask and got her drunk. She was also high on marijuana. He kept her isolated at the concert so long that Redacted and Redacted's mother left her and drove back to Redacted Island. They later told Redacted they looked for her for a long period of time. She stated that she imagined they were terrified when they could not find her. Redacted could not recall the entire evening. However, she knew that Epstein left her at some point, and she found herself walking around alone high on marijuana. She kept thinking, how am I going to get back to the island? I've been left here. I have no way to get home. At some point, while she was walking around, the police picked her up. Redacted recalled thinking her mother was going to be pissed at her because she got her ears pierced. The police photographed her and kept her alone in a real jail cell. She could not remember whether they fingerprinted her or if she was formally arrested. She did recall that she ate really good fried chicken while in jail. At some point, her mother and brother, Redacted, picked her up and drove her home. Redacted recalled at least one incident in which Epstein took her off of the island when she was between 13 to 15 years old. He drove her or flew her to either New York or New Jersey. She was introduced to someone with money. It was Donald Trump. Redacted and Epstein were with others, to include Trump, in a very tall building with huge rooms. Trump did not like her from the get-go. He didn't like that I was a boy girl, referencing a tomboy. Redacted could not recall the identities of the other individuals present. However, they all exited when Trump asked everyone to leave the room. Trump mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." Trump unzipped his pants and put Redacted's head down to his penis. Redacted bit the shit out of it. Trump struck and said words to the effect of, "Get this little bitch the hell out of here." Redacted advised she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. He had money. It reeked off of him. At that point, people re-entered the room. No further information provided. Redacted recalled a blonde, beautiful woman approaching her at some point that day after her interaction with Trump. The woman said, "Let me give you a tip, little girl, about your breasts. Wear a bra every night." Those words have stayed with her throughout the years. Redacted got the feeling the relationship between Epstein and Trump included a certain amount of jealousy. She thought Trump appeared jealous of Epstein, but at some point, they ended up on level playing fields. Trump and Epstein sometimes used the terms fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded while referring to girls. At the time she heard it, Redacted did not understand the term not jaded. She subsequently looked up the word jaded, stated she had 2 additional interactions with Trump, but she asked that the interview move on to a different subject for the time being. Redacted discussed an additional interaction with Epstein and his associates, whereas Epstein and the group brought acid. Epstein asked Redacted if she knew anything about acid. She replied that she did not. He asked her to try it first, then tell her friends where the party was going to be. Epstein gave Redacted some of the acid to give to her friends. She did not recall hearing about acid on the island before Epstein introduced it, but she recalled after he did, acid swept the island. Reflecting on the interactions she had with Epstein up to that point, advised that while she continued to be sexually abused by him, she began to feel like Epstein trusted her. The situation was still horrific, but she began to feel important. He knew she was keeping his secrets, specifically the things he said in front of her. On one occasion, Redacted asked Epstein why Epstein, does those things to me. Epstein responded by disclosing he had been molested as a child by a boy in his family and possibly his aunt. Redacted thought the boy was either an uncle or a cousin. He definitely mentioned abuse by both the male and female. Epstein was starting to say intimate things about himself he was sharing, and it began to make her feel like she had some of the power. She recalled thinking at the time, well, this is the same asshole who is horrible. Epstein had 2 sides to his personality. Looking back on the situation now, Redacted stated Epstein was probably grooming me. Redacted got super fascinated in the sexual acts that involved Epstein being submissive to Redacted. She felt relieved to be the one not being abused. Redacted recalled they did not mix the sexual abuse, meaning the interactions wherein Epstein physically abused Redacted were separate interactions than those that involved Epstein being submissive to Redacted. Every time they entered a bedroom, sexual abuse of some sort was involved, and in general, every interaction included sexual abuse. The one exception was the concert in Georgia, detailed above. Even though Epstein was alone at the concert, they did not have a place where he could engage in sexual activity with her. When asked whether Epstein had any notable sexual fetishes, Redacted advised he liked having little rubber things put into his anus, and he had her do it. Redacted recalled inserting a pencil, a big eraser, a little rubber thing, and a water bottle tube into Epstein's anus for his sexual gratification. Epstein liked to be violated and dominated. He wanted her to take control. She recalled he turned into a different personality, and since it was her first time experiencing that type of sexual behavior, she did not know what to do. Epstein liked her to use kitchen oil instead of sexual lubricant when she put things in his butt. Epstein told Redacted that when he was younger, he could contort his body so that he could almost put his penis in his mouth. She asked him to show her, and he tried, but was unsuccessful. Redacted was asked whether Epstein ever asked her to engage in threesomes, orgies. Epstein always wanted Redacted to bring her friend, however, it never happened. Epstein spoke another language around Redacted once in a while. She believed the language may have been Hebrew. At this point in the interview, Redacted imitated the sound of the language. She recalled Epstein speaking, indicating it, including a throat-clearing guttural sound. She was unaware whether Epstein was Jewish. She knew the language he spoke was not Italian. Epstein talked about blackmailing people in front of Redacted. Redacted was confident Trump knew Epstein blackmailed people because she heard Epstein and Trump talking about it. Redacted stated she knew Trump had illegal building permits. She heard him, Trump, talking about washing money through casinos. Number 6 is Donald Trump's favorite number. Redacted was not sure how she knew that, but she heard it at one point. Redacted stated that Epstein's blackmailing of her mother ruined her family. Redacted asked the agents to keep her safe, stating, "Throughout my life, Epstein's people have found me, have kept tabs on me." May we not forget that as the Epstein survivors seek justice, it's justice for all survivors. There are people that are still afraid to say things to this day. And so when we publicly speak out, it's not easy, but we do it for other little girls. We do it for other women. We do it to create the energy of courage so that other people understand that this is something that happens far too often in far too many circles. It's weird to feel like you end up here because you never expected that. But I stand here with the removal of shame. I do not bear the shame. The shame belongs to the predator that is running this country. The shame belongs to those who continue to vote for him. The shame belongs to those of you who voted for him even when my other sisters were warning you that this man was a rapist, allegedly sexually assaulted them. We have had ample warnings as to who he is, and now we are watching him loot the country without a ski mask. And so as you listen to the rest of us, as you listen to the rest of these women, support survivors, believe survivors, hire survivors, elect survivors into Congress, into elected office. And for those of you who are survivors who feel alone in this world, we understand how that feels. And please understand that you are not alone. The shame does not belong to you. It belongs to those who violate. I don't even think that's 10 minutes, but I am done.
Hello, everyone. I stand before you today as Marina Lacerda, also known as Minor Victim 1, but more importantly, as a mother determined to turn pain into purpose. When we see the failures of justice, like those of the DOJ, we must have the courage to face every allegation, even those against our president. Over time, I have watched many of these allegations and files slowly fade away from the public. And I stand here today to bring the attention back, because these allegations and these heinous crimes deserve to be fully investigated, no matter who is involved or how powerful they may be. As I read them today, I ask us all to remember these voices, these files demand action. Behind every file is a human being. Behind every page is pain. And behind every silence is a system that has failed too many people for too long. We owe it to every survivor, to our children, and to a future where silence is no longer an option. So I will continue to read what Alva has begun. This is file, unclassified, filed EFTA 00057759. The interviewing agents asked redaction to provide additional details regarding her first interaction with Donald Trump when she was approximately 13 to 15 years old in either New York or New Jersey, while also in the company of Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted, classified that when she previously said Trump struck her after she bit him on the penis, she provided further details that he pulled her hair and punched her on the side of her head. With respect to redacted mother, redact, deceased, redact, recalled her mother spent approximately 2 years in federal prison in Colombia, South America, around the time. Redacted was 17 or 18 years old. Redacted. Mother's sentence was related to an embezzled conviction connected to being blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein and Jim Atkins over explicit photographs of Redacted. Redacted asked whether Epstein had a sibling. An investigating agent inquired us to what made her think he had a sibling. Redacted replied she recalled that there was a man, possibly a brother of Epstein's, that she recalled from the past. Since the sexual assaults Redacted suffered at the hands of Epstein and his associates, Redacted was threatened on numerous occasions by unidentified people she believed were connected to Epstein. Redacted. Mother was also threatened on numerous occasions prior to her death. The first incident, Redacted, could recall occurred in approximately Redacted when Redacted was 16 to 17 years old. Redacted was living in suburb in South Carolina at the time. Redacted, mother had been arrested for embezzlement and could not pay the restitution. Redacted called Atkins and at the university where he worked, unidentified, to ask him for help. She recalled she asked him why he fixed her mother's real estate books, only to later turn to her mother to the police. Atkins responded to redacted by stating words to the effect that he did not give a shit if you end up in the gutter. Don't ever contact me again. Your mother knows what will happen. Redacted recalled threatening telephone calls primarily began to occur. Redacted gave birth to her daughter in redacted. Several calls listed as no ID on her caller system were made to redacted telephone. The voicemail content primarily included only noises. However, during one call, a man unidentified stated, "Fuck you. You better keep your mouth closed." The man subsequently hung up. Redacted was threatened sometimes every 2 years, then at random times. Redacted never recognized the voices during the telephone calls, but she was certain the callers were Epstein, Atkins, or Trump. The callers did not have heavy New York accents. She clarified that Epstein did not have a heavy New York accent in general. However, he said certain words with an accent. In approximately redacted mother field threat calls as well made by individuals telling her to leave the island. Redacted. Mother was most likely also threatened in person. However, redacted mother's previous husbands, redacted, also received at least one threatening call at some point. No further information. The last call, redacted, characterized as threatening, occurred in approximately December or January, redacted, while redacted was working at redacted. A coworker received a message on their work landline that was intended for redacted. So I'm going to stop right there because a lot of this is mainly redacted. As we have said before, there's unnecessary redactions here, right? And I just want to remind everyone, once we were only considered allegations. Then we became hopes. And now we stand as real stories. Let us keep in mind that these allegations, can be true. And they deserve full investigations. Only then can we bring light to the truth and amplify the voices as they deserve. Thank you.
My name is Andrea Sterling, and I'm a Jeffrey Epstein survivor. I was brought to Jeffrey Epstein when I was a teenager, living in Queens, New York, in the early 2000s, when he sexually assaulted me. What I'm about to read is a lawsuit from the United States of America to Jeffrey Epstein. United States of America versus Jeffrey Epstein. As set forth herein, over the course of many years, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, sexually exploited and abused dozens of minor girls at his homes in Manhattan, New York, and Palm Beach, Florida, among other locations. In particular, from at least in or about 2002 up to and including at least in or about 2005, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, enticed and recruited and caused to be enticed and recruited minor girls to visit his mansion in Manhattan, New York, the New York residence, and his estate in Palm Beach, Florida, the Palm Beach residence, to engage in sex acts with him, after which he would give the victims hundreds of dollars in cash. Moreover, and in order to maintain and increase his supply of victims, Epstein also paid certain of his victims to recruit additional minor girls to be similarly abused by Epstein. In this way, Epstein created a vast network of underage victims for him to sexually exploit off and on a daily basis in locations including New York and Palm Beach. 3. The victims described herein were as young as 14 years old at the time they were abused by Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, and were, for various reasons, often particularly vulnerable to exploitation. Moreover, Epstein, who intentionally sought out minors, knew that many of victims were in fact under the age of 18, including because in some instances, victims expressly told him that they were underage. In creating and maintaining this network of minor victims in multiple states to sexually abuse and exploit Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant worked with others, including employees and associates, who facilitated this conduct, among other things, contacting victims and scheduling their sexual encounters with Epstein at the New York residence and at the Palm Beach residence. Factual background. During all the time periods charged in this indictment, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, was a financier with multiple residences in the continental United States, including the New York residence and Palm Beach residence. Beginning of at least 2002, Jeffrey, the defendant, enticed and recruited and caused to be enticed, recruited dozens of minor girls to engage in sex acts with him, after which Epstein paid the victims hundreds of dollars. At all times relevant to this indictment, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, possessed and controlled a multi-story private residence. This seems... Just give me a second. In particular, certain recruiters brought dozens of additional minor girls to the New York residence to give massages to and engage in sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant. Epstein encouraged victims to recruit additional minor girls by offering to pay these victim recruiters for every additional minor girl they brought to the Epstein to be sexually abused. When a victim recruited a new minor victim to a New York residence to be exploited by Epstein, both the victim recruiter and the minor victim were paid hundreds of dollars by Epstein by each encounter. In addition, certain victim recruiters routinely scheduled these encounters to employee one, who sometimes asked the recruiters to bring a specific minor girl for Epstein. In addition to recruiting and abusing minor girls in New York, the defendant created a similar network of minor girls to victimize in Palm Beach, Florida, where Epstein owned, possessed, and controlled another large residence. Epstein frequently traveled from New York to Palm Beach in a private jet, including occasions in which an employee or associate would ensure the minor victims were available for encounters upon his return to Florida. At the Palm Beach residence, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, engaged in similar course of abusive conduct. When a victim initially arrived at the Palm Beach residence, she would be escorted to a room, sometimes by an employee of Epstein's, including at the times 2 assistants, who, as described herein, were also responsible for scheduling the sexual encounters with minor victims. Once inside, the victim would provide a nude or semi-nude massage for Epstein, who would himself typically be naked. During these encounters, Epstein would escalate the nature and scope of the physical contact to include sex acts such as groping and direct and indirect contact with the victim's genitals. Epstein would also typically masturbate during these encounters, ask victims to touch him while he masturbated, and touch victims' genitals with his hands or with sex toys. In connection with each sexual encounter, Jeffrey Epstein, the defender, or one of his employees or associates paid the victim in cash. Victims typically were paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, knew that certain of his victims were underage. The defendant, who during the relevant time period was frequently in New York, would arrange for employee 2 or other employees to contact victims by phone in advance of Epstein's return to Florida, to ensure appointments were scheduled for when he arrived. In particular, in certain instances, employee 2 placed phone calls to minor victims in Florida to schedule encounters at the Palm Beach residence. At the time of certain of those phone calls, Epstein and employee 2 were in New York. Additionally, certain of the individuals victimized at the Palm Beach residence were contacted by phone by employee 3 to schedule these encounters. From at least in or about 2002 up to and including 2005, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, and others known, unknown, willfully and
knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, sex trafficking of minors in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1591. It was a part and object of the conspiracy that Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, and others known and unknown would and did in an affecting interstate and foreign commerce recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, and obtain by any means a person and to benefit financially and by receiving anything of value from participation in a venture which has engaged in any such act, knowing that the person had not attained the age of 18 and will be caused to engage in a commercial sex act in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 1591. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object, therefore, the following over acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. In about 2004, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, enticed and recruited multiple victims. In about 2002, minor victim 1 was recruited to engage in sex acts with Epstein and was repeatedly sexually abused by Epstein at the New York residence over a period of years and was paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Epstein also encouraged and enticed minor victim 1 to recruit all the girls to engage in sex acts, which she did and was paid hundreds of dollars for each additional girl she brought to Epstein. Epstein asked minor victim 1 how old she was, and minor victim 1 answered truthfully. In or about 2004, employee number 1, located in the Southern District of New York, and on behalf of Epstein, placed a telephone call to minor victim 1 in order to schedule an appointment for minor victim 1 to engage in paid sex acts with Epstein. In about 2005, employee 2, located in the Southern District of New York, and on behalf of Epstein, placed a telephone call to minor victim 2 in order to schedule an appointment for minor victim 2 to engage in paid sex acts with Epstein at the Palm Beach residence. About 2005, minor victim 3 was recruited to engage in sex acts with Epstein and was repeatedly sexually abused by Epstein at the Palm Beach residence over a period of years and was paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Epstein also encouraged and enticed minor victim 2 to recruit other girls to engage in sex acts, which she did and was paid for each additional girl she brought to Epstein. From at least in or about 2002 up to including 2005 in the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, willfully and knowingly in an affecting interstate and foreign commerce did recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, and obtain by any means a person, knowing that the person had not attained the age of 18 years and would be caused to engage in commercial sex act. As a result of committing the offense alleged in court 2 of these indictments, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to Title 18 United States Code Section 1594, any property real and personal that was used or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of the offense alleged in count 1, and any property, real and personal, constituting or derived from any proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of the offense alleged in count 1, or any property traceable to such property and the following specific property. A, the lot or parcel of land together with buildings, appurtenances, improvements, fixtures, attachments, and easements, located at 9th Street, 71st Street, New York, with block number 1386 and a lot number 10, owned by Maple Incorporation. Substitute asset provision. This is the final page. If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any act of omission of the defendant, A, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence. B, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person. C, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court. D, has been substantially diminished in value. Or E, has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty. It is the intent of the United States pursuant to 18 U.S.C. to seek forfeiture of any other property of the defendant up to the value of the above forfeitable property. That's it.
So before I bring in our next and last guests, I just have to stop and say thank you to the survivors who just shared their stories with us. Liz, Lisa, Marina, Alva, Andrea, what you did takes a kind of courage most people will never be able to summon. You stood in front of cameras, in front of strangers, and you told the truth about the worst things that have ever happened to you. And you did it so that other survivors watching at home know they are not alone. And so the people who hurt you and the systems that protected them can't pretend anymore. I am so grateful for each and every one of you. Thank you for trusting us with your stories. Ready? We are now joined by the family of Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre, who is sadly gone too soon. I want to take a moment before I bring them in because Virginia is a huge reason that we have been here reading for the last 24 hours and why this is public at all. In 2011, Virginia bravely stepped forward to tell her story that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked her to Britain's Prince Andrew when she was just a teenager. She did that at a time when almost no one believed survivors. She did it knowing that she would be called a liar. She did it knowing the full machinery of wealth, royalty, and political influence would be aimed at her, and she did it anyway. Virginia sued Prince Andrew and forced a settlement that ended his public life as a working royal. She named names when no one else would and sat for depositions, gave interviews, and wrote a book. She kept telling the truth, even when it cost her everything. Every name in those files that the public knows today, every flight log that became evidence, every sealed document that became unsealed, traces back in some way to her refusal to stay quiet. Virginia is not here to see this moment. That is a loss I do not have the words for. But her family is here. They have carried her fight forward, and they are continuing to demand the accountability that she spent her life fighting for. Joining me now are her brother, Sky Roberts, and his wife, Amanda Roberts. Sky and Amanda, I can't thank you enough for being here. Thank you for honoring Virginia continuously. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for everything your family continues to do to keep her voice in this fight.
Hi, everyone. I didn't think this was going to be as hard. It doesn't hit you till you do it, I guess. My name is Sky Roberts, and I am the younger brother of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, and this is my wife, Amanda Roberts. As we come to the final moments of the reading of the files, we want to pause and honor the woman who helped make this possible. Virginia Roberts Giuffre. I often called my sister a superhero because to me, she truly was. I used to tell her that real superheroes don't wear capes. They wear their scars in courage. They carry resilience where others would collapse and determination far beyond what most people believe is possible. Today, I want to extend that same tribute to her survivor sisters, many of whom you have heard from over the past 24 hours. These women are not only survivors, they are heroes standing on the right side of history. So Danny Bensky, Charlene Richard, Jenna Lisa Jones, Marika Shertuni, Jess Michaels, Liz Stein, Lisa Phillips, Alva Johnson, Andrea Sterling, and Marina Lacerda, you are heroes. And to those who cannot be here today, whose voices still echo through every page of the files, Rosa, Wendy Avis, Anushka DeGiorgio, Shantae Davies, Courtney Wild, Jane Doe 1 through 1200, and of course, Annie Farmer. Maria Farmer and Virginia Roberts Giuffre, you are true American heroes. And more than that, you are heroes to the world. To every survivor of sexual abuse, domestic violence, and exploitation, whether your pain has been spoken aloud or carried silent for years, know this: You are not defined by what was done to you. Your survival is an act of courage. Your voice matters and your truth matters. And through your strength, we are teaching the next generation something powerful. That vulnerability is not weakness, and resilience is not surrender. It is the courage to keep standing even after the unimaginable. And to Todd Blanche and any administration that continues to claim there are no investigative leads, I want to remind you of something important. The truth has always been here. The survivors have always been here. The evidence has always been here. You only need the courage to listen. Let me now read from Virginia's deposition in her defamation case against Alan Dershowitz. Plaintiff versus Alan M. Dershowitz, Saturday, January 16th, 2016. File number EFTA 027-86320. It is a minor discrepancy, but I think you read it as when she was a minor, and it's while she was a minor. While she was a minor, do you see where I'm reading starting in the third line? Yes. Is that allegation true? Yes. If you go to page 6 of the document, do you see the paragraph that starts Epstein also trafficked? Yes. It says Epstein also trafficked Jane Doe number 3 for sexual purposes to many other powerful men, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. Do you see that? Yes. Is that allegation true? Yes. Okay. A well-known prime minister. Were you sexually trafficked to a well-known prime minister? Yes. Who was that? Miss McCauley. I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This has to do with the safety concerns for her. Miss Borgia, counsel, this is under seal. You can answer. Miss McCauley, no, she's not going to answer. Let me make my objection. Regardless of it being under seal, we've seen that in this case, the client that you represent has violated confidentiality orders regularly, so we have no sense of security with the sense that this is a confidential record at this point. We are doing that under the court's order. With respect to naming individuals who can harm a victim of sexual trafficking, she's a non-party in this action, not a plaintiff. She is not going to be revealing any names today of any individual who is going to harm her physically, period. If we have to go to Judge Redacted on that, we will. I'm happy to do that, but she's not going to be naming individuals where there's a threat to her safety. It is under seal. I am shocked that counsel would suggest that a prime minister is threatening the physical safety of this witness. There's no foundation for that. The suggestion that a foreign minister is going to physically harm has no evidence in this case, and it's going to be under seal. Let's get the evidence out while the witness is here. As you pointed out, she's a non-party. Let's make our record and move on. Redacted, be shocked by that, but redacted, hang on one second. The reason why I'm here is so we don't have the back and forth. Sure. I'm going to rule on the objection. Your objection at this point is overruled. The witness, if I can just say, I personally know that this is not a good person to talk about, and I'm not going to point blank. I'm not going to say his name. Okay, I can't twist her arm and force her, so we'll deal with it. By Miss Borgia. Okay. Other world leaders. What other world leaders were you sexually trafficked to? Miss McCauley. We have the same objection, special redacted, and I would have the same ruling based upon the arguments. Let me just make my record to the extent that there's a name of an individual that you can reveal that you do not feel would physically harm you. You're welcome to reveal them. Anybody else, you don't have to reveal at this time, and we'll take that to Judge Redacted. Okay. Prince Andrew for one. Other than Prince Andrew, there is another individual that I honestly do not know his name. What powerful business executives were you sexually trafficked to? Redacted Mitchell. When were you sexually trafficked to Redacted Mitchell? I am unable to give you time since we are going back a very long time ago. Tell me the best that you can remember. Roughly when I was 17. Where were you? New Mexico and New York. Are there witnesses to this? Not to the actual event itself. What other powerful business executives were you sexually trafficked to? Redacted. Are there witnesses besides Epstein instructing me to do so? What other powerful business executives that you were sexually trafficked to? Yes, I know what you're saying. Miss McCauley, take your time, take a deep breath. Redacted. Who else? Miss McCauley, to the extent you can recall. Answer, I'm just trying to think. This is all very confronting to me. So at the same token, I'm just trying to recollect everybody. Heavy redacted. You said redacted. Were you sexually trafficked to more than one redacted? No. Just two redacted. Just two redacted. Heavy redacted. Yes. What other powerful business executives were you sexually trafficked to? None that I can remember off the top of my head. Was redacted one of the powerful business executives that you were trafficked to? Yes. So you can remember others. Who else is there? Miss McCauley, I'm going to object to that. That's inappropriate. She gave you everyone she could remember at the time where you mentioned the name. Special redacted. Okay. Please move on without. You also referred to prominent American politicians. What prominent American politicians, other than the ones you've already named, were you sexually trafficked to? The ones I just told you about. Heavy redacted. How many times were you trafficked to? Heavy redacted. I don't know. Over 2 times. How old were you? Approximately 17, 18. Are you sure you were underage during one of those incidents? I can't be 100% sure of anything. It's not like I recorded the dates. I'm just giving you an approximation. How many times were you sexually trafficked to? Redacted. Twice that I can recall. Were you underage during either of those? I believe so, both of them. I can't be 100% sure. When were you sexually trafficked to with redacted? Were you underage? Not by redacted standards. You weren't redacted, were you? You were in the south of France. Which, Miss McCauley, which redacted? You need to clarify. Redacted, sorry. I believe I would have been 17. I don't know what their age. Miss McCauley, you don't have to know. You don't have to know anything legal, just the question the best you can. So how old were you when you were sexually trafficked to? Redacted. I don't know. What is your best guess? I'm not going to speculate. How many times did you have sex with? Redacted. Once. How many times did you have sex with? Redacted. Multiple. What's the approximate range of number? More than 3. Answer, more than 3. Question, more than 5. Answer, possibly. More than 10? No. Did redacted ask you to wear any particular clothing during your sexual trafficking? This case is about the defamation between Paul Castle and Brad Redacted and Mr. Dershowitz. It's not about the individuals other than Mr. Dershowitz, who is the individual here, who the judge said, we're here to talk about the issues in this case, not the litany of the other individuals. Counsel, we have limited time. Special, redacted, hang on. As you can see, it's no longer a question about whether the names exist. It's a question whether or not our DOJ and our Congress is going to do something about it. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my wife, Amanda Roberts. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who has made this event and reading room possible. This room is not for headlines or spectacle. It is a symbol of survivors reclaiming their stories and a reminder of the government's failure to deliver justice. For decades, survivors have carried this burden alone. Virginia stood up to the rich and powerful and told the truth. She was a superhero without a cape, using her scars to help others find their voice. Today, we carry that legacy forward. I'm going to read from the deposition with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, defamation against Ghislaine Maxwell, May 3rd, 2016. Now, this document I'm holding in my hands is only 2 pages of a 3-hour deposition that was originally released in the reading library, and now only 2 pages are available. Think. I met Prince Andrew in 2001, and Glenn Redacted and Stephen Kaufman were, like I said, the first people I was sent out to after my training. So I don't know. I'm not going to give you an exact time if I don't know. Question. I asked you the relative order. Answer. And I'm trying to give it to you. Question. Where does Alan Dershowitz fit into that group of people? Answer. Same. I can't tell you piece by piece by piece. Who? I know Glenn Redacted was first. Question. Okay. Answer. And I know Stephen Kaufman was one of the first I was sent to. Alan Dershowitz could have been between Glenn and Stephen. The first time I was with Alan Dershowitz was in New York. So I wasn't actually sent to him. It actually happened at one of Jeffrey's residences. Answer. So it's very hard for me to chronologically give you each person individually. Question. Okay. Name the other politically connected and financially powerful people that Ghislaine Maxwell told you to have sex with. Answer. Again, I'm going to tell you they, because that is how it went. They instructed me to go to Redacted Mitchell, John Luke Brunel, Bill Redacted, another prince that I don't know his name, a guy that owns a hotel, a really large hotel chain. I can't remember which hotel. It was Marvin Minsky. There was, another foreign president. I can't remember his name. He was Spanish. There's a whole bunch of them that it's hard for me to remember all of them. I was told to do something by these people constantly, told to my whole life, revolved around just pleasing these men and keeping Ghislaine and Jeffrey happy. Their whole entire lives revolved around sex. They called massages sex. They call modeling sex. They call question. I asked you the names for people. Are you going to tell me any other names, or is that all of them? Answer. I'm trying to think. That's the answer I'm trying to give you. It's that it's so hard to just keep naming and naming and naming. Question. All right. Answer. A lot of the time I would be introduced to them. I don't know. Now that we have bared witness, what are we going to do about these stories? What are we going to do about the millions of files, the millions investigative leads and evidence that sits on these shelves and still sits behind the desk of the Department of Justice today? We will demand many things because we, the people, have the power. This Department of Justice must reopen the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and every alleged enabler, participant, and predator connected to this network. Every file is a lead. Survivors have done their part. Now the government must do its job and release every file required by law. And if this Department of Justice refuses to do their job, we are looking to each individual state. New Mexico has led the way by reopening state investigations, and we hope that New York and Florida are ready to do the same. There must be absolutely no pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, no special treatment, no backroom deals, no escape from accountability. It is clear through every single file, Ghislaine Maxwell was not a victim. We demand truth, transparency, and laws that protect survivors, not predators or the powerful. To every survivor, this shame is not yours to carry, it is theirs. We see you, we believe you, and we will keep fighting until justice is served. Thank you. We see you, we believe you, and we will keep fighting until justice is served. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sky and Amanda. We are all so unbelievably grateful for you. So we have been here live for over 24 hours, but 24 hours is nothing compared to what the survivors in these files have carried for decades. It is nothing compared to what Virginia carried until the day she died. It is nothing compared to what the women you've heard from over the last 24 hours still carry every single day. But for 24 hours, we read these files. We read names out loud, we read flight logs and messages and emails, and we refused to let it slip back into the dark. When I first started talking about Jeffrey Epstein getting special treatment back in 2018, when Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance was handling his sex offender registration case and asking a judge to downgrade him, I never would have imagined that we would see these files. I thought this was going to be one more story where powerful men protected each other and the paperwork stayed sealed and the rest of us were told to move on. And yet here we are. Millions of pages, names, flight logs, communications, evidence that should have been public years ago that was buried by people who knew exactly what was in it. And that is thanks to these women standing beside me. Thank you for watching this special live presentation, cover to cover up. These readings and this testimony may have been hard for so many to hear, but we all have to face this ugliness head on. We can't bury our heads in the sand about what these files say and who they implicate. Thank you to all of the survivors. Thank you to Sky and Amanda Roberts. Thank you to every survivor whose name we read and to every survivor whose names we don't know. You are why we were here. And thank you to everyone who showed up for this stream and listened to these stories here in the US and all over the world. We saw messages of support pouring in from Spain, France, Germany, Canada, Switzerland, and more. Everyone who read, everyone who watched at 3 a.m., everyone who shared a clip, everyone who sat with the hardest parts of this and did not look away. Thank you to all close to 60 readers who joined me for being part of this. Thank you for standing with these survivors. Everyone, please, I would ask you to scan the QR code on your screen to donate to World Without Exploitation, the country's largest national coalition dedicated to ending the commercial sexual exploitation of children and adults online and offline. This is where the work continues after these cameras turn off. These files are out, but it's not all of them. The work is not done. We have some of the receipts and we need to use them. We need to keep asking who knew, who covered, who's still in power, and why. We don't let this go. We continue to fight until there is justice for all. I'm Eliza Orlins, and on behalf of Save America Movement and the Institute for Primary Facts, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for listening, and thank you especially to all of the survivors. Thank you. You're all amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.